Hi, boys and girls, ladies and gents. Thank you again for joining us. And yet again, I'll start by saying, still not a grander. He's holding on. We've decided to give him a nickname already. He's not here, and we're starting to call him Lazy Boy. So, still not a grander. Not fair. T-shirts lying there waiting to go. Nothing.
He's waiting
by
to
the
make
time he
a
arrives,
friend.
he's going to outgrown it.
Yeah, by the time he arrives, he'll be starting school.
I don't
So,
think
yeah,
your will be too happy about that.
No, I know. It should be this weekend because they said this weekend he'll be getting induced, and
Yeah, I would thought so.
so
Yeah.
more. I've not heard anything today, so it's more likely tomorrow. And knowing my luck, I'll be flying out on Monday. It'll happen when I just about go on the plane, and I'll no see him until I get back. Yeah, but such is life. So, hi Kelly, and yes, we'll keep an eye on. Make sure you don't actually the thunderstorm doesn't go. Funny
Yes, I
thing
remember
was,
those days.
I was watching Warehouse 13, and one of the episodes was about a thunderstorm, just constantly blacking everything out. So,
I definitely need to put Warehouse 13 higher up on the list. I haven't.
yeah,
had
I'm
time.
watching it again. I'm already in season 4. So
Yay! Hey, babes.
hey, yeah. So, and I'm Mr. Hyde.
Hey, Mr.
So,
Hyde.
so what's the movie
Hello?
with Mr. Hyde this weekend? Or the next one?
The
He's doing?
movie. Mr. Hyde's going to have to help me out because I've got like Alzheimer's. Just so totally frazzled today.
Hi, Colin,
the
as well.
the one we're going to premiere Sunday is a very famous fictional detective. One of the very classic Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce stories.
Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. It's not going to be one of the canon stories, but it's one of their. It's just lovely to see. It's great fun.
I love Basil Rathbone as Holmes.
Oh, it's just marvelous. No matter how you feel about those particular takes on Sherlock Holmes, they just remain just lovely because of those two actors and because of the supporting cast as well and things like that. But particularly Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce were just such a wonderful double act.
Oh, they were. Nigel Bruce just plays the bumbling Dr. Watson.
Yeah, which I didn't always agree with, if I have to admit, but I just find them both, because I grew up watching them with my parents, I find these films really heartwarming to watch again, and they'll always hold a special place in my heart. My favorite Holmes is always going to be Jeremy Brett.
See, mine's is always Basil Rathbone because same idea. I grew up with him, but although the bumbling Holmes was the early ones, it was still you could see the relationship. It was almost a case of Holmes, even though his intelligence, unlike the new Elementary, it didn't disparage Watson. Neither did, and that's what I liked about it.
I kind of liked all the iterations, and I know there might have been some, shall we say, current day Hollywood in the later releases, so Elementary, Robert Downey Jr.'s, but across the board, the different takes on them. So the Robert Downey Jr.,
I even liked Gene.
It's dark.
What was it? Was it Gene Wilder's one? Sherlock Holmes' smarter younger brother.
That was funny.
I actually recall that, but still, I like the take on it.
That sounds like a Mel Brooks film. Yeah.
Marty Freeman's in it as well.
Yeah. Hiya, John. And I just wanted to acknowledge Kelly put in the chat she loved Young Sherlock Holmes, the film. That was one of my favorite films ever. I loved that film.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. But it's one of those ones. It's the same idea. I've seen a lot of the home stuff, the newer iterations as well. But anytime I think of Holmes, it's always Basil Rathbone. I just picture, and it's just because of that. Just
Yeah.
him and
Yeah,
thingy
we
Bruce.
all
It'd
have
be
our
basically just sort of the cheery Doctor Watson. It's
yes.
just,
He's
it's
darling. I
I
mean,
don't know.
Nigel
It's just
Nigel
that's
Bruce
as you
was
grow up.
wonderful.
As you grow up, it's I suppose it's in prints. So because my mum was a big, she loved. She was a big Columbo fan, so she always loved murder mystery. So Sherlock Holmes was always on
Oh
her list.
yeah.
So I grew up watching them as well, and it was a case of it's just Basil
Anything
Columbo.
Rathbone just was always it.
anything from Arthur Conan Doyle or any
Oh,
of the or even, the classical right down to the Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce
yeah,
adaptations. When I was growing up, my parents, the whole house was full of Holmesian books and things like that. And yeah, it's just a great feeling to see them again. I never get tired of seeing them.
yeah. I definitely agree with that. Any iteration is good. Even
Yeah,
that,
I kind of agree with
even the
Mr. Hyde there.
Sherlock, the early Sherlock stuff was good, and
Yeah.
even the American Elementary was good,
Hmm.
and they were a different take on it, but they still held the fundamentals, especially early on with Sherlock. I think Sherlock, after once it was more about how Moriarty was a big thing,
Mm.
it sort of went downhill for me. But even Elementary, where it was just I like those the way the two of them interacted, and even the
Yeah.
Doctor Watson being female, that sort of worked because
They didn't really care
Doctors
because
male and female didn't make any difference. So Doctor Watson, and she wasn't classed as the like the bumbling Doctor, but she wasn't classed as smarter than Sherlock Holmes. She just sort of, because of his condition, she adjusted it. She was still the secondary to Holmes in
Hmm.
Elementary. So I quite enjoyed that aspect of it as well. But it's a Holmes one. It's just perfect.
Elementary was one that kind of just faded out. It's like
It
it
did.
wasn't that I was like, oh, that's an awful episode. I'm never watching it again. And it's like, you know what? There's a lot of other great content. I'm leaving it here. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna follow it to the end.
I think you're right as well. It's the same idea. If because it sort of fizzled out and it just went, it's remembered better. Whereas you look at Sherlock, because the last season was so, eh, it's sort of people. It's not a case of it just fizzled and people still remember it fondly. It's a case of it sort of went that way, and it's so people remember the early stuff, but they also remember the late stuff, and that's where it goes. Everything's good if it finishes when it's meant to. If it continues past that, then you see it going
Yeah.
downhill, and that's when you sit there and go, one season too long. It's the same as like that 70s show. They shouldn't have done season 8. Scrubs. They shouldn't have done the final season either. It's that type of thing. They should have stopped when they stopped. Not
Yeah.
continue on just to get because of cash. And the cash grab parts always fail it.
But when it comes to Sherlock Holmes stories, the best for me is Daniel Davis playing Moriarty in Star Trek
Hmm.
Enterprise. He's the
Oh,
hologram.
Yeah, that
that's
was
a
actually
lovely
that
one.
was a good one.
That was nice. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I also liked the one that played it in the Next Generation. Remember where they said to create a
Yeah.
Moriarty which could outthink. So basically, it
Outtake
basically became
data, yeah.
sentient. Yeah, they
That's
had
what I
to
meant.
outthink data, so the computer created it,
I
and
missaid.
that
I
was quite
said
an interesting
Enterprise,
one as
not
well.
Next Gen, but that's what I meant. That's
That was the one I was thinking. Basically, I liked that one, and it was because it was a case of they took the basics and then said they put a sci-fi spin on it without changing it. All they did was they basically made the character sentient, so you could get the fact is he's not
Yeah.
a real character, but the reason he's
I like
acting
how
more
they
real.
outsmarted him though. I like how they outsmarted him
Yeah,
in that particular story. It's very clever. Very, very
but
clever.
when you saw it when it went live on air, so you had no idea how they were going to solve it literally until they did it. and then it was
Yes.
much
Yeah.
surprise for you, the audience.
It was. It kind of kept you really like worrying till
Yeah.
the very
Right,
end.
right up until they revealed how they beat it, and then you realise they just pick up the cube, and he's going to have an experience in there because they've just basically created his own holodeck, and
And the
whatever
beauty
happens, happens.
was that he thought they thought they were free, and they don't have to ever know that they're in
Uh-huh.
that simulation. So yeah, I
Yeah,
thought that
and
was
it was a
pretty
case
cool.
of they were living their life, the life they wanted to live,
Yeah,
and that's I like that idea because you didn't know right up until the very end when they took the box out.
yeah,
That was a good subverting your expectations rather than Enterprise when they go click and it's Data and Troy walks out talking about it, and you're going, eh, that was the whole movie. That's how they finished it by going, it was all a simulation. I preferred the bit where they took the box. That was a good subversion of the expectations using the holodeck rather than
yeah,
Enterprise finish, which is
yeah.
just unfortunate. But
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you do
so
like classic Sherlock Holmes, we're going to be premiering that tomorrow.
yeah, I might get a chance to watch it because tomorrow I'm packing. I'm going to go down.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
flying out first things Monday morning, and I'm hoping to hear news tomorrow. But knowing my luck, I keep saying that tomorrow's probably going to be the day it happens, the 1st of May, rather than think me. But then I also know that my luck is when I fly down south, it's going to have to rain then. So so it's either going to be the Sunday or the Monday. The Monday, it's more likely because I'm flying out. Nothing to do with Colin's birthday. Or was it Colin's birthday?
Was
One
it
of
Colin's
them.
birthday?
Aye,
Hey, Archer. Hey, Mr. Brown.
Hey, Mr.
I did.
Brown.
I did see one of. What was it, Colin? It's just a case of trying to remember. That's what happens when I actually read but don't read.
Oh,
I
he was
can't
in
do
the
two things
nanny.
at
Of
once.
course he
Yeah,
was.
Colin.
That's why he looked
Basically, Monday
familiar.
would be a great day for a birthday. Maybe I've just misread it. Would be a great day for a birthday. Birthday Monday, the 2nd of May. I think Sunday the 1st would be better. The only reason is because I like the
Oh. Well, my
May's a
lovely
great week.
father-in-law's birthday
May's
is
a
the
great
2nd of
month.
May.
Well, my sister's who passed her anniversary is the 1st of May. One of my
Oh.
daughter's anniversary is the 1st of May. So if the Wayne's birthday was the 1st of May, then that's another day I don't need to remember because they're all the same. When they actually put all the dates the same, it makes it easier for me because as soon as one's remembered, I remember that one. There's other things happening. So,
Oh God,
oh,
yeah. The Brett Holmes, where not only that episode, but then of course the following episode, where we see the aftermath in Dr. Watson, and by that time the Dr. Watsons had changed actors, and we
mhm.
had Edward Hardwick then. I think it was Edward Hardwick as Dr. Watson, and the scene where Holmes comes back after he thinks Holmes has died,
Is
and
that after Ryback Falls, or is it the one
it's
where
it's
the
straight after
Baskervilles?
Reichenbach Falls. It's the
Uh-huh.
follow up to Reichenbach Falls because
Yeah.
Watson thinks that Holmes is dead because he's fallen down the falls, or it appears so with Moriarty. But the next one uh, is is Watson being visited by this very annoying sort of street, like sort of what would you call him, like a book salesman, but a very sort of kind of like an urchin, kind of very scraggly and unkempt, and of course he then breaks it to he shows Watson who he really is, and the expression on the actor's face that played Watson, honest to God, I was in bits.
Yeah.
I'm in bits every time I see it.
There was a similar scene, not the same, in the Hound of the Baskervilles with Basil Rathbone, where it was Watson was down checking it out, and they asked where what Holmes was, and he had to go abroad. He had to go to Europe for something, so that's why he was there. And it was basically Watson had been sent down but they didn't. Holmes didn't want Watson to know that he was actually going to be doing it, so he was the
Correct.
old tramp
Yeah.
and the on thing,
Yeah.
and it was a case of even when he had met him, Watson just did not recognise him because Holmes had put himself right into that. It was almost a shock when he seen him. But I love those type of things because
Oh
it wasn't
yeah.
a case of the Superman thing. The two of them look identical. How do you not recognise him? Basil Rathbone's character, he was right in character, and obviously with the makeup and all that. Unless you knew, which we already did, it was so different. It was just the voice was different, the stance was different, even the features were different, and you could understand why Watson, his friend, did not recognise him because he's not
Yeah.
expecting him. So because he's not expecting to see him, the similarities were nothing. It was the differences were the big thing, and I love that aspect of it. Just the idea that somebody could change themselves, their features so much that somebody doesn't recognise them by a voice, their stance. Because I remember something. It was something that someone had said that you can hide yourself by doing something simple. Yes, you can put a hat on, no problem. People don't recognise you, but if you still walk the same way, people will notice you. And it's a case
Yeah.
of if you sort of just change the way you walk, so let even putting a limp in, it
Well,
changes your
Holmes
rhythm
was the
of how you
master of
walk.
that, wasn't he? Yeah.
And exactly, Holmes was the master of that. He didn't walk the same. It's like the Clark Kent and Superman. When you see Clark, he's a wee bit more hunched, and you can see the
Mhm.
uncertainty in his face and stuff like that. Whereas Superman, he just stands, he's up,
Yeah.
and you can
Yeah.
understand why they use the two of them look identical, but you don't notice it, is because if you don't notice it, it's the features, it's how you stand, everything. It's not just the facial features look the same, the glasses and the reasons they give behind it, but because we grew up with the comics, we understood that
Yeah.
that's just the way they did it in the comics because they wanted to show the same guy. He's not wearing a mask, so it's not an issue. But yeah, I love those type of stories. So I'm going to try and watch it, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to actually
Well,
watch it
that's
tomorrow.
understandable, believe me. I mean, you've got a lot on at the moment.
Uh,
Needless to say. What's your shirt say, Jim?
Lazy people fact. Hash big long number. We're too lazy to read that number. Yeah, I was too lazy to read that number, so basically I thought that was
Yeah, and
perfect.
we have it on camera as well.
Yeah, you've got the best t-shirts, Jim. I have to say, you always come up with some great t-shirts.
Yeah, mine's are 90% of them are logoed t-shirts. I'm like mine's, but yes, yours are more intelligent than mine's.
Oh,
Hands
I
down.
wouldn't say that. I was just about to
I wouldn't
mention
say
one
that.
I have that is extremely orange, but it says, "I'm great in bed. I can sleep for hours."
Yeah, I'll just stick with my Judge Dredd. Still
That's a
got the
cool one
t-shirt
too.
sitting there waiting for the grandfather, but I can't wear it. Still.
Hey, you're not a grandpa yet.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I can't wear it. And the next stream would be next Saturday. So it's not as if I even could actually
So
wear it on
yeah,
Wednesday because I'm away.
because you're actually still away this coming Saturday, aren't you, for the next
Yes.
stream?
Yes,
Yeah.
so it's next.
Oh,
I'm not away until Friday, so I'm back on Friday. So at least next Saturday I'll be here. It's just
Yeah.
Wednesday I'll not be here.
So no Wednesday stream.
right.
No
Okay.
Wednesday stream.
Gotcha.
So, but the good thing is I managed to get to the charity shop, so I've got some bits and
Well
pieces here.
then.
So got nice, and I got a couple of wee gifts that my wife had got me, and I've got stuff that
Oh,
I've got for the
lovely.
box opening, which I've uploaded for tomorrow. I will show one of them, and I'll not take it out the package as it were, so you can see
Mm-hmm.
everything else tomorrow night when I've uploaded it.
Lovely.
A box opening. So I can't
Looking
wait to
forward
see what
to
you
it.
guys have got because I had a big box like this turned up the door.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice size
Funko
box.
Pop. It was all Funkos.
Oh,
It turned up. So um
Yeah, no, already alerted you to the new stuff on Big Chief.
Yes, and I know I'm going to need to check the Judge Dredd stuff on Big
Oh
Chief
God,
because,
yeah, we have to stay off there. It's just like crack.
well, all I'm
It's
going to
just,
do is
just
wait.
like there's no need to
Oh,
give me the paycheck.
I
You
just saw
go
one of the
straight to them.
statues.
Send to them.
I just saw one of the statues, and it wasn't a Judge Dredd one. And as soon as I saw it, I had to click into it. Then I realised it was the statues you were talking about, and it was Frankenstein.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the ones
There is
I have
there's
my
three.
eye on are
Wow,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ones.
there's 4 of them
Oh,
I'm
this
going
would
to
be
get.
awesome. Yeah.
There's 4 of them I like, and I'm actually going to show you guys them.
I used to love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely going to order these.
Teenage
My,
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
my favorite, and I don't seem to find anyone else that says, yes, this is my favorite. Everybody wants Johnny, they want Rat, they want Leo, but mine is Michelangelo.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
there is the turtles, yeah, but there's one that's actually not showing
I
up
like
the image.
Splinter. Or Shredder.
So-
Splinter or
so-
Shredder was he? Which one was he? Splinter or Shredder?
Splinter, Shredder is the
He's a sensei, isn't he?
is the clan leader. Shredder, Splinter's the rat, isn't it?
Yeah, Splinter
No,
is the Rat.
Splinter's the rat,
But
and
he's
Master Splinter, and Shredder is the head of the clan, the Foot Clan.
The Foot Clan,
ah right, of course, because Splinter is sort of their sensei, isn't he? He's like
Yes.
yeah.
Right.
I like
The one of
Splinter.
them's not showing up properly on this, which is annoying me. So I'm going to actually share this. I've not found the Judge Dredd one at all yet.
Oh,
But
it's on there.
I've not found it yet, but it's only because these ones. This one here, look at that one. I can't
Look
see.
at
I can't get a
Mikey up
decent
there.
picture. I can't
Oh,
get
they're
a
killing
decent
me with
picture of it.
these.
Oh no,
Killing
click
me.
in on them and you'll get.
No, I did. It does not. It's not showing. So if I click on that one, it's not. Look, no image.
Oh,
Oh,
But
that's
I don't know
weird.
why. But
it might be that one
look
is
at.
new, but if you click on Mikey, you will
Look.
see.
Oh no, but look at that one. Look, but
Michelangelo.
how's that one look? That's with the.
That's
He's
pretty
basically.
cool
He's got
looking.
the. So I want to see what that one is. You can see what the price is going to be.
Yeah.
£55.
Well,
So
that's
it's
Is
got
not
the
a
that
information
deal
here.
or
breaker.
But look at these ones.
There we
Oh
go.
my God. Which one is that?
£55.
Now is that? I don't know about the face on that one. That one's a bit better.
Uh-huh.
That look is a
So
bit
it's a
better.
posable. It's a
I
posable
would
figure,
say
but
this one would be perfect if you have like a cabinet and you have some
yeah.
LED strips on the bottom, so you can give
Look
like
at that one.
uplifting.
Definitely getting that one.
Yes, Jim, I agree. Yeah, that would be good.
It would be great.
Oh,
These
that's
would be great
awesome.
because these are the plasticky types, so they're posable and
Yeah.
you can see with the bits. They're more plasticky, right? Thingy.
Yeah, but
So I think they would
he's
be
like
great in a display cabinet where you can't get your hands on them. I think they'll look good. Look at that one. I'm definitely getting
that
that
was
one.
cool. Yeah, that's only
Yeah.
£25. Yeah, that's not bad.
Look at
Oh,
that
that's
one as
cool.
well.
Oh,
That's nice. And that's only £25. That's
So
not bad.
see,
Oh,
well,
Mikey,
you say
it's
only
what you said.
£25, but you realize there's about 100 of them you want.
yeah,
That's what
well,
I'm saying. That one there, you could get the different. Look, you even get a net. You get two heads. You get different hands.
25 times, 100
Yes.
is still a lot of money.
Yeah. And that one there, you get the
You get a bat
extra
as
hands
well.
and a bat. You get a bat so you can turn into it. That's
A
what I'm
little
saying. I
batty.
definitely want those. But look at that.
Well, that's a cool one. What's her face look like? I'm so picky with the face, the sculpt on the face.
Oh, there's a face there, and then you've
Doesn't look
obviously
bad
got
from here.
as a vampire. And so I quite like that as well. So I think the Universal Monsters one, I definitely want to get. So I do. But the problem is with this one, you can't
Hey, Carl
actually view it.
Jude.
So, but that's the statues, and I've not found a Judge Dredd one.
Is that actually a statue? That looks like it has some articulation around the elbow.
Some of them have, but this is under the statues tab. Statues and figurines.
I wonder though why you can't see the Judge Dredd ones, because they're
So
literally
let's
on the
do.
front page.
Let's
Interesting,
see.
yeah. maybe they haven't gotten
Maybe they're not
the
there yet.
photos,
Oh, there they're
like the
there.
actual images
There they're
down.
there. Judge Dredd. Oh, you get a Clegg as well as the 4 Dark Judges. You get Judge Giant as well.
I don't know anything about the Judge Dredd universe, so I'm not too sure.
I just a wee
Other
bit.
than Judge Dredd.
Scroll down. There you go. Judge Dredd collection there. And it's pre-ordering. But I think these are like 1/6 or something. 1/8. Oh, they're actually 1/8, but they're statues so that you can't move them.
Okay, so they're like, yeah, they're completely put like
But the
solid
Judge Dredd,
statues.
yeah, Judge Dredd one looks
The
really
Cleggs are
good.
great. Look at that. I want a Clegg.
That's a cool one.
So that is a cool one. I definitely want one of those. The foot soldiers of Judge Chief Judge Caligula. Chief Judge Cal. 30 quid. I definitely want one of those. The Dark Judges I quite like. Do you know where I saw these initially?
I like it with the
Believe it or
skull.
not. Where is it? There was a group. There was one. It wasn't a Big Chief. There was one of these. I can't even find it. I'd seen online, and I have got it bookmarked somewhere, and it's an American company. So obviously it's linked with Big Chief because they had these same figures.
Mm.
And somebody sent me a link to it. But
What's
I
that one with the
definitely want
skull?
Judge Giant. Judge Giant's great as well.
Yeah, that's a cool figure. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
really cool. What's that one next to it?
The one next to Judge
The
Giant.
skull. It's got like a.
Oh, that's Judge Death. You've got Judge
Oh,
Death.
see.
You've got Judge Fear. You've got Judge Mortis. And
Judge
the other
Mortis,
website I
that's
was
the
doing,
one.
Judge Mortis. You've got Fire, Fear, Death, and Mortis. The 4
See,
Dark
my
Judges.
inner Pratchett fan loves anything to do with skulls and death.
But that's it there.
That's great. That's true.
But this is something I'm looking up at the moment because I'm still figuring out how am I going to get Ming and Gordon in the background. And I've done a little bit of research because I also do a little bit of model painting and like handcraft and everything. And there is a color called Perfect Black, which is light absorbent. So even though you have LED strips and whatnot hanging all over, the paint color is so absorbent of light
You're not going to get
that
a reflection.
it doesn't reflect. And I've seen some amazing stuff on YouTube where they built an X-Wing chasing a TIE fighter, and they run LED wires from the board up. So there are LED wires, and you can see the blaster shots coming through, and they're lit up. But the background and everything that is painted, you don't get the reflection. You just get that one light shot that's coming out from the X-Wing and hitting the.
Superb. I've seen the great one that. Who was it? It showed it on their thing. It's the Enterprise and a classic clinging bird of prey.
Oh,
And I think it's a bird of prey firing on the Enterprise. So the two of them are sort of mounted like that with the thing, and it's a light. So it is. So the two of them are actually on a stand, and it's like a night light. So you switch on, and it's the fire, which is the glowing light. Which I thought, ooh.
Yeah, I'd basically be keeping the lights off all the time just to be able to see it.
Something I did to my dragon. So it's,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you put that. You showed us so that you could actually see it properly in the night. Yeah, that was cool.
Of it, yeah, but it's just one trying to actually.
I think you knocked yourself.
You've lost your sound, PJ. A little bit of crackling.
Yeah, it's to do with my setup. It's been burgers. How's that?
You're back. A little bit of crackling, but you're back.
Yeah, I think what's happened is, see, my back, my mic moves because of it, and my chair. I think the bits broken, so it keeps going like that. So I keep hitting my mic, and that's what it is. It just keeps going
Yeah.
click, bang, bang, click, bang. Big
At
chin,
the
little
moment,
mic.
it's all right as long as
It's
you're
fine
not
now.
interfering with your microphone.
Yeah, big chin, little mic. Keep on hitting it every
Yes.
time I
No
go.
touch
Whoop.
mic. No touch mic.
Uh-huh. So it's my chair. The stance on it is meant to have a click, and every time I try to click it into place, it does not register. So I think I need to turn it upside down to find out if I've knocked something off it. It's typical break stuff. Big fat ass. That's basically. I'm going to actually order a load of that stuff. The pre-order stuff. Deposit only. I ain't paying a lot because considering I've seen 10 of them, that's £250. I can't afford that. I've got a grandson coming soon.
I
It's,
know.
it's,
I
it's
know.
like what I said. It's only 25 quid, but then you realize it's like,
It's,
oh,
aye. It's
I've
only
just
25
added 40 of
times.
them to the.
Times.
Yeah.
It's only 25 times. But yeah. But it's the problem is I want them all. All I need to do is
Yeah, that's the
convince my wife
problem.
to
Yeah.
get me a bigger room.
Well, at least the smaller ones aren't doing like what's the ones I got, because they were basically just a shotgun blast to my wallet. It's like,
Yeah.
there's like nothing left. But I do not regret it, and I'm definitely getting more of those kind of figurines. If I
Yes.
find it's like I definitely need to get.
You need to get those stands. Remember, I was telling you get what they call them, floating shelves. You
Yep.
basically just put two brackets in, or a bracket in, and it's got two bits of metal sticking out, and the shelf slides onto it, and that just basically is classed a floating shelf, and you can just stand Ming and that behind you.
Yeah,
So you can,
those ideas would definitely come in when I move to a new place sometime
yeah.
in the future,
You
where I
only
can
need to
have a bigger
remember one.
studio.
You only need to remember one thing with those stands. Don't let me put them up. Wobble, 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 wobble. Yeah, I'm terrible at those type of things, so don't let me touch them because I've put stuff up and you go like that and don't bump into it, please, because it'll go. You know, you hear this.
Oh no,
Something's
no!
falling up.
If I'm putting them up on stands and everything, they will literally be, those.
Big 6 inch
What
nail.
is it? Lethal Weapon. Mel
Yeah.
Gibson, when he's pulling that high-rise jumper, he chains him to himself, and they just jump down, and it's like this big air cushion. I will definitely be having them lining around.
Yep. She's right. Shredder does make me think of Plebs. Because you had Copy Boy, Shredder, Water Boy, and Copier.
Okay.
Right. And so basically, yeah. Their jobs were Shredder. So you just get the paper and that's what all his job was, just ripping paper, and he was called Shredder. So it was an office, and that was literally it. So they would stand round. One of them would be Copier. Here, make 4 of those. It's just, and that's basically you, Shredder. Here, rip those up. We don't need them anymore. I love Plebs. The first 3 seasons are better. Once Shredder's gone and they've brought the new guy in, the blonde guy just didn't sit as well. But the 3 main characters, Shredder, the slave, who was
Waterman
basically
fell
more in
inside.
charge, and then you had Waterman, who was the actual writer of it. The guy who played the Waterman. He basically just stand there with a jug. They would call him Waterboy, and he would say Waterman. Basically, that was his big thing. It's Waterman, not Waterboy. But he basically just stood there with a jug. Anybody wanted water, he would have to pour it. And that was basically. I love Plebs. Plebs is just fun.
We totally need to catch up with that because you guys have talked about it so much. That sounds
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's
We've
definitely the
been
first 3
enjoying
seasons are better.
we've been enjoying the Chelmsford 1, 2, 3 clips as well. I haven't
I
had a
love
chance
Chelmsford.
to. I saw that for the first time. I think we both saw that for the first time just this past year, and it was brilliant. It was so funny. We were crying.
Yep. Chelmsford 1, 2, 3. I love the scene with the moon. Did you see the scene, the moon one?
We saw them
A bit.
all, but it's been a while.
Basically, he's sitting there and he goes, "Oh," and he goes, "Sorry, it's the moon. Makes me feel like a wolf." And the other one goes, "Yeah, I'm Pecky's myself." It's just stupid. And that's Blag. And Blag is just hilarious. He comes across with some stuff. It's just a case of, oh, really? Did he just say that? Like, let's all pretend we're at the meal so we could get the food taster. And Blag going, what are you doing? He says, I'm pretending I'm at a meal. And even while he's pretending he's a slob, it's just, he does stupid that. I love Chelmsford 123 because
so funny.
the way they wrote it is just so well done. But the guy who played Waterboy, he actually was he wrote a few of the episodes as well. So he was.
Okay.
And Archer saying he noticed that the Psy judges don't have their names on their badges, they've just got Psy. The reason they don't have their names on their badges is because names have power. So because they use psionic energy, basically. There's judges with crosses on them because they actually deal with demons and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different ones, and you see all the specialist ones don't have their name, and it's because they're dealing with features where if they knew their name, the names have power.
Mm.
So all the judges that are street judges have their name on their badge. So even the TV, even the comic book has that within their lore. That although they're actually in the future sci-fi, they're basically they deal with demons, they deal with spirits and all that. Arg, arg. But then again, or else I could just go, ow. I still get away with that one. I've just got he's behind me. He's behind me.
I'm surprised the dogs don't go mental when you do that.
They can't hear the shit. They can't hear the echo.
Ah, right.
Because I can't hear the echo because I've got headphones on. So the dog can't hear the echo, and they've been banished because they've been doing nothing but bark all day today. So they have. So they've been really, really just shut up. I've got a wee fly in my room, and it's annoying me. It just flies right in front of me. It's so small, nobody else can see it except me. So every time you see me do that, that means I'm trying to catch the bloody thing.
Yep.
Yeah, the old Airfix. I've not had an Airfix model done for a long time. I think I got it that time.
Oh, that was very ninja.
Yeah, very Karate Kid.
That was very Karate Kid. Yeah, got to catch it in the chopsticks. That I would love to see.
Kelly Inch knows it. Waterman. Copier and Grumio. Grumio's the slave. That's it. And Grumio's a slave that does what he wants. Basically, he's just a lazy bugger. Right, Grumio, clean up. No, you do it. Oh, the boys are back in. What is it, bud?
Boys
he's just
are back in
because
town.
obviously you're talking to somebody no actually paying me attention. So, right. Say hi.
Hiya. Which one's that?
That's Buddy.
Hiya, Buddy.
You can tell Buddy's nose is nose long. Benji's got a longer nose and he's a wee bit more of a scruff buff.
And it's okay.
You're no the scruff.
So Buddy's the sort of tidy gent.
Yeah, that was the one. I remember I missed his grooming one time, and he basically looked like a fur ball. Didn't you? Mm-hmm.
Oh,
right. You want to bug off now? You want to bug off now?
He's like, no, Dad, I want to stick around here with you.
Yeah, it's not definitely a screw fix.
Oh, I say. Oh, it's a Revell.
The hood is superb. I would love to see. You need to actually see. Remember, as you're building it, take wee clips as you're building it, and then just put them all together into one build.
That would be cool. Yeah, just like a
I probably need to get myself one of those GoPro cams or something, so I can have it takes a snapshot once every 5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Colin, that's a good start.
Yes,
how
excellent
you liking
job.
Hey,
Cam.
I also have the Bismarck, by the way, but due to moving and everything, it got it met its final fate.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry to hear that.
It's all right. It's actually the building that is fun. And it gets a bit discouraging when you're starting out with these model building and everything, and then you see these people building the dioramas and everything. It's like, you can do
Yeah,
that?
that is really impressive. Yeah, I love those too.
Yep. See, Kelly Inch knows her stuff with that. Plebs. Definitely.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Played the American scientist in David Tennant's Sontaran episode. Ooh.
Yep. In Plebs, he's literally got a Beatles haircut. He's literally his hair down here and it's bobbed out. It's like a Beatles haircut. He just look. Basically, the three of them just work so well together. Season 4's not as good, but you've still got you've still got two out of the three main characters, and a lot of the supporting characters are still the same. So there's a continuation throughout. They just Shredder's gone. He's obviously moved on because he went on to do other stuff. However, I would definitely recommend the first 3 seasons of Plebs. Same as I would recommend the first 3 seasons of Coupling. Because once Jeff
Yes,
left,
yeah, you
it's
said.
not as good.
Oh, I saw Coupling today in my charity shop raid, but the cases were so broken and there was so much scratches on the CDs.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it cost 50p to have a CD cleaned up if you go into CX,
Yeah.
the sex shop.
But if the case is all spattered and everything, it's not as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I picked this up today, and it turns out I already had it, so I put it back in for back to the charity shop or
Doctor Who
Oh,
Trivial
cool.
Pursuit.
Doctor Who Trivial Pursuit. I got it for
Oh, that's
10p.
cool.
So
Holy
basically,
cow.
but I've already got it. I thought I hadn't, so my
Yeah, but
friend might
that's.
actually like it.
Yeah, I was going to
So
say, you'll find use for it.
Yep.
Colin just said you had something up that Colin had put in the chat just now, which was pretty interesting, about John Pertwee's
basically served in
military
the Hood.
service.
I
Yeah.
thought John Pertwee was posted to the Hood, but it sank before he got posted. Basically,
Not
it was
sure.
already out manoeuvres. I heard about him serving on the Hood, or at least he was posted to it. I thought he had been posted to it, but he never actually went. He was never aboard it in it because it was already out at sea and was waiting for when it came back. That's what I heard, but it's more than likely Colin, who is actually a hell of a lot smarter than I am, probably knows a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know
That's
that kind of
fascinating
details
fact.
on the Hood, but I do know that the Hood got sunk by
Yeah. By the Bismarck, was it not?
two-factor combination. So it had good armor, except for the deck, and it was a very, very lucky shot. It might
I
have been
think
the
it was it
Bismarck
not
that
the
sunk it.
Bismarck. It actually hit it, and it hit it in its magazine rack, and
Yeah,
the magazine rack exploded, and it went down in 2 minutes. And I think only four people survived.
So rather than being protected, which is where it had good armor, so if you hit it from the side, it would have been able to survive, but it actually came in on the deck, straight into the munitions area.
And basically, I think that's what happened to the Hood, and I'm sure it was the Bismarck that did it. It got it. They were hunting down the Bismarck, and the Bismarck sunk the Hood. And I think there was something like 4 people survived. It was a very small number compared to. I think it was something like 700 odd people served on it. It's been a while since I've actually read up the stuff on the Hood. I didn't obviously catch that fly there again.
There is probably tons of stories around these, and I mean, these ships are absolute monsters.
Oh, aye.
In terms of the size and what they can do. The fact that we've had battleships for, I think it's more than 100 years now, that can shoot so far that they actually go over the curvature of the Earth and still hit something because they have detection that it is there.
Yeah,
the rest is trigonometry and all that.
Yeah. So Colin says he thought he was in sick leave at the time. So honestly, I thought he was, but it could be sick leave. And yes, John Pertwee is in a funny thing happening away to the forum. So is Buster Keaton. Is in a funny thing happened in the way to the forum. He plays the guy that runs around the 7 Hills. So he does Buster Keaton. John Pertwee, I think, plays. Does he not play an old soothsayer? I'm sure he does in the funny thing. Because I've got the Frankie Edwards funny thing happening in the way to the forum. It's just hilariously funny. Lurkio, I think it was one of his. Frankie Edwards usually was Lurkio in a lot of his stuff. So yes, obviously there was the Up Pompeii movies and the TV show. He played Lurkio on it, and I think he played a similar character. It might not have been the same name. There you go. He was a crew member on HMS Hood and was transferred off the ship for officer training shortly before it was sunk by the German battleship Bismarck, losing all but 3 men. All but 3. So I knew there was a very low number. I thought it was 4, but there you go. Yeah. The Bismarck was the one, and that's why they were hunting the Bismarck, because it was such a beast of a battleship.
I mean, it is still such a gorgeous looking ship.
It is, yeah.
What you definitely need to do is, when you're building it, do a every time you put something onto it, snapshot, and then just put them all together and just have a.
Yeah. That would drive me nuts.
Yeah, that's just another superb one. Definitely, you need to actually do a build video.
Comfortable.
Yep.
Or else you just basically just record the whole hours and hours, and then just put them in, and then just compress it.
Well, it is something I'm really bad at when it comes to this. I still have a Warhammer Recruit set, which is basically the first 16 figures you ever build. They're basically supposed to be snapped, put together, and then paint a little bit. But this is like 20 minutes on. It's like, figuring that out, reading manual, putting it together, and it's like, now I need a 5-minute break. And then you come back, and then it's another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm really slow at building stuff.
Yeah. I remember when I was younger building it, it was the plastic cement. I always used plastic cement. My cousin was better at it than me, because he would paint everything on the sprue. Then he would start building it. So anything that was inside, so that the pilot, the seat, and all that, he would paint it. Then he would start building it, and then once he'd built anything that he knew was going to be inside, was painted. Anything he knew was on the outside, he would paint them afterwards, because it made it easier because of the camouflage. So then he would put it all together, then he would paint it, and then he would lacquer it, and then put it in stands. So his always looked great, whereas me, I would glue mine all together, then paint it. So the guy was always grey inside the cockpit. But that's why I wasn't a big one for mine was tanks. I preferred my tanks, because that way, if you had a guy, he usually get glued on standing up, so at least you could paint him once you'd done it. So I used to do that. So I used to have mine was preferred with tanks. The ships, I only did a couple of ships, and they were just too much for me, because they were so big in the amount of stuff. But I used to get when I was younger, it was the glue, the wee squeezy glue. Eventually you had to roll it to get a wee bit of glue. But as I was growing up, I found my perfect glue, and it was the one with a long, thin pipe, so you could get very intricate dots of this plastic cement. So you didn't go and it poured all out, and then you had to clean all the things off before it stuck. You suddenly do that, and you've got 3 wheels and a tire track all glued together, and you can't get them off because you've too much glue. So it's things like that. It was trial and error. I don't know how many times I actually had to buy the same model because I screwed it up, because the glue was the wrong glue. Basically, or else it came out too much and the things glued together. You try to pull them apart, and because it's plastic cement, it just melts them.
I loved like other types of. I loved jigsaw puzzles, and I had endless patience to do those, but I didn't have the patience to paint the model work, even though I wanted those models so bad. I used to love to go in the store when I was a kid, and I'd see the Revell models and all the different, things, and I always wanted to do one of those, but I was never really patient enough with the painting side of it, and I just didn't think I was going to finish it.
Yep.
My dad was very good with things like that. He built, he had a beautiful model ship, like a big whaling ship thing, and he'd built, and it even had like it had actual like little rope for the sails and things like
wait
that.
to
It
see
was
this.
stunning.
This is going to be coming up soon. It's one of my clips. See if I can find it. It is from Chance in a Million. It's the whaling ship. When you were mentioning it, see if I can
Yeah,
find
he grew
the
up
one.
in New Bedford, Massachusetts, so that was sort of a big part of his childhood.
Right. Fire the Harpoon, it was called. Right. I'm just going to fire it up beforehand.
It's an awful thought now to think back, that they did that, but it's a part of history, and it just, like I say, some of the models are just absolutely stunning.
Yeah. Well, this one you might actually like this clip. I'll put sound on it. Right. This is from Chance in a Million, and he had a whaling ship. Right. So hold on. Take that off as well, and we'll play it.
Fire! Fire!
That's Simon Callow.
It's voice activated.
Voltage too low
fire.
for you, is it?
He's
Got
got it
something
voice
for you.
activated.
Is everything all right, Tom?
Yes, all's well.
Oh, I thought I heard someone shout, fire. Can manage quite well.
Perfect.
That's one of Tom's models, isn't it?
Norwegian whaler, Uncle.
I didn't know anyone else was allowed to touch them. He was always very attached to them.
I'm quite attached with myself at the moment. Oh, would you? Thank you.
Having to carpet around with her
Oh,
because
sorry, Uncle. I just need a few Valium before I drive myself to hospital.
Hospital?
Got a harpoon in her,
basically,
that is what I miss that TV don't do anymore. The brilliant banter back and forth, and it's like it's a mortal insult that she's received, but it's all her own doing, really.
it's just the fact that he's sitting there going, fire, 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 fire. I heard somebody say fire. Don't. But it's the same idea. Chance in a Million is just one of those TV shows I love because Brenda Blethyn is absolutely amazing, and Simon Callow.
I love Brenda Blethyn. I thought that was Simon Callow. Yeah.
Simon Callow plays Tom Chance. Chance in a Million. He basically anything it can go wrong will go wrong.
Right.
That is the thing. The same guys who wrote that, I think, wrote The British Empire, which had a guy that things happened round about him and he was oblivious to. Tom, things happened around about him, but he was fully aware.
Isn't that quote though? Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Isn't that like Murphy's Law?
Murphy's Law.
Guy
Murphy's Law, yeah.
In IT today.
Yeah. But then basically, things happen round about him, good or bad, he just accepts it. So, like, for instance, he doesn't work because he's got 10 premium bonds and 5 of them have won that regularly that he doesn't need to work. And people don't believe him. Like, he'll go in with raffle tickets, he'll buy 5 raffle tickets and there'll be 50,000 sold, and his 5 raffle tickets will win. All 5 of them. He'll get the 5 top prizes, that type of thing. But it's the same idea. Like, for instance, a murderer's been seen, and as he's walking down, he's just so happens to be dressed the exact same as the murderer, and he'll get arrested. And it's things like that. Anything that happens. Bill Pertwee plays in it as well. He plays the sergeant, and he's in it the very first episode. He's in it the last episode, and he's in it throughout here and there. He's not a regular in it, and it's all about how anytime he gets in trouble with the police, he has to actually come and bail him out because he's aware of he's always, for some reason, gets caught in these things that are just innocent. Like, for instance, if something falls off a roof and knocks someone out, Tom will come out the door holding a hammer and just as the police walk past, that type of thing, and they'll get arrested because it looks like he's just assaulted someone. And it's that type of coincidence happens throughout. Hence the reason why you've got the bit where he's shouting fire, 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 and she walks in, just says the word, and
That was hilarious. Hi, Disaster Area. Thanks for joining us.
yes, I need to actually catch up. I'm actually a wee behind with the things. Yes, Jim, what you need to do is get one of these for your ship. Where is it? A teeny one of them for your ship. Just have that sitting somewhere on a ship. A wee teeny one. A 1/720 scale one, a wee teeny blue. Even if you just get a wee blue rectangle and just paint it and just stick it in the corner, you have Bill
that would be
Pertwee.
cute. Yeah.
So you have John Pertwee on it. That would be perfect. Red Dwarf. In Red Dwarf, there's a TARDIS in the corner. In one of the flyby shots, you see all the recesses. There's a hand, a Crichton hand in one of the corners, but there's also a TARDIS in the corner of Red Dwarf. It's the early seasons.
We saw that at the time when we did the
behind.
watch through of those, but I can't remember now.
Yep. They used to do that all the time, but yes, you definitely need to get a John Pertwee. There you go.
Because I know there's one in Chelmsford 123 because you posted the link up the other day. But
yep, that's the bit where the two of them are actually going to Britain, and they're dragging along. They cool down because it's raining. You see the TARDIS in the background,
he just
and then he comes out and goes like that,
and then he goes.
He's back in.
That was
basically
great.
It's the best pop in. And just basically they couldn't actually say you're using our property because it was a BBC thing, but it was also the fact is, how do you know it's a property? All you just see, you didn't hear it, you just saw it, and it appeared.
Yeah,
and then
I just love that.
So it's not as if it was even a major part of the stuff. But Chelmsford 123, one of the guys had actually mentioned that on the clip, you see the pillow, the cushion flying in, sliding in behind him. And it's one of those things because you knew he's going to get, and he's going to fall back. But they actually did it in such a way that as he walked in, you could see the mattress getting slid in behind him. It's just been a glitch, and they've not cut it out properly. But you see that, and somebody actually commented on that one of my videos that happened. So they did. So we silly things in Chelsea 123 like that, and you had Blag occasionally will say things like, "Oh, look at the time," and he'll go, "Well, I've just had one of my visions," and it's because he would do stupid things like that. It was the type of thing that was it Phil Silvers used to do it. Phil Silvers was in I think it was like a Pompeii one, and the Phil Silver was a similar character. Would say things like he would say things about the future, and it would be a case of, "Oh, what did I just say?" Because he didn't understand. So you've just taken that out of the box, put the basics together.
No. This is something I've been working on for probably 6 months.
So what one's that?
This is actually the Bismarck. But even
so you're going to have the Bismarck and the hood.
I'm not sure if it can be seen. This here is supposed to be one of the guns, and I'm trying to get it in shot, but basically the barrel of it is no thicker than a strand of hair.
Yes.
It's that tiny, and you have to be that careful. But
yes,
there are the layers. So you do build this together. You put the stuff on.
I see. I remember doing all that. I remember the ones that I tried once. Remember you got your pirate ship? I tried that once, and as soon as I opened the box and I saw all the rigging, I put the lid back on the box and gave it away. Because the rigging, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do that rigging.
Yeah, no.
Well, I can actually do that. So give me a couple of seconds. I'm just needing to balance things. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, but yeah, that looks good. So he'll have the Bismarck and the hood. So he needs to do is as he's building the hood, he needs to put fireworks inside it, so you can just have the two of them sailing and go.
And after all that work, man.
You remember when you're doing the Bismarck, you've got the Bismarck and the hood. You have to have the hood full of fireworks and press a button. After the weeks and weeks of building it.
But here you have the Bismarck.
That's the difference.
That's the difference in scale.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that 1 to 1720?
I have to check the box, but I believe it's a difference. I think it's 1280 because the Bismarck is significantly larger than the hood. But because you obviously need them to kind of fit on the same shelf, so to speak.
So that's the reference is it's a lot smaller. So, but yeah, look at the difference in the two.
God, that ship is freaking gorgeous. It
Yeah,
really is.
that's
I
what I'm saying.
love
I said to Jim at the time, it's a shame he hadn't actually just taken a snapshot every day as he was building it and just do the video just of it being
I
built. Just,
remember, yeah, I remember you were
for
showing
this one, I might
it.
actually be able to dig up some shots, but you will have to
I
give me
hope
a
so.
couple of moments.
But you definitely, next time you get in one like that, you do a build video. Even if it takes weeks and just do a wee bit every day, just a couple of seconds of every, and then just put it all together. That would be a superb one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
built.
saying. I'm probably going to have to buy something like a GoPro cam where you can set it to take like a shot once every 10 seconds or something, and you can do just a speed time lapse.
Yeah.
Because this one, absolutely and thoroughly fun to just put together and get all the pieces where they need to be. I mean, the details are absolutely amazing. If you look at the hook, the teeth, everything on the front of the
I
ship.
just love that. What's that bit that's sort of
Flapping about?
wobbling a little bit there?
It's gone off.
It looks
the
like
hook.
a spinnaker. It looks like a spinnaker. Basically, the front sail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
used to be in my youth. I used to
class.
do a wee bit of sailing in my youth. As you can see, I used words like spinnaker and throw them out
when
there.
you were Ute.
I think the vessel class would probably be a galleon, probably on that level.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one is 360 pieces, I think, all in all. And I got about 40 more details to put together, and then I need to get some super glue so you don't get the flop.
I've got a figure in here that I can't build, and see if I can find it. I've got too much junk on my desk because obviously I've got my things that I got from the charity shop sitting on the same desk, but I'm trying to see if I can find it. And knowing my luck, I'll never be able to find it. But I thought it was there. And I'm hoping it's not at this side because believe it or not, if it's at that or there, it's there. I think I've mentioned this one before.
Hey, Keely.
And then Colin, yeah, I used to do that, but I never did it with those figures. When I used to build my Warhammer stuff, I would use the sprue to fill gaps because I would have them twisted round and it didn't quite fit. So I would use the cement to actually melt it down, put a wee bit of the plastic bit of cement and actually build it in. So if I wanted to build it, I would do that. So
I'm getting old, and my eyesight is definitely getting poor. But I did, and this is a big tip for anyone that's getting to the same stage, so to speak, but still love this. Even for the big ship, I have one of those manicure shop, big, massive magnifying glass, LED ring underneath, so you get extreme good light and everything. You can really see those fine details when you put it together. It cost me about 25 quid to get one of them. I highly recommend that.
You mean like one of the?
We
You
actually,
mean like
Darren
one
got
of
me
these?
one for my crafting. It's like it's like on a gooseneck, and it's a ring, and it's got the magnifier in the center.
Yep.
And like
I
the
got
ring
a really
fluorescent
big one. I got a really, really big one.
I had one of those. Is the two clips with the magnifier? I had one of those, but I've gone down this route.
Oh yeah, that looks very.
Proper jeweler's glasses.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Well, are they jeweler's glasses or are they watchmaker's glasses?
They're basically
like
jeweler
that.
glasses. So it's got the thing is as well. So yes, you've got your light on it, so you can turn your light on and off. You can actually, it's got the wee magnifier, but it's also got 2 layers.
That is cool.
It's got 2 layers, so you can magnify and then you can magnify more. And then if you need to, actually, you can magnify more.
You look
So you
like
can literally go
Doc
down.
Brown.
Yeah. So I was at one point, I was going to actually build this in and actually have it as a part of my cosplay. So I was
Oh
going to
yeah,
be a cyberpunk type thing with having that in the head, sort of
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
That's
That's cool.
that's
Yeah, I've got
very
this
cool.
for when I'm doing it. So when I that is blurred a bit right up close is great. So yes, I can see that now, but I still can't build it because I'm useless. So I had this. I don't know if I remember. I think I mentioned it before. It's a
Yes,
3D metal one,
yeah.
but look at the size of this,
So
and you can
tiny,
understand
tiny little
it
pieces.
is tiny, tiny. And I was told by someone who has built it or built something similar to it that it is uber sharp. So you get 2 of these, and that builds a helicopter. So there's the figure.
Thor's hammer.
Yeah,
Um,
you've got the
look
Thor's
at those
hammer one.
tiny little pieces.
Yeah, look at that's a thing.
Wow.
Look at the finger. That's basically the size of it. So you could just that's
Yeah,
right.
that's
And look
really,
at the
really
intricate
tiny.
pieces.
Oh my
And
God.
look at the intricate pieces. You can actually see all my junk sweeties sitting there with the reflections.
Yeah.
Chris, Chris,
I've only ever completed one of these, and it was
Making me
actually NCC 1701
yeah.
/D.
Well, I got this, and I realised that I would not be able to build it. There's the instructions for it.
Mm, yeah.
And I've got the glasses to do it. I just not got the capability anymore to do it, which
Yeah.
is a shame. So it's still sitting there
You
for if
just
I ever
need to
find
learn how
somebody
to
who can do
become a
it.
southpaw.
Yeah,
You just need to learn how to become a southpaw.
I'm learning how to become a
That's awesome.
southpaw, but because when you're building things like that, you need to use both hands,
Yeah,
and having one hand is not
definitely
fun.
need the
So
fine motoring.
maybe maybe when we get a chance to do a
Right.
meetup, Jim, you can actually build it and show me what it actually is meant to look like.
Oh, are you telling me if we do a meetup, I need to bring all my toys and tools?
No. All I'm saying is I'll hand that over and then you can build it and then show me on stream what it's meant to look like after the fact.
That definitely sounds like a plan. I
Yeah.
mean, that Thor's hammers has been on my to-do list for probably, what is it, October last year. So 3 plus 5 months, well, we almost made, so 8 months. But I do have Bismarck Hood. Still need to finish the big ship.
Yeah.
It's still ongoing, but it
Yeah.
is something.
And
that's
Colin's
just
right there as
enjoyable.
well. Modeling videos. I have watched a few. I watch a lot of the one when they're building Warhammer 40k or
Chill
stuff like
out,
that.
dude.
But I do like watching the occasional model building videos.
Mhm.
This is my
Now that looks
I'd
cool.
enjoy.
Nice.
This was the
Hold on,
leg-
hold on. Right. There.
There he is. I love his like this dog thing.
That looks cool. What is that? I
This is the one
recognise the
Alex
dog.
was talking about. Oh God, I'm so bad. I can't think of the range, the Lego range at the time. But I mean, I did this probably about 10 years ago.
That
Is
looks
this
cool.
the Ninja Go something?
This was the he's just I just love this thing. It's just so cool.
It
That
definitely looks
I love the dog. The dog just looks amazing.
Does he? I know he's really cool, and he's on like a leash, but his jaws close as well, so you can actually
Oh,
close his jaw.
superb.
Oh, nice.
Was that from a range from a cartoon or something like that?
I don't know. It was a Lego. Alec would know immediately because we were talking about the. But yeah, they're like forever joined at the hip because of the lead. But they
It definitely looks like Ninjago.
Yeah, I'll have a look now when I put these down. But I absolutely love these, and they were in storage for ages, and I finally found them and took them back out again, and they
just look superb. So they
they
do.
hung
Yeah. I'll
and he's
pop the link in the chat for what I think it is, but
Yeah.
that looks amazing.
Right.
yeah.
Kelly Inch is saying, have you ever watched the guy who does the restore of old stuff? I watched the guy who does the restore of old geeky stuff. So he did the Batmobile. He's done some really good stuff. Like he did the old TIE fighter. Somebody gives him a Batmobile and it's all bashed and bent, and he literally rebuilds it from scratch. So he strips it all down, rebuilds it. Any bits missing, he rebuilds them using resin and stuff like that. Then he paints it back to the original colours and puts it all back together. Even creates new tires using resin, using one of the tires as a template, builds it within resin and stuff like that. I've watched a lot of those. They're really good.
Why can't I remember stuff? I always forget stuff. What was the name of
Midway
that?
I
Minis.
think
I
Colin in the
don't
chat
know.
might actually be closer than the Ninjago. He said Bionicle.
But thank you. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Bionicle. Let's have a wee look.
Bionicles.
But just Google Bionicle and go through the image results that you're getting. There's some fantastic figures in there.
Right, so let's have a look.
This is my like passion. Is I love Lego, and when they came out with these guys, I can remember I just spent hours just building that. It didn't take that long really, because it's all like just snaps together, and you don't have to paint it, you don't have to do anything like that. It's just all snaps together. But yeah, I would love to get more of those.
But the good thing, even though it's quick to assemble, is the fact that you can make so many poses with them.
Yeah.
So yours will be unique to your home or your collection set.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about that. I'm just trying to see, make sure I don't forget anyway, but can I see it? Yeah, there are the Bionicles there. So you've got other ones with
finding mine, because I tried looking for it and I had trouble finding my version.
Basically there's ones that are
you said
similar.
it was 10 years ago, so it might be it's out of print. It's no longer in production.
But you can see bits and pieces from other ones, like for instance, like that guy there, right? You can see it. I'll show you. It's obviously not the same one, but you can actually see bits and pieces. Like you look at that one there. Look at his axe.
Yeah, they made some really cool ones. I wish I'd gotten more at the time.
Yeah,
because they had some really, really cool ones.
And as
I
you
went on
see,
to see if they still had them, but I don't think they're.
So you can see a similarity, like the chain and stuff like that. It's very similar range.
Yeah.
But you can even see bits and pieces from the one you had, as I said, like in his axe. Even things like that. Like, you can see a similarity within them.
Sadly, I don't have the box anymore. But to know, the actual name of it. But
yeah,
I tried Googling it and looking for for that particular one, and I haven't been able to find it.
That's what I'm saying. Within this, you can see similarities, because you showed that weapon. You showed. Look at the similarities, things like that. There.
Yeah, I was just gonna say something. You can see this is listed as a retired product.
Yeah.
Lego is, at least to my experience, a very nice company. They may have listed a product, we don't produce this anymore, but if they get enough people asking for it, they already have the blueprint. They're very happy and ready to go. But it has to be a few people actually asking for it. It can't just be like a one-off.
Yeah.
See that kind of. There's one here that kind of looks. He's got the same gun, but he's got two guns, one on each shoulder, and he doesn't have the dog, and he's not quite the same.
I'm laughing at Colin. I've still got the same idea. I've got some that's painted. I've got some figures.
I'm going to be
that
looking
are
at
done.
these things all night now.
Yeah. One of my friends painted that for me because my paint skills since that is gone. So I
That's
wanted him
lovely.
done properly, and she is an amazing painter. So she is. So
Yeah,
the
that's
just a
beautiful work
shame
on
this
it.
camera doesn't show it, give it justice. But I've
Mm.
got other bits and bobs, old still figures and stuff like that. Like the metal, that's the Hydra. So it is. And I've got my favourite. This is my favourite one. My
Oh
giant
yeah,
skeleton.
that's cool.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
So
I love
I've got a
skeletons.
couple of
Anything to do
others
with that.
metal ones painted, but I've got a box over there, and it's full of plastic ones, unpainted, unassembled. A load of orcs and goblins
Oh
and
God,
skeletons.
yeah. Orcs and goblins, I'm in there.
Yeah, orcs, goblins, and skeletons.
Yes.
I've got loads of.
Yeah, sign me up.
So basically, I had an army. I used to have, as I said, in the past, Warhammer stuff. I had sort of 150 Bretonian knights. I had over 4,000 figures from all my armies because I had 40k as well as fantasy, and I had about 6 armies of each. So all the figures. I like, for instance, I had my Imperial Guard was the one that actually had the pith helmets. So they were all done in white, red. It looked like Rock's Drift. So I had them all painted up like that. So I did. And I loved doing that with them. But unfortunately, not for a long, long time.
Yeah.
My daughter did cross stitch and
See, and I
needlepoint.
would love to learn how to do cross stitch properly because I have some ideas of what I would want to do.
My aunt did a fantastic one, and she said she was trying to find me one because she did a great tiger. And I had asked her if I ever found one that was a geeky one, if she would do it for me. And I never found a cross stitch that was geeky enough. So like maybe having a TIE fighter or the Enterprise or a battle scene. Never came across, and I hunted
Kelly can
backwards and forwards.
probably tell me, but I would have thought you could create your own
Well,
patterns.
because I didn't have the skill to do that, she didn't have the skill. She could make them from a pattern, no problem.
Yeah, but not make
She
the
didn't have
pattern.
the pattern. She couldn't do it. My sister made stuff with the wee crystal beads. You put the beads together, you make it, and then you put a cloth over it and seal it. My sister she did that during the pandemic, so it was something to kill time. So she made a load of them, and she had one of her grandsons wanted a football. She didn't have a football, so she found one of a shooting star, and she did the basics of it, but then she made the shooting star, which was circular, into a football, and it looked like it had been kicked. So she did things like that. So she was good at that, whereas me, I didn't have that practical skill. That is a Minotaur. I've got a couple of Minotaurs, different sizes. So that's a Minotaur, that one. I've got a Beastman sitting next to it. A smaller version. A lot smaller. So that was a Minotaur. This is a Beastman, but it's a lot smaller. At least a half the size. And then you've obviously got.
Oops.
All my videos all over the floor.
I was going to say, I hope that wasn't anything important.
It's just my videos I got today, and there's my troll.
Is that a troll? Yeah, I thought that was a troll. That's cool.
Yeah, I used to love these, but I've not had a chance to actually do any painting of such. I've not had a chance to do any painting of such things. I need to pick all this up. Hold on.
I just hope it wasn't anything. Nothing broke because it sounded a bit expensive.
Oh, it was my glasses you heard clattering. Those wee.
Oh.
So it's still in one piece. Still in one piece.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
And it's okay because Buddy, it landed on Buddy, so he's okay as well.
Oh, Buddy's okay.
He was lying down there. He's moved now for some reason. I don't know why.
He's probably thinking it's not you.
I'm
going out the other room now.
There you go.
Oh, bless him. He must have been horrified.
He's just lying there.
What's going on?
Two of them are in here now, but they're actually just relaxing and chilling. So
Good
they are.
bits. Yes.
Yeah. There you go. Good names for a dog. For the dog.
Oh yeah.
Bionicle. Yeah, I saw that. I will have a look at it later on. I did see it come through. It's the link.
Cool.
So I did start.
My
but
mum
this-
was a big crocheter. She used to crochet. See when she was in hospital, right? Every bed in the ward had a crocheted blanket because she would just start and go, and it would suddenly go whoop, and then she would go right. Finished. Here, do you want that? Then she would do another one. You want that? You want? She used to do that when she passed away. When my sister's first granddaughter was born, my niece was pregnant when my mum just before my mum passed, and my sister says, "Here, my mum gave you that," and then she opened it. It was a pink outfit for the wedding, crocheted. So she knew it was going to be a girl, so she'd actually crocheted a pink one.
Oh, really
lovely.
nice.
But
My mum,
my daughter and my
unfortunately,
sister have actually tried to learn crocheting, but they're still not as good as my mum used to be.
my
Yeah.
mum was unfortunately both the greatest inspiration to like try and pick up needlepoint and cross stitch and all that. And I managed to make like a Christmas tree and like gifts under the Christmas tree and baubles and everything on that. And she was just happily just stitching away. And I showed my results with literally this big beard hanging underneath it because I changed colors and everything.
You want to see my?
She just took
Hang on.
hers up and she showed the front piece of it, and then she just turned it around, and it was a flawless copy on the backside as well. She was that neat, that perfect
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
when it
See,
came.
my mum used to do it. Did you want to see what
Brilliant.
my daughter crocheted for me
Oh, go
a
on.
few
then.
years back?
I recognize the colors instantly. Yes.
Oh, there
Oh,
we
what a
go.
beautiful job.
Doctor Who scarf.
What a beautiful job. That's
Really
amazing.
nice.
Look at it still coming.
That's so
Oh,
my
she's
daughter crocheted that for me
fantastic
for
job.
my 50th because she knew I was always wanting one. It
Oh,
sits
how
in my
lovely is that?
yeah.
Yeah. You need
So,
a
Done a
coat.
great job on it.
You need a hat now so you can drape it on the hat rack.
Yes,
yep,
I need to get a hat rack so I can actually have my outfit just on it. I've got a mannequin there. I might actually, it's a female mannequin, but what I used to do was, because I couldn't get another mannequin, so my nephew had found a female mannequin. So what I did was I got a load of foam and bubble wrap and wrapped it around, give it a bit more stomach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so actually when I was building stuff, I would hang it on the mannequin. At the moment, it's got a night outfit on it because that's what my last thing I was building. I might actually change it and put my Doctor Who stuff on it.
Why
I
not?
need to get a mannequin as well to
Hey, Alec.
build together.
Yeah.
Hello.
And
I
Colin, Bretonians all the way. Hail to the lady. No, I had a Skaven Blood Bowl team. I loved the Skaven Blood Bowl team, but I had a human Blood Bowl team as well. But Skavens never had the army. I had the Blood Bowl. Oh, you've got the recruit union. It's basically the Warhammer. That's the starter pack, isn't it?
Cool.
It is the starter pack, and it comes with
I said that.
really amazing material. But this is literally behind finishing the big ship, the Hood, the Bismarck, Thor's Hammer, and I think there are 3 more projects that I have that comes after that, and I'll literally only open it to like, oh, this is how the pieces work. I've cut out a few things to like put it together, but then it's going to be all the painting and everything. But you get so many brilliant ideas from the book, and it's just so gorgeous. The details, and this is literally like the low end version of the stuff you can actually get.
Yeah, I used to have a big Space Marine one, Chaos Marines as well as
That's
Imperial
gorgeous.
Guard. Chaos Marines. I just love the Chaos Marines, all the spiky bits. Yeah. See,
Cool.
I mean, the figures are great. I used to love the space spikes. They were superb. Because what I did was I tried to make one of them into a Judge Dredd lawgiver, and it didn't end well. It didn't end well. Basically, I'd taken it all apart and tried to make it because the wheels were fantastic for it, but apart from the wheels, everything else just didn't work. But there you go. And see that's the way to do it. You get the basics and then change it to the way you want. Because if you don't like Wuthering Heights, why not change it to the Jane Eyre books?
Absolutely. I much prefer Jane Eyre
Uh-huh.
myself.
Right. We don't want us. See, we've always got a troll on this stream. This time it was just a plastic one.
Those are the good
rather than a
kind.
real one. Uh-huh. The board game. Hero Quest, yes. Uh-huh. There's a new version of Hero Quest out. I've got it on my want list.
Cool.
Unfortunately, I've no got it yet.
Anyway,
I like
yeah, carry on.
I was just going to say, you just missed my Bionicle.
Oh, bad.
I don't
Oh,
like to
well.
say because I know it's sort of, well, it's here if you want me to show it again, but it's I know that's a bit of a sore subject, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, so I just got back from playing snooker anyway.
Oh, nice. Did you do well?
Yeah, I've just beaten my cousin. He
That's
wanted to
fun,
go early. I wanted to stay on
Yeah.
until a lot longer, but no, he just wanted to go early.
Yeah. But beating a 4-year-old doesn't count.
Yeah.
Good one. Anyway, is it possible I can show what arrived in the post today? Because I think you've
Yep.
probably already said. Okay, I'll be
Go
back in
ahead.
a second.
Go for it.
Well, I've got Colin's picture again.
Well, now we know Colin and Alec are the one and the same person. I've just never seen
Oh,
them.
yeah, it is Colin in disguise.
I'll throw my voice. Okay, right. I'm not allowed this till Christmas.
But you have it
This
anyway.
hasn't wrapped yet.
There
Well,
we go.
it's already,
Stingray. Da-na-na-na-na.
I always want to do an unboxing.
Awesome.
So,
That's a stingray, isn't it?
yes.
Oh,
Hey, hold on.
God, that's
Good
brilliant.
book with it as
Hold
well,
on.
yes.
There you go.
You get the
Yeah.
comic
Stingray.
Very nice.
Yep.
and you get postcards. Like so.
Ooh.
Oh, very
Look,
good.
the
That's
Yeah.
some chunky postcards.
Oh no, wait a minute. I thought it was morning postcards. You get an audio. CD.
Very good.
Cool.
You get. I think this is it. This is a postcard. Oh, where is it? It just tells you information and all that on the back.
An infolette.
You get a colour, sort of colouring book.
Oh, that's
Me
so
playing
cute.
colouring in.
Oh, this is interesting. You get a fun book with it.
Ah,
Fun
that's
book.
Look
cool.
at the look at the book.
What a great.
Basically about the right age for this stream.
Yeah, and
Oh,
another thing
definitely.
is,
Wait, this is an age-limited stream?
I love my toys and I don't care who knows.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cigarette
look at
with
that
cards.
collection of cards there.
Cards, cigarette
Whoa.
cards.
Yep.
Nice.
That's a very good haul.
And I'm not allowed this until Christmas time, which is such a crime, Jane. But the one thing is, I've never
Well,
listened to this.
Alec, just do what my mum used to do.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas every day.
It's no good.
Works
My
for
mum
me.
won't commit to that. And
Works for me.
right, so we go on from there. You've got a book that comes with it,
That's
Nice.
superb.
and one badge,
Ah.
one identity card,
Oh, excellent. I love it.
and to finish it off,
The Blu-ray.
Oh, the
Blu-ray.
Blu-ray.
Oh,
Very
Five
nice.
yeah.
discs, completely restored in HD.
Oh, super.
Oh, that's awesome.
That'll be cool. That'll be fun.
Really nice.
Fun.
I think these are still available if you want to grab one, PJ.
Oh, I might actually have to have a look at that.
Yeah, go on Network on Air and look quickly because they do sell out fast. They had the higher expensive ones, but they sold out and they were.
No, it's okay. I'm too much of a cheapskate to get the high expensive ones, unless it's Lauren Harding, Ash with Evil Dead.
I love
and stuff like
Colin's
that.
comment there. You're like Batman and Bruce Wayne. You never see us together.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately,
Wonderful.
I can't have this till Christmas now, so it's got to go
Mama.
back in my mum's room.
What's
and
it
then
called?
she's got to hide it.
Um,
Networkonair.com.
right. Network one here. Just doing a search for it, see what it comes up. Stingray, the complete deluxe edition, Network on Air. £80.
That's the one I've got. No.
PJ's happy.
I'm happy, but I'll need to actually. I don't know if I can add the dig out this month. I'll bookmark that page, but there you go.
As long as the deluxe editions don't sell out, I think
Yeah.
okay. But it's the super deluxe that sold out quick.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
I didn't want the super deluxe because it would have been a bigger box, but yeah, it's just got some tempting stuff in it.
Yeah.
You just got to. But to add extra on this, if you get this in August, I think, or probably July, you get the Super Space Theatre Stingray films restored on HD.
Cool.
The old VHS tape, but now in HD now. So
there you go. Somebody else has got. See Kelly, definitely.
I remember
with
the baseball.
bobbleheads. Nothing wrong with bobbleheads. Hold on.
Mm.
Hold on.
I never really.
Nothing wrong with bobbleheads. Look,
Yeah.
I've got my bobblehead collection up here in front of me.
That is.
Lawrence Hardy bobbleheads and everything. Can't see anything.
You see, PJ, you're getting
Elephants,
outnumbered.
not so much. Coffee
outnumbered
mugs
now.
up there. I've got all my Doctor Who coffee mugs, and I've got Dalek coffee mugs, and I've got a load of different multiple coffee mugs, so I collect them as well.
The Jane
so-
Austen
You're
action
getting
figure. That sounds
outnumbered.
good.
A Jane Austen
So
action
I
figure. Now,
just
there
gave
you go.
you tons of Judge Dredd from Big Chief. It was like,
Yeah,
hey, look,
tell me
they're
about
here.
it.
And then now Alex coming in is like, hey, look at this collection box.
Yes, I know. He basically, Alec, he basically just actually showed us a load of other stuff I'd seen, and it's no fun.
Hey,
No
Matt.
fun. Hi, Matt. But yes, we're just. It's no fun. Stop showing me things that I want to buy because I've been told. Like, wait, I'll show you. I'll show you something. I've got an unboxing for tomorrow, and I'll tell you one thing.
Oh,
I ain't
get
going to
sneak
open it. I'll just show you a sneak peek.
Actually, I'm gonna worry
This is
about-
essentially turning into back in the days when Comic-Con was good. Oh, look at that.
A Funko Soda
Johnny
Figure.
Rico.
Johnny Rico.
Cool. Oh my god, that looks awesome.
So they basically inside there's a figure
God,
which I'm not going to show you, and you get each of them have got a wee cap.
Nice.
Tells you a wee bit about it, but
Cool. I love the
there's a
can.
there's a box opening for tomorrow. 5 figures.
Where did you get that? Because I'd love stuff like that.
I'll send you the link.
Appreciate it.
I
Yeah.
came across basically that you can go into the Funko website as well, and there's a load of them. I got 5, all different, no 2 from the same collection, and I got a actual Funko, a new Funko, which is going up in the box opening. But I'll give you a flash of that one because that's obviously it's a Funko.
And here I'm sitting here, it's like, oh, I need to save money. I need to get the picture.
Yeah, forget it.
Like, nope. It's not
Any
gonna
guesses? Any guesses?
happen. Brown hair, dark eyes.
Captain Kirk.
Nice, good spot.
Really
Nice. I like the
good.
pose as well in the
Sitting
calm.
on his
Yep.
chair. You can get there's a range. There's 6 in this range,
They've got
so
the
you can
pose
get him
right as
sitting in
well.
his chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get him sitting in his chair. You get him standing. You also get can, and it's not the new can.
Oh, it's the proper calm.
It's the proper can. You've also got Spock from the Mirror Universe. You've got Zulu, and you've got Uhura from the same range. So no Scotty, no Bones from this range. There might be another set of this range. It's got more, but just on this box, it shows
Yeah.
this and 5 others.
We'd need like a bigger.
Just nope. Just
How
nope.
cool is
Hold
that?
on,
I actually found the Seven Dwarfs collection.
missed it again. Yeah, look at that one. That is
the
just
Snow White Grumpy cosplay mini
Yeah.
backpack.
That's his. I know, and that is his pose. You know, he's
yeah, it is his
sat
pose.
there in
As
the
soon as I
chair.
saw it, I
Yeah.
had to pick it up. It's the only Funko I got proper Funko. The other ones were the soda can Funkos. So that's a sneak preview. But there's 5 soda cans being opened in my video for tomorrow night.
Nice.
Going
But
to
yeah, I was a
Comic-Con
happy
this year
camper.
sometime, getting more toys.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
always a tough one. Yeah. Depends on who's at Comic-Con, I suppose. And how, I mean, yeah. It depends on who's at Comic-Con.
It does. I mean,
Yeah.
some people are really interesting, but I will say, and I'll find the link and I'll drop it in both in private and public chat. But Comic-Con before the lockdown that I usually went to was called the Sci-Fi Weekender.
Mm-hmm.
And here in UK, they literally rented out the entire caravan park and converted it into literally a sci-fi weekend event. And if you belong to people like me that have gone for years and years and years, you're part of the VIP. So you can arrive Thursday evening. So by the time the fun starts on Friday lunchtime sometime, you're already there.
You're already sobered up.
Well, this is the thing with Sci-Fi Weekender. You're never sober. But I will share it, and you can probably show it later on the screen, PJ. But I'll dig up a link for the main website. It's so fantastic because I've been having pints of beer, and when I say pints, I mean plural, with the guy that played Icheb in Star Trek Voyager. It was literally one of his first major ones where he realized that, hey, I can actually sit and chill out with my fans.
Yeah, right before
That's
they board his
really
eye
cool.
out. Before they board his eye out.
Yeah, before all that nonsense happened. And I think Icheb, I forget the actor's name. I think that was 2013 sometime. And he was just so amazed that, hey, British pub culture, lots of pints, everybody's by. He's a celebrity. He's got a lot of money, and everybody just goes like, no, don't worry. You just chuck a 10 quid bill into this glass over here. Everybody around the table have contributed. Go back and forth, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll go and grab it. I'll grab the cash, put it back in there. He was just so amazed by it. He was really surprised. And it's also the same event or event managers that made me literally stand so close that I could hug Sam J. Jones and Brian Blessed.
Yeah, I remember.
So
you saying that, yeah.
they don't bring in small stars. They bring in some really good ones. But I'll drop the link in both places. Hopefully we'll be allowed in the YouTube chat. I'm just going to find the link for it.
Lovely.
Kelly, you might be really lucky and get Jodie. Sorry, didn't wish that on anybody. Or Mandit. Yeah, sorry for that noise. That was me making my coffee. I'm getting another coffee machine. That's my third coffee machine. I've got one in the kitchen. I've got one here, and I'm getting a third one. One that actually makes proper coffee with it. so I can make a full espresso and everything. Yum, 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 yum.
You get the milk frother and everything, but
Yes.
do you have the proper bean grinder?
Not yet, but that'll be part and parcel when I get the new one, which is basically proper milk, and it'll have the proper beans and everything. So this one is just a pod. It's my Dolce Gusto, and I've got two of them. I like them that much. One in the kitchen, one in the bedroom, in the man cave. Basically, just because I can have them every so often, but I keep forgetting how noisy it can be.
I'm really spoiled at work because the floor I'm working on is also the floor where we have the 24/7 crowd. So we have fresh coffee beans, grinder, fresh milk, fresh frothing, all of that. You just put your glass in, press a button. I want the cappuccino, I want the latte, I want the mochaccino, whatever you want. Just a button push, 30 seconds later,
Well,
there it is. Away you go.
Down here, I've got a wee shelving unit, and in my shelving unit, I've got my coffees. My Dolce Gusto, that is an Americano. I've got my flat white, that's my favourite. That's the one that I drink a lot of. And then I've got my latte macchiato. So I do
I
like
like the sound of that one.
Yeah. The latte macchiato is better than the cappuccino. The cappuccino's nice as well, but the latte macchiato's a lot sweeter. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I need to actually, that's why I'm trying to get one that's proper milk rather than the powdered milk, because it's better for me, considering the amount of coffee I drink. It's thingy, but yeah, I do like my coffee. The best coffee I ever had is always when I go to the States. Proper
Yeah, we
coffee.
do coffee. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
we're into our
Proper coffee.
But Jim's got another.
Well, I can't actually say that I can't criticize the coffee, but I only ever got the hotel coffee because you fly over there, you go to Miami, New York, Boston, and you have basically the hotel coffee, but that's your breakfast, and then you go out, and then you have, because it's your first time there, or
Yeah, I don't think
it's
hotel coffee.
Philly cheesesteak had a higher priority for me to try actually get the Philly cheesesteak than a cup of coffee.
I never had coffee in a hotel coffee. No one for that. When I went for lunch, or sorry, breakfast, we walked out the hotel along and into a diner, an American diner. T-bone steak, bacon on the side, refillable coffee, and a milkshake for my breakfast.
Let me ask you this
the
then, PJ. Diner, but looking like the silver
1950s style.
The 1950s,
bus. Literally looks like a caravan. They just parked it, converted it into diner. Those, again, New York, Boston, Miami. Every time I saw one, I just went in and wow, the food service, everything was great. And I do understand the peach cobbler thing, reference from the films now. It's like, I'll have a peach cobbler. It's like, oh, yeah,
see, I've never had a peach cobbler, but I did have what was it? It wasn't great. What was the other one? It's almost like a soup. Oh God, chowder.
Oh, New England clam chowder.
Yeah, clam chowder. I remember that from The Simpsons. It's chowder. That episode, but basically I tried that when I was over there, but I had the Philly cheesesteak and I had different bits and pieces. I had the big bit of pizza, one slice of pizza that's covered the whole side of my house.
Oh, don't even get me started with New York pizza. I miss that so bad.
Aye. Basically,
Sicilian pizza. It was like a freaking mattress.
Yes, well, I basically went in and I got one slice of pizza for myself, and I stood there like that. The whole size of my arm, one slice.
Oh, I miss pizza. That's
it's like a slice. New York slice is basically what we call a large Domino's pizza here in the UK, which is absolutely amazing.
One slice of this is not even a size of a. This one slice was probably more dough than a Domino's pizza. Basically, it was the one slice was the size of my arm. I'm sitting eating it like that, arm outstretched.
Yeah,
And that was one slice.
yeah,
of a
you
pizza.
get oh god, they
So-
were
so
when I was
something
growing
that-
up, there was like mom and pop type Italian pizzerias, so it was like a family run pizzeria, and you walked in there and the smell, the heat from the oven, they got the big wooden paddles and they're putting it in the ovens, and they're making it right in front of you. And like I said, a piece of Sicilian pie, we used to go in there as kids, and you didn't have to eat for like a day after you had one of those.
Yes.
They were so good. Makes my mouth water thinking about it.
It's the same as when I was in New York. I did the typical. I'm not a big one for onions and mustard and stuff like that, but I got a chili dog
Oh, you gotta get a
Oh,
chili
you
dog.
got
Yeah.
the
with
bar.
everything on it, and it was a case of. And it's just, I don't care how bad it would taste because I didn't care. It's the same as walking down. My wife says, "Oh look, do you want one? There's a thing, man. A pretzel. Oh, bigger on
Oh
with pretzel
yes,
this time."
nice pretzel with the big bits of
It's-
salt on it.
It's
Yeah.
the same as when we go anywhere. It's the same as when we went to Moscow. I had to get a traditional Russian dish. It
Pierogies.
was.
Well, no, that's Czechoslovakian, I think.
What was the Russian dish? Basically, it was one bit of meat, which was a chewy meat in the middle of it, and it was a vegetable soup. What was it called? I'm terrible with this. Unless it's sitting right in front of me, I forget the name.
I know, I'm the same.
Yeah, something I'm
A
still
borscht,
kicking
borscht.
myself for when I went to New
Oh,
York.
borscht.
I missed
Yeah.
a borscht. That's more German, by the way. But when I went to New York, I was
Yes, it is.
aiming to get everything done. So it was
Recently
Central
borscht then.
Park, obviously, going up to the statue, the fountain where friends were literally doing the the
Yeah,
shots and
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
Getting a New York pizza. Check. Getting a New York pizza from multiple places just to compare. Double, triple, quadruple check. But I did not
Getting
get
in America, getting a Chinese takeaway, so you've got the boxes rather than the tins.
No, that now you're adding more to my regret list. But what I did not get was
we did that.
the
We
New
did
York
that.
hot dog, and I did not manage to get around to get the New York bagel.
I'm trying to remember what it was in Russia.
Oh.
It's no, if it was in the borscht. When we were there, there
The
was basically
bagels.
it's almost like it was almost like a meat. There was another one we got was almost like a meat wrap, and my daughter took us. It must have been about a 2 mile walk just to get this, and basically it was the size of your fist, and it was just wrapped like in almost like a tortilla wrap, and it was just all meat, different types of meat, and see the taste in it. It was,
Isn't it
my
calzone?
I just googled it. So
It's like a calzone, but it was
borscht-
basically
borscht is a beet soup with meat in it,
that sounds right.
followed with a cream,
Yeah, uh-huh.
and it looks like a dill twig on top of it.
Yeah, that sounds right. Borscht. And basically, you could get it with or without the meat. I got it with, because even though the meat was, it's the ends of meat. You can tell the meat's there just for the flavour, nothing else. It's not as if you're going, oh, this meat's lovely. It's a case of it's just there for flavour. And it's the same as when we went to Prague. That's the first time I'd ever had soup for my breakfast. And also we had the cabbage and what was that there traditional one? But it was like a red cabbage with something I can't even remember what that was.
It's
typical.
a goulash with goulash, I think it's called, with red
A
cabbage.
gulag. No, a gulag. It's as long as you're not in prison
gulag.
by it. As long as you're not in prison by your food, you're okay.
No, yeah. Don't want that.
But anytime I go to a country, I will always try which is their traditional food.
Yes,
No
I
matter
love doing
what,
that
I'll
as well.
try it at least. It's the same as when people come to Scotland, they go, what's the traditional? We say haggis. What is haggis? Have haggis before you know what's in it.
I'm not having that. No, I know far too much about what's in it.
Is awesome, and us in the north of Scandinavia, we have a similar thing. The haggis is a little bit more hard-boiled and it's more condensed, so it's not. It sounds bad because I don't want to knock the Swedish version of it, because the Swedish version is basically like you have mincemeat you cooked in a bag, and when you cut it open, the mincemeat falls apart. A haggis does not, but it literally has the same texture and everything, and the flavor is just amazing. And if you do put it into the oven, the haggis, and you just pour a little bit of whiskey in the bottom of the pan, and you just let it cook, voila, it's absolutely amazing.
Haggis.
Now, I'm not the Scottish chef expert or anything, but that's what I was told. This is how you.
Kelly Inch has got it. Borscht. I'm assuming that's the.
Yeah, I shared a link on the private chat. That's literally the #1 option.
Green tea lattes. That is true. In Moscow, they did fantastic green tea. Even you could get it hot or cold, and I loved the green tea lattes. And my wife loved the green tea lattes as well. Absolutely amazing. So they were. You could get. I liked them hot, and you hot or cold. Cold was almost like a nice cream. It was delicious as well. You could get either. Where's my dinner?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we like to do that when we're somewhere. We'll try what's the tradition. My wife as well. Both of us love it. It's something we've had things that we went. Nah, at least we've tried it. But
there's certain things I just wouldn't try anyway. But I do like, when I did some traveling too, I love the idea of trying local cuisine. You know, I mean, that's the whole fun of traveling. Part of the fun to me is really immersing yourself, in local culture and sampling the food, like that.
it's the same as there's a place in Glasgow. It's an authentic. It was about 15 years ago. It was one of the first authentic Chinese restaurants. It wasn't just a Chinese restaurant, because I'd been going to Chinese restaurants since I've been a kid, but this was authentic Chinese dishes I had never even heard of. And we went, and one of the things that surprise, I always used to get a soft drink. Hi, Andrew, please. But when I was there, I noticed they had traditional. It wasn't Chinese tea, or it was just traditional tea. It was basically it was just marked tea on the thing. I thought, I'll try that. See, since I got that, I don't normally like tea unless it's sweetened and thingy. But see that, traditional Chinese tea was lovely.
Yeah,
I can actually testify.
It was a wee bit too spicy for me, or a wee bit too much for me, but there was some of the dishes were absolutely amazing. And it's when I go to a traditional, I prefer traditional stuff.
And I've been lucky throughout my life. Shall we say, current year word is privilege, that I've shared flats or dorm rooms because of places I live. One was a Japanese guy, and the other was a Chinese woman who was a teacher at Oxford University teaching the Chinese language, so Mandarin. Although she insisted, don't care, it's Chinese. she was literally just like, okay, it's called Mandarin, but we don't care. It's a Chinese language. That's what it is.
See, to me, that is the same as somebody teaching English. Is it American English? Is it British English? Is it Scottish English? Because they're basically the same language. But how many times have you spoken to somebody and go, I have no idea of the word. I know the words that you use, but I don't know what any of them mean together in a sentence.
Short note on that, I find the Australian English very refreshing. They're very direct in the terms of the way they use words. But back to this is the Japanese guys were showing me tons of recipes, and something that stood out to me, because I met them both when they were young. I was a little bit older, so I knew how to cook meat. I can do lasagna, I can do chili con carne, I can do complex recipes, I can do shepherd's pie, cottage pie, and I actually know the difference between them. But the way they just cooked the food and how much they loved it, and the, all the process that went into it. The Japanese guys actually had 4 other students come over, because I was at uni at that time. And the 5 of them were sitting around the common room kitchen table, spending hours just cutting up vegetables and everything, and really making it nice and neat,
Oh yeah,
tidy, and
I love the
everything.
prep.
Yeah, the prep work was literally, you finished the meal, all of it, in 10 minutes, but they spent 4 hours cooking and prepping and everything. It's like, I kind of felt like I'm cheating you guys, because this is just so delicious, but you just stop it down. But it was the Chinese lady that actually taught me that food is an important part of their culture. So prepping and everything. And she was always cooking with all exotic spices and everything. And it took forever. But she told me a very crucial point. In China, they don't really have a, hi, how are you doing when you come home to your parents-in-law or anything. It's them asking you, have you eaten?
Well, see, the Edinburgh folk up here have got a similar idea. They don't ask, have you eaten? They'll say, so you have had your tea. Effectively meaning, you ain't getting in here. So you would have had your tea.
Oh, you cheapskates.
That's not the Glasgow. It's Edinburgh. It's basically it's an old joke, that one. It's an old joke, because it was a case of you would have had your tea, as in, are you hungry? But because it's the way it's worded, if you take it literally, as in, you would have had your tea, you're not getting anything. What their meaning is, you would have had your tea, as in, if you've no, let us know and you'll get something to eat. But it's just the way it's phrased
Yeah.
is a way. It's a typical thing. 25th of January, Burns Night. I used to have a laugh and a joke, because my sister used to go and order her haggis. Her married name was Burns. And the guy would come out and go, haggis for Burns. And everybody go, me. Because we're all buying haggis for Burns Night. What are you asking a stupid question like that? And she would go, actually, it's for me. I'm Burns. Haggis for Burns, everybody. Aye. It's every year that happened, because it's one of those things. People just going, well, we're all ordering haggis for Burns Night. But typical Scots, they just didn't actually learn anything. Nearly did. There you go.
Fellow at work found some New York types wear knishes. She brought them into work. A native, I can't quite see 'cause I've got my,
Floridian.
no, I've got my screen on enlarged, so it's covering me when Floridian.
That's where they were.
They were. We told him they were knishes. He was clueless. I explained it was a spicy mashed potato and a fried potato crust.
Oh.
Yeah, they were good. They were really
I've
good.
never had a knish, but it sounds delicious, because I love potatoes. I love potatoes. Puerto Rico thing that from it was a Jewish thing. See, the thing is, right? See, when I used to cook for my kids when they were a wee bit older, obviously, not when they were grown up. This is when I was separated and I was staying on my own. The kids would have up, and I would get 3 pounds of potatoes and peel them all, the whole bag. Then I would take a third of them, and make and boil them up. Sorry, I would dice them up, and they would be chips. So the third of them would be chips. Then from the what I had left, I would boil them all, and then 20 minutes in, I would take a third of them out and put them in with the chips. So they were roasties. and then what was left, I would take half of it once they were cooked, and half potatoes, and the other one would put near enough a block of cheese in. So I would feed them. There would be mashed potatoes, cheesy mashed potatoes, roast potatoes, and chips, and that would be their dinner. And they loved it, and so did I, because we used to love potatoes, and that's
I would
basically
love that. I love that.
and it's that. So, but yeah, that those knishes sound delicious.
Yeah, they were. When in Rome, do as the
Yeah.
Romans do.
Yeah, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely.
And believe it or not, no matter what people say, the Roman word, the vomitorium, isn't what the Romans used to do during slap up meals. People think the vomitorium was a room they would go and go "Ugh," so they could come back in and eat. The vomitorium means the exit. Basically, it was the way out. The vomitorium, it was the exit. So people automatically, because the word vomit, they just hear vomitorium. They think
Yeah.
the Romans had a room that they used to go and be
Had a
sick
sign
into.
that I'm out.
But in effect, the vomitorium was the exit. So
Yeah.
people still believe that the Romans would eat that much. They would go "Ugh," just so they could eat more.
After dinner mincer.
Uh-huh.
Oh, please don't start. I don't want to remember that scene.
Stuffed Derma. That sounds ideal as well. I do not think
that
that
word
word
means
means
what
what
you
you
think it means. Yes, yes, the Princess Bride. Fantastic. I've had stuffed derma. I went to a whole
A bar mitzvah
bar
in the 70s. I've
mitzvahs in
never.
the 70s. I don't know what that is. Honestly, I don't know what that is.
I don't mind sushi. It depends
I
on the
like
type
it.
of sushi.
I've
I,
never
I quite like certain parts, but I know sushi is just a catch-all word we use, but it's not the actual. Whereas me, I like the rice with the.
Well, there's
Oh,
sashimi as well, isn't there? There's like different.
it's just sashimi is the one. It's the blocks of rice with the fish over it, isn't that sashimi?
I think so. Yeah.
You've
I'm
also got
not
the
big.
ones in the with the seaweed and stuff like that. I don't mind those, but there's some I'm not keen on.
I like the round ones with the seaweed around, and then it's got like I used to really enjoy the veggie ones because they'd have like the veggie in the center of the rice, and they
Yes.
rolled it up in the seaweed and then sort of sliced it. They had some nice. I've been to some nice Japanese restaurants,
Yep.
and you can
Do you know
get
what we?
probably addicted to sushi and sake.
Aye.
Sake
Yes,
sneaks up
sake
on you.
is lovely. Sake is
the
lovely.
Sake you drink. You drink
Uh-huh.
that, and you're having your sushi or whatever you're having, and
Oh,
you're
I've
drinking
had
that,
I've done
and
I've
then
done
you
that
go
in the
and get.
past.
Then you go to get up, and you're just like, okay,
Aye.
a little strong.
Kellyanne, she's saying that she's had haggis too. See, in Scotland, we have a haggis supper, which is deep fried haggis. However, we also have haggis curried. In effect, it's a deep fried haggis with curry sauce over it.
Why
We'll
not?
eat haggis with anything.
Why not?
Deep fried Mars bar. Somebody was asking me about the deep fried Mars bars and stuff like that, and I said yes, I've had a deep fried Mars bar. I've also had a deep fried curly whirly once, and I
Oh,
prefer the deep fried curly whirly because it's no stick.
we were having a laugh about Still Game the other day, and Darren texted me. He said he was. I said, "Where are you?" And he said, "I'm down in Nevides." And so I said to him, "Bring me back a curly whirly." So he when he came back, he got me a curly whirly. Not like the ones in Nevides though.
Ah, well,
But
they wouldn't have been all bashed and melted together.
I know. We just had a good old laugh at that. We just watched the final episode again, and I was in bits watching it.
No, Still Game is just
in bits.
superb. I love Still Game, and there's
love it.
some clips coming. You've seen up in Mines. The bit with Isa with Jack and Victor in the lift. Two pals, where he's going, and it takes what if you actually time it for her getting into the lift to her coming out is a minute exactly. So in that minute, she works out where they're going and why they're going. That's
I
why
know,
at the
yeah.
end he goes, she's spooky with that. because if you time it, if her going into the
Yeah.
lift and going out is a minute exactly.
You
So
cannot
in a
fool
minute,
Liza.
she's worked all that out. It
I
is
thought
just
you were
a
talking
straight
about the
up.
elevators. They get stuck in the elevator.
And
With
Hogmanay, Hogmanay. Yeah, the Hogmanay one is hilarious. However, the only thing because I used to live in the high flats, and see the bit where they managed to get the doors opened, which is very
Yeah.
difficult to do, but see they got the doors opened. Yeah, when they had to do a pish with the doors opened, why didn't they do it then? Because the door had been opened and
Yeah, well, that would make too much
it
sense.
wouldn't have flowed. It wouldn't have flowed back in. I've got open toed sandals, ya monkey.
Oh, those are
Isa,
so funny.
Isa, basically,
I
yeah.
love Isa. I love
Isa,
them all.
short for
They're wonderful.
Isabel. Isa. I love the Hogmanay one when they go back in time and they're basically Navid comes up the very first time they meet Navid and Nina,
Yes,
and they
yes,
train
yes.
him to bug off, ya boy. All the sayings that he does now, they're training him to say it. Basically, it was just funny, and that was before Winston had his gammy leg, and it shows
Yeah.
you how he gets his gammy leg back. The lift's here. Whoa!
We just
But
recently
that is
watched the
basically
one.
something like that is just funny. There's somebody actually falling down a lift shaft and they make it funny.
Oh yeah, we just recently watched the one with speaking of Winston, where he throws his artificial leg and
He kicks
knocks
it with all the money.
the purse snatcher off because the this lad goes by and he steals Isa's handbag as she's walking and Winston's there, so he takes his artificial leg off and he whips it at the guy and knocks him out, and then he goes viral on YouTube.
That's Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah,
That's
wake up! I know
Crocodile Dundee.
the music.
But there's one, I don't know if you've got to it, the one with Steve the Bookie.
We've seen them all now.
Well, Steve the Bookie, the bit when he comes back as his brother.
And he knows. Winston knows he's
and
famous.
then he gets his money and he puts it in his wooden leg. And he's drunk, he's going, ho ho, and he's in the house and does that, and the leg comes off, goes through the window, and you look down, and there's somebody picks it up and finds all the money and runs away with it.
Oh my god, I know that was heartbreaking. But the ones with Steve with the bookie was so
Steve
funny.
the Bookie is great. They had Steve the Bookie actually in the show in the King's Theatre. No, sorry, it wasn't the King's Theatre, it was the exhibition centre. So he wasn't on stage, but there's a bit where somebody's complaining down the front. I should be up there, and it's Steve the Bookie. They're basically, no, you don't want you here because you ripped off Winston, and it was basically he was sitting there going, this is no fun. I should be up there. I should be making money as well, and it's all that. And there's a bit where Naveed is in it as well, but he's not on the stage. He's up the back with a tray, binoculars. He's up at the very far back of the exhibition centre, selling binoculars and tins of soup. For the cheap seats, binoculars for the cheap seats, so you can see what's happening on stage and stuff like that. And then there's even a bit where they're talking, and then suddenly from the audience you hear, "No, it isn't. No, it isn't." And they pan down, and there's the three boys.
That's
you stop that. No, we won't.
Yeah, I love that scene. I do that now. Darren cracks up. Cracks up because I know no, he didn't.
No, he doesn't. See, the thing is any time he does something, he says something, you just say, no, he doesn't. No, and it'll go. Yeah, but I love Still Game. Still Game is just one of the
it's one of those shows where they just feel like family.
Yeah.
They just feel like family. So it's definitely one of my absolute favorite shows of all time.
And you know the one it plays oh god. The one with the ears.
Oh yeah, I can't think of his character's name. Yeah, I know who you mean.
That's Supergran's brother.
Oh yeah.
That's Ian Young. Ian Young.
I can't think of the character's name.
Molly Weir. Ian Young played. It wasn't Douglas Duncan. It was No, that's not another Victor. Oh, there's Winston. There's Tam. there's Pete the Jakey, there's Bobby, there's Isa, there's oh God, what's his name? That's really
Navi.
going to annoy me. Yeah.
So you got Jack, Victor, Bobby, Winston, Tam, and Isa. You already mentioned all of them. Then you have Navid, Eric, and Mina.
Yeah, but you
Eric.
all. It's no Eric. I don't think it's Eric.
See, my memory is so bad.
James Martin was in 46 episodes playing Eric.
And it's Paul Young. We're talking. It's the one.
Yeah.
Still game.
What about the one where they go into the
Paul
apartment?
Young plays
Shug.
Shug.
Shug. Yes.
Shug.
Remember the one where they are up above Bobby's bar and they're in the apartment up and they drill a hole and they're fishing down through to get the bottles out of the hole because Bobby's banned. I think he banned. I forget
Was
who
it
he banned.
no? Was it no
Winston?
Winston?
I think it was
I think it was
Winston
Winston.
that time.
He always bans Winston. Winston's the one that always gets it.
They were pulling the bottles up through the ceiling.
Yeah, because you remember you had Edith. Hiya, Jack.
Oh,
Edith,
Jesus Christ, she was terrifying.
Maureen Carson played Edith.
She was funny.
Hilarious in it, but
yeah,
so she
was great.
Yeah,
they were all wonderful. They were just great.
But they are basically still game is just winners. What we need to do one day is do a still game stream.
Oh, I'd love that.
That way we can all get to enjoy it and just gab about it. But as you can imagine, when was the last time I watched still game? Probably about 4 months ago, and I still remember it. It's just one of those things. It's just great to watch. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Which you obviously, Jim. Black pudding. I'm not a great fan of black pudding.
Yeah,
black pudding works for me for breakfast.
Fruit pudding's perfect for breakfast.
That ain't for me. Black pudding, no, thank you.
Black pudding. It depends how it's cooked. The only person I know this is going to sound terrible, but the only person's black pudding I like is my uncle's. It just doesn't sound right when you say it like that. My uncle makes black pudding, cooks it very well. That's all I can say.
I'll give.
And I'm not telling you what we used to call a black pudding if you're going for a black pudding supper.
But because here in UK, you just get the black pudding and you have like beans, toast, I don't
like hash browns either. My wife loves hash browns, but I don't like
and everything. But the proper black pudding requires a Scandinavian ingredient, which is lingonberry sauce.
They call it a blood pudding now because it's not politically correct to call it a black pudding. I've heard people calling it a blood pudding.
So it's okay to slaughter someone for their blood, but it's not okay to call a color of which it actually is.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't get me started on that.
I posted a few comments in the private chat, and I think we should probably try and do this, especially since we're having way too much fun chatting tonight. Yeah, let's have a look.
Matt, see that what Matt is saying about the big German guy? That reminds me of the Ricky Fulton's guy. He had a chef, and he was a greasy spoon chef, but he literally Malky Matt, and basically he would do that, and he would have a fag, and he would flick it into whatever he was cooking and stuff like that. That was one of Ricky Fulton's characters.
It just adds seasoning to it.
Yep.
Use a sentence better to, shall we say, make room for more food. Yes, we're back to that.
Food is always a great topic because you could just go for hours.
Yes, that's the thing. And the good thing is, nothing you say is right or wrong, because whatever you like, you like. Whatever you don't like, you don't like. People can say you're rank for no liking that because your taste buds are your taste buds. There's things that I would love to be able to eat, but I know fine well when I taste them, they go, it's a
pudding.
I like the idea of them.
That's what my dad
That's a
did
good
to
one.
me and my brothers growing up. He went out fishing, came home with smoked salmon. He literally built a smoke shed with
Oh,
his
that's
own hands,
lovely.
Yeah.
bricklaying, all of that, and understanding like water bowl. It's not coal on fire; it's just coal that is tinder. So it's
Mm.
like it has the energy. It produces smoke, and then you have the water, and it coats the fish and everything. He understood that, and he served it to us, never explaining what he had cooked. And because it stands out to me, one of the evenings he came back from having been out because there was a really large estate that he was caring for. We didn't own, we were just renting a little bit of a property because he was maintaining it and everything. But he came home with a small paper, like newspaper wrapped satchel, and inside there was a big chunk of meat. And he just cut off a slice, and he called my younger brothers first, before me. So both of them came back and just said, that was delicious. That was pretty tasty. And I walked into the kitchen where he was sitting there with it all unfolded and cutting off a slice and saying, try. And I was starting getting suspicious. What are you up to?
Yeah,
But-
was it?
Yeah.
But coaxing back and forth, and parent being a great parent and child being inquisitive, if we put it that way, I bit down and I was like, okay, it's quite smoky, but it's really delicious. And I could tell back then, it's like, okay, I had 4 slices of this. I could go on a hike for a day and I would have enough protein and all the food source I need. All the savory requirement for 24 hours would easily be required. Not required, it would actually be met. And he asked me after I ate half of the slice, do you like it? And I said, yeah, it's actually really good. And then just went, it's a smoked pig's heart.
Wow.
That's the way he introduced us to new food, because he
Well,
knew.
yeah, because you don't. Yeah, because if he told you what it was, you would have
You would
immediately.
say no.
You would
Yeah.
have stopped immediately, but he did
Yeah.
the same thing
Yeah.
because he knew us kids, we were struggling with fish. But instead of just serving fish plainly to us, he worked on recipes to make us like it. So if some of us like carrots being fried or being carrot flavored stuff, he tried to work that in. Carrot and fish doesn't really go well together, but he just shaved a few slices of a carrot, and then he added potatoes and everything else. So there was that little hint of sweetness. Whoop, suddenly all of us ate it.
Yeah.
And I
That's it. You
remember,
sort of.
Yeah. I'm laughing. Kelly Inch is definitely partly Scottish. She's had deep fried Oreos.
I
And
know, I
see
saw
that?
that.
You're Scottish, fry something. Bring it your deed. We'll fry it. Basically, Danny Boy, Scottish Indian comedian, did one, and it was all about food of the world. So you had French, and it was we'll have croissant. It's a little bit gay and stuff like that. And he would do the German. Bring me the vital organ of an animal, and then stuff like that. So it'd be like liver for the breakfast and stuff like that. In Scotland, bring out your deed. We'll fry that. Anything, basically. It's a case of it was all down the line of food, and it was a case of where you're from, the type of food you grew up with, and it is the difference in Scotland. Is like doesn't matter how bad things are, the Scots will fry something and make it worse. Do you like sushi? Aye, but fry it.
Better.
Do you like
No.
Mars bars? Aye, but fry it.
Or
You want a
butter.
pork pie? Aye, but fry it. And it's
Fry
that type of thing because I've done I've done that. I've fried pork pie. I've fried.
You have to fry up, man.
Yeah.
Go with that.
Curly Wurlies, yes, I like curly Wurlies. I like them. I actually topped up my
Oh, tell me about it.
sweet tin.
Not on New York
I
Chinese.
told you about my top up with my sweet tin. There wasn't any
remember
curly Wurlies in it.
Remember the Chow Fun noodles, Kelly? Oh my God, I miss Chow Fun noodles so bad.
Yeah. See, I like just all my food.
Oh yeah. Is that Curly Whirly in there?
Eh? You've got drumsticks, you've got refreshers, you've got fruit
Yeah.
salad, you've got
These
bubbly.
are my snacks for the evening. Tang-fastic.
Oh, I haven't seen those yet.
Vimto Chew.
Basically sour, but not badly sour. It's basically
They're not sour, they're sour.
Sour, yeah.
They're
Sure.
sour plumes. Not sour plumes, they're sour plumes.
DJ is gonna have it all like speaking properly soon, shall I say.
I'll start speaking Scottish in a wee minute.
I'm sorry, can you say that in reverse?
No.
I think he just did.
Yep.
Very good. Very good.
No, I've actually been practicing that from Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh, the nodno is excellent.
Oh
But,
my God. German food as well. Yeah. My parents, they had dear friends who were both German, and the wife. Oh my God, the stuff she used to cook for us.
yeah.
Wonderful.
What's that? Head to Florida. I need to actually, next time we're in the States, I just want to go somewhere I've no been before. So I've been to New York, been to Hollywood, I've been to Vegas.
Oh, my next stop is NASA, Texas, JPL.
Well, I want to go to Texas. I want to stand there with a big hat. I nearly bought a hat. I nearly bought a 10-gallon hat. It was in the charity shop. And I thought, all it is going to sit in one of my shelves, and it's going to take so much of my shelf space up. At least half of my stuff will have to get taken off, and I just didn't have a space for it. So I went,
I love cowboy
no.
hats.
It was a classic big one. If I found a John Wayne one,
that would probably come to
yeah. So, but it's one of those ones from
that.
the ones that you grew up with, like the High Chaparral and stuff like that.
Oh, it's your Bruce.
Bruce.
It's technically not a proper cowboy hat. This is an Australian squishy.
Yes, it looked in Australia.
I can do a drug dealer run.
Yeah.
And then you
just
flop it out.
I love it. Yeah, that's so cool.
Hey.
Heisenberg.
Say my name.
That was the guy in work that actually kept calling me Heisenberg when I was actually down. I have my hat with me, and he's going, Jesus
Very
Christ,
nice, Jim.
never been stopped for drugs.
Like it.
I've got my Panama hat sitting up there as well. The man from Del Monte, he said yes. And I've got a cowboy hat. I've got my bowler hat. I've got my Glengarry. I've got a Russian military cap. And I've got a couple of fedoras. I like my hats. They're up around my window. So yeah. So I do like my hats. But I've not got a Cork hat. I've not got an Aussie hat.
No, I don't have that. So that is the one I showed you. That I got in
See, I can read the screen now. I can read the screen now. You just can't
2006.
see my eyes.
The hat has actually been with me since 2006, and it's an Australian squishy.
There you go, Tampa Bay.
Yep.
That's definitely a place I want to go. And although Kelly disappointed me a little bit, she lives in the area. It's like you have the Tampa Bay hockey team, which I keep getting the name of because I've lived in the UK for the past 20 years, so I haven't been in touch with the ice hockey scene anymore. But I used to know the NHL teams, the Colorado Avalanche, New Jersey Devils.
So here's how old I am, basically. I still cannot get my head around the fact that Florida has a hockey team. I'm like from, you know.
Hey, Jamaica's got a bobsleigh team.
Hey, Zonka, you did one.
That's how old I am.
Cool Running.
Yeah.
From the original core teams that we had.
Cool Running is a film we should probably put up.
Colin, out. Never seen, still game.
Colin, I'm going to force you to watch it.
Get on it.
Definitely. What's that? How do you pronounce that? Spatzel.
Spatzel.
It's a German pasta. I'm half German on both sides. Very funny.
All I can say, if anyone of you ever considers going to a proper German, what's it called, the Oktoberfest?
Oh, I'd love to go to one of those. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. By
you know what I had the first time?
2 sizes larger than you are at the moment. You arrive.
See the thing. The first thing I had tried. I was away. The last time I was away on holiday, so it was this year. I got chicken schnitzel. I'd never tried it before, and my God, was it delicious! Chicken, yes, I love chicken, but see the chicken schnitzel. Oh, see, anytime I see it now, have that, please, because wow, I'd never tried any schnitzel, Wiener schnitzel, anything like that, but the chickens. Oh my God! So anytime I see schnitzel on something, unless there's haggis, neats, and tatties, then I'll take that straight off. If I've never been in a restaurant before, haggis, neats, and tatties on a menu is always the one that I go for. I don't know why. Something to do with weird Scottish stuff. But schnitzel's another one. If it's on the menu and I've tried something and and it's not got haggis, neats, and tatties, go for that.
Oh, that's cool. Great deli right off the Riverwalk.
Yeah.
Stationed at Fort Sam Houston. Oh, that's cool, Cam.
Very good. These are a few of my favorite things. Yes, I'm not going to sing. Thank Christ. Islander and Tampa Bay Lightning won the cup years in a row.
And Kelly and I have great fun with this. She's a New York Islanders fan, and I'm a New York Rangers fan. So that was like the Subway series, and that was just like, no.
That's like in Glasgow. You've got the Celtic Rangers.
Yeah, that was a massive rivalry.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember going when I was in high school. There were two brothers that I went to school with. One of them was an Islanders fan, and one of them was a Rangers fan. And of course, all the classes that I had was with the one that was the Islanders fan. And in our art class, they used to give you these big art folders, and you'd leave the art folder in the classroom in like a little cubby hole.
Yeah.
And that was your personal art folder and it had your name on it. And when we would come back to class like the following day, I'd take my art folder out and he'd have like doodled like Islanders logos all over the outside of my art folders. Oh God, we used to have so much fun.
Hi, Dad, man, walking. But yeah, I've never had anybody that did that to one of my stuff, but I know that
I do find it fun though that this stream, when you're here in the United Kingdom, obviously Kellynch is enjoying the really nice weather in Florida.
Hey, Dad, man.
But it is, you both are New York, one of each hockey teams, and I'm here sitting since 1991. I've been a Colorado Avalanche fan.
Fantastic.
Although it's dropped off since I moved to UK, but
candy cigarettes. I used to love them.
Candy cigarettes.
The chocolate cigarettes were even
You
better.
can't get the candy cigarettes even in these dishes. They
No,
don't
of course,
do the
everything's
candy
too
cigarettes.
easy
I
now.
used to love the tobacco. Remember the tobacco you used to get? The eating tobacco. It's basically it was like
Oh
you used
yes.
to get that, and it was a honey coated. I think it was a honey coated licorice string, but it was the tobacco and it was all the shapes. Oh, but yeah, I love my things like my
You're giving me so many ideas now of the stuff that I want to actually
shoots.
gather up.
Remember them? I used to love
Especially the
them.
adverts.
I do love my sweeties, my old classic sweeties.
There
So I
was
do.
where we live, we were last Saturday, I noticed that there was an American sweets shop. It wasn't particularly well stocked, unfortunately. It had like really, really like a small
Yeah.
selection of things, but they did have like Kelly will know this. They had like the tins of manwich, which is basically like it's like a curry. The best thing I could describe it as is it's like you put in a big saucepan with some oil or butter or whatever, and you saute it up and you add like ground beef to it or ground meat, and you saute it all up, and then it goes into like a great big roll and served as like a sandwich, like a sloppy Joe. Um, uh, and those were just that is just such a huge engram in my mind, from growing up in New York, was like the sloppy joes and the manwich. They had a few other things. I'd never realized they'd come out with this, but Hershey's Kisses have been around for millions of years, from when I grew up. But in this American shop, they had Hershey's Kisses cereal, and I was just like, what? That was obviously after my time. I'd never seen that before. They had Jolly Rancher sweets. They had
Ranchers are lovely.
what else did they have really? They actually had Aunt Jemima syrup, which was nice to see again. They had Hershey's chocolate syrup, which I don't think I've seen here. Couple of other things, but they didn't have a lot. I was a little bit like disappointed they didn't really have a whole lot, but that might be because they can't get everything.
Yeah.
But they had Reese's peanut butter cups as well.
Yeah, I was
Those
never a
things.
big fan of peanut butter, but
Oh my
my
God,
wife
if you
she
like
used
your
to love them.
if you like your peanut butter, man. Has she ever
Yep.
had a Reese's peanut butter cup?
When we
Chocolate?
were in
She likes
Vegas,
chocolate
yes.
and oh
Yep.
my God.
Yeah. I was just laughing because the medieval hats they're talking about. I was just going to say to Colin, I don't have any more medieval stuff. None at all. None at all. That's just it. That's basically I only wear that when I'm actually going to the Celtic game. As if I watch football. I don't watch football. If anytime my friend's down, when she came down with her partner, basically her partner and my wife used to sit through watching football. We would be sitting through here talking Doctor Who. So no, I don't watch football, so I never worn that for that. But yes, I've got my fake. No, I wish it was nice fake, but it's fake. It's nice and light. Let's put it this way: it's no actual chainmail. Unfortunately, the last time I tried to buy a chainmail one, it was going to set me back about £300, and I thought, nah,
Yeah,
it's
ouch.
okay, thank you.
Mm,
And that was only just for the head part.
wow. Yeah. So
I'll get the
it's
cheap one.
incredible art though. The
Yeah.
the proper chainmail. It is so fascinating, to see how they make that. And
Oh,
Florida has
just
two. I'll see. I'm out of the loop now.
yeah.
Still can't get over
What's that?
Florida has a hockey team at all.
See, there you go. See, because
I've
it's
heard
sports, it's not something I would know apart from the stuff I grew up with. So I'm aware of Celtic Rangers or some of the football team names, but somebody could ask me a name and ask where it's from, and if I get it right, it's our guest.
Do you know what I love here, though? This was for Kelly as well. Is the team where we are in Wales? Are the Cardiff Devils, which is great fun because in the States it's the New Jersey Devils, and they were they were like the first team that were like the new sort of breakaway. Brand new team that came into the NHL when I was still watching it.
Even I've heard of them. I've heard the
And
name.
I mean, they were new for me because I've been watching it with my dad since the 70s, you know. I mean, I can remember watching Gordie Howe and, you know, and I remember all the sort of
There's a
classical
Kurt Russell
players.
film around one of the big stuff that's US, well, that's international hockey leagues, but obviously not like Florida, but
Could be worse. It could be the Mighty Ducks.
but the Mighty Ducks, absolutely amazing. And
Classic.
I would say this is when Disney was at the biggest strength. It's
When
okay.
they
You
made
may not
family
like
movies.
ice hockey, but
They made family movies that were fun.
yeah, but the Mighty Ducks literally did for ice hockey what Top Gun did for the military jet fighter pilot industry.
I think on
Everybody
the
wanted
West
to be a
Coast,
jet
yeah.
fighter.
Yeah, I think on the West Coast, definitely. I think on the East Coast, I mean, hockey it's never really gotten above like baseball, or it hadn't when I was there. Baseball, football were the two top ones. Hockey would tend to get a little bit ignored sometimes in like the sports reports and stuff, but that's not to say it did get covered. There was a guy, there was a newsreader, the sports person was Len Berman on one of the New York stations, and I can remember my mate and I from school wrote him a letter because we'd taken Christmas songs and she'd replaced all the words to the Christmas songs with like hockey terms, and she'd made like hockey songs out of the Christmas songs, and we actually sent them in to this sports reader, and he sent us a note back with a picture, with like a signed picture, saying that he'd enjoyed them and stuff, you know. So it was great memories. Yeah.
Kelly Inch is saying Florida has Highland Games. I've not been
Cool.
to Highland Games in Scotland for about 10 years. The caber
Never
toss,
been.
the shot put, and the hammer throw, and the discus occasionally, but very rarely. It's usually the hammer throw, the shot put, or the caber toss are the main one, as well as the dancing, the Highland dancing. My uncle used to do it. He used to go because he was a piper, and he used to go to a lot of the Highland Games. So we used to, growing up, we went to them anytime we were up visit. I love the Highland Games. They're great, fun. So, but they're no sport. technically no a sport. They're not in the Olympics, so they're not a sport. Is that what they say?
Just a cheeky comment there. So the Scottish had the Highland Games. Big ass burly men, the strongest they could ever be.
No, that's the Scottish caber tossers were the weak ones. The Scottish, the tough ones weren't allowed to thing me because they would do it too easy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is literally you have someone, there is a 20-foot log, and it's just like, I'm going to throw this 2 feet. It's like, yeah, I won. And then some Scottish bloke invented golf. I'm just saying. It's like, that golf is not a game.
Yeah, well.
Yes, that's true. Thank you, Kelly. You tell them. You get them.
Thank you, Kelly.
Still, we have 30 people here. We're very appreciative.
That's lovely.
Yes, we are definitely very appreciative of everybody who tunes in to listen to us ramble about food this week. Yum, 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 yum.
Yes, it's different every week.
Oh, dear God. I'm definitely making dinner after this.
Yeah.
Second dinner.
Yeah. But the best one I ever saw with a caber toss was it says Scotland. There's a guy with a caber throwing it. Then it says America. You've got 7 Marines grabbing this log and lifting it up, trying to lift it over their head. But you've got the one Scots guy carrying one around and throwing it. The difference, aye. He's the geek. He was the one that people actually wouldn't talk to during school because he was too weak. He's now caught tossing a caber. A rite of passage. And the caber toss is not just about throwing the caber, it has to hit and it has to spin. So the bit you're holding has to land on the ground after it
must flip. It
done a
doesn't
flip.
count if it doesn't flip.
Yep. So yes, we have the coolest games, even though they're no games, because they're technically easy peasy.
Yes, it was. Jersey Devil on the X-Files. Yeah, we love the X-Files as well.
The Jersey Devil, that was the one. It was the
Chupacabra.
Chupacabra. That's what it was. The Jersey Devil. Yep. Yeah, I like all those stuff as well. I've read,
Yeah,
read a
of course, I
load of
remember
that stuff.
Rappies.
Yeah,
And the
I've read
Avalanche.
a load of that stuff.
Oh, and the
Yeah.
Avalanche with the Quebec Nordiques. Yeah. I know them. Yeah. Cool.
See, I don't. Those words just don't mean anything to me at
At
all.
one time I knew that, but it's just been so many years. I've forgotten so much of it now.
Yeah.
The thing I love about ice hockey is prior to the one that really made me wake up to the game, Peter Forsberg, obviously a Scandinavian Viking himself, he was a proper game maker. He was fast, he was quick, he was dexterous, he saw the entire gameplay, he saw the entire field, he saw everything. For almost a decade, a single individual in an entire sport industry where people, probably a good 1,500 people, were being paid stupid amount of money to play this game. He was the only one. He was a Wayne Gretzky, which might be known to some of the people.
Yes.
But he was way superior, and he showed, hey, this game doesn't have to be, oh, we're getting angry, let's throw our gloves up and just punch each other to bits. He made fantastic game moves for an entire decade. And it's like, wow. And this is a gorgeous, fast-moving game. You can be down. The other team, they have 5 goals against you. You have 1 goal. And in 10 minutes, you could turn it around so it's 6-5. Which is, by the way, what happened in the Olympic. I don't think it was the final. I think it was the semifinal. But Sweden was down 1-5 against Finland. And in the last third playing...
Third period?
Third down.
Yeah. They
I know some of these phrases, but they mean nothing.
By the end of that, they had 10 minutes. And in 10 minutes, they turned 1-5 around to 6-5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just laughing at Collins one there. By football, I think you mean rugby played by men in armour?
Yes.
Yeah, that always reminds me of remember the episode of Friends where Ross and that were playing rugby. How hard can it be? Jesus Christ, we play with this in armour normally. They're not even wearing helmets. Was the whole thing, but yeah, that always reminds me of that. Basically, and watching American football is just right. Take all your armour off, your helmet, your pad, and the lot. Now play it. No, I'm not doing that. You could get hurt. Well, we call that rugby. We get taught that in school. I was at 11-year-old playing people as big as that at rugby,
What
and
struck
we had
me,
to do it.
yeah, because I used to love to watch football with my dad, American football, but when I came here and I started being able to actually see rugby, I love both. I really, really love rugby, and there's something just so primal about rugby because it's so common. Just see a guy coming off the field, it's like half his face is all bloody, you know.
Aye, and then when he gets there and they go, "Are you okay?" He goes, "Aye."
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I love about rugby.
Crossing their tables.
It is.
Yes.
I understand. Yes, you got hurt. You got seriously hurt. But this is the rule of the game. This is how you play it.
It's a fascinating.
It is very fascinating. There is someone out there that's going, I will actually put myself in harm's way to make a very rough game and just keep it moving and keep it going. And it's like, it has to take a certain kind of individual to go to that extreme and saying,
Yeah.
I fully know that, yes, I might hurt myself. And I know there's tons of discussion now. Oh, we're going to have to make rugby not as much of a contact sport anymore. Just going, no, the ones that have gone into the professional rugby field, that literally limp off the field with a broken knee or a leg, and then it's like they're bleeding off their head. They understand what they got into.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they should be probably briefed that, okay, if you're getting smacked too many times toward the head, you might end up like Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I was in work the other day on site, and I walked into one of the offices, and one of the blokes was there, and he was just like half out of it. And I remember I walked in, and I was like, "What's the matter with you?" And he goes, "Oh, I was up late last night watching the NFL draft," and I did one of those like, huh? I kind of looked at him and went, "Did you say the NFL draft?" And he went, "Oh yeah." He's like, I love, and it was just a cool moment, because I thought, holy cow, it's actually becoming more popular over here now.
Yeah.
I thought that was
Definitely. Matt said it was a Scotsman that created Judge Dredd, John Wagner. Yeah, I've met him, and one of my friends, when I went, basically, I was going through, and one of my friends knows him, and I've met him. But when they saw my Judge Dredd outfit that I made, the EVA foam, even helmet, since I've bought the foam now, I was told, he took a picture and says, Carlos would love that. This was Carlos Esquera basically said he sent this to him. Well, not this picture, but this outfit. That was the outfit I'd made for the
I
Comic
know,
Con.
that is so impressive. Yeah, that is really good.
So EVA foam, you can sort of see the EVA foam in that, the pad, and he basically
but
even
still
made the gun.
awesome.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's obviously one of my friends who's basically does that. He does a lot of the Comic Cons because he's got the authentic movie one. But they took that a picture of mine and says Carlos would love it. John basically saw it and liked it. So I'm a happy chap that
That's
John
lovely.
Wagner liked it enough that he sent a picture to Carlos because he drew it and it was a comic book one I'd made myself. See, when he told me who sent it to, I was
good. Yeah, that is a brilliant job on that.
basically when you're getting told you're actually they're going to send it to the artist who created the original Judge Dredd, saying he'll like that. To me, that was it. And the rest, it didn't matter if somebody says, I prefer the movie. Don't care. He said.
Yeah, that's it. My work here is done.
Exactly. But yeah, I was aware it was a Scotsman, John Magden. I've got his signature in a couple of my books as well. He's just superb. I love Judge Dredd, as you can imagine. That's why PJ Maybe, Ugly Mug, helmet and everything. So
yeah, that's a great avatar.
Well, basically what you're telling us is you're trying to get into the people's mindset. You may have a merch line coming up.
Maybe have a merch line. The whole cabinet's my Judge Dredd cabinet.
If that ever happens, I want a coffee mug, a big coffee mug.
With my Ugly Mug. I'll not
Yes,
call it a coffee mug.
but-
I'll call it an ugly mug.
Yes, but with the screenshot I managed to grab of you when you were going.
Yeah.
Aye,
And
yeah,
I have to
definitely. I'll
say,
call
I
it an ugly
love
mug.
Dad Man Walking. I love your avatar, and that's the one you've
Oh.
used for a while. That's one of my
Yeah, it is.
favorite horror trilogy of terror. I absolutely, and that
Shrunken
particular
Head.
story. Well, it was like a little native doll that she buys, and it has an evil spirit contained within it, and you're not supposed to break the belt that's around the little waist, and the belt falls off, and the thing starts chasing her around her apartment. And honest to God, that film, my dad and I watched that when I was quite young, and it's never left me.
See, the
never
very first time I saw the
Scares me to death.
Auton, remember the first Auton story?
Oh yeah.
You had the bit with the couch eating the guy, which
Yeah.
I thought, really, you see him pulling the couch into himself. It's eating me. Pull, pull, pull. But it was the wee figure. Remember the wee figure they had?
Yeah, it was
I
terribly
think
awkward.
what they were trying to do is get that
Excuse me.
thing, but it just didn't look right. They should have actually got whoever did that movie to do it. It would have been better, but I think that's the vibe they were going with the small character with the auto with the teeth. It was killing the guy. It just didn't have the same scary vibe as that story. Because I think I remember that because when you were talking about it was that, and I think that's what that reminded me of the Doctor Who Autumn story. Reminded me of that one, and I didn't realise that's what it was until you mentioned it. So just pure fluke.
I will just have to highlight this has been one. We're at the 34th. Let's talk Geeky stream,
Yes,
and this has been the wildest ride I've ever been on. We've been talking sports across nations,
Yeah.
to say the least. Food from literally all over the planet,
Yep.
and have we even touched on any old school geeky films yet?
No.
No, we've just
No.
been having lovely
Talking
sort of
about food. And
But this is why I so much love this stream. It's been absolutely amazing, and
Yeah.
I love coming on the Saturday night. I do not know where it's gonna go. We're just
Nope.
absolutely
Exactly.
rolling with it.
Yes, exactly. That's the fun part, We have a sort of an outline of what we plan to do, but we just sort of go where things take us, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll
We'll also
catch up with
say
these.
yeah, it's also that it's not exactly like, oh, squirrel. It is the chat is definitely distracting, but I do mean that in literally
in the best way possible.
way. Yeah, it is.
Lucky
You
Robins.
mention
Yeah.
something, and yeah, suddenly off we go for something.
Dad Man, I was like, why did you open the oven again? I was just like, just shut the door. And she has to open the oven to look to see what he's doing, It's just like, leave him.
Is he melted or will he attack me? Let's have a look and see.
Well, the best thing was when she puts him in a suitcase and it's the sound of his voice and he's like cutting his way out of the suitcase. Oh my God. I would have been like out. I would have been running out of the apartment. Oh, that was
It's the
such a
same as
great.
the horrors when it's a case of don't go in the basement.
Oh, they always have to look. They
What's that noise? It's somebody scratching upstairs. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go up and see.
Yeah.
Hello, police. We're outside the house and somebody's on the roof.
And yet we love it. I mean, I love everything horror, and I just love it all. But it's just fun to shout at the screen and go, "Don't do it."
And the worst part is, see if they actually turns around and says, "Hello, police, there's somebody on the roof. We've locked the door and we're outside the house. We're across it. We're neighbours." That'd be movie ends. I was so watching a movie. We want them to actually go up to that attic. We want them to check that out. Grr. But
Yeah.
so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I need to. It's every week. I always search for it. So here it's here.
Pick of the week.
Oh, hear that voice.
Yeah,
So
I'm not starting. Someone
I'll
else go
start because
first.
mine is mainly. I did show the wee bits and bobs I got, but I got a couple of really good ones. Even some people in the thing might like it, panel or the chat.
Oh,
So I'll start with some of the movies. I picked up this one, The Alibi. Steve Coogan. I like Steve Coogan. I'm a big Steve Coogan fan. Basically,
Is
he runs a business, an alibi business, basically to cover for men who need an alibi. So it's for cheating men come to his business, and he supplies them with alibis. That's what the whole premise is. So it's one of
this
those good ones.
actor.
And I like Steve Coogan. I also picked that one up. I don't know why. The Bad Grandma's just the name got me. It's a comedy again. It's about the grandmas who accidentally kill a con man. I've not seen that one, so I'm looking forward to it.
Just looking for
This
someone.
one, it's the amount of people in it.
Oh yes.
Last Orders. I've not even heard about this one. Michael
I
Caine, Bob
haven't
Hotchkiss,
seen-
Ray Winston. It's meant to be a drama, so it's no geeky or anything like that. It's no a action flick or anything like that. Don't even know if it's a
I've
comedy.
seen it. I've seen it.
Is it good? Because I'm watching this tomorrow
It's
night.
good. Quite good.
Because me and my wife are sitting by and watching this tomorrow. So there's a couple of other things. I'll keep those two TV shows to the very end. Got that one. No seen that one either.
No, I've
Over
never even
Her
heard of
Dead
that one.
Body. It's about the ghost of his ex trying to disrupt his new girlfriend. Paul Rudd in it. Jason Biggs. Eva Longoria Parker.
Oh
And
God,
Blake
yeah,
Bell.
yeah.
So I don't know. It could be quite good. There's some good actors
You
in
know,
that.
it's a good
film.
film in that theme. It's a different type of story, but it's that type of sort of theme is Overboard with Kurt
Yes,
Russell
Goldie Hawn and Kurt
and
Russell.
Goldie. Yeah,
Yes,
that's a cute
that is
movie. That's
superb.
fun.
I love that one. That is fun.
It's good fun. Yeah, it's good
You know,
fun. that
another one of that from this genre, the alibi type of genre. My super ex girlfriend.
Oh, I've heard that. I've heard about that one. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it.
It's one about basically his girlfriend is a superhero and she gets a bit jealous. So she basically he comes out in the morning, go to work, and his car's up in the top of something, stuff like that. She's just basically she's a very insecure, jealous girlfriend, but she's got superhuman powers. So it's really fun. And I picked up an American Pie one as well, the reunion. Yeah, I like the American Pie ones. They can be fun. I like those type. I like Animal House, those type of things
Oh,
because they're
Animal
silly.
House is a classic.
Right, these are the two ones that I picked up, and I thought, oh, unusual ones.
Day to day.
The Day to Day. That's an old one. That's the one. It's basically takes the Mickey out of documentaries. That's the one about pedophiles in your cupboard. And he opens a cupboard in his office, and it's his kids flying in them in the filing cabinet to keep them safe from under the bed and stuff like that. So they take serious subjects and take the piss out of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So I picked that up. The Day to Day. The box is a wee bit bashed and bent, but I remember a few of these from the
Not too-
past, and I thought,
Yeah.
get that back.
Yeah, it belongs to Steve Coogan's career, that did.
Yes, it did.
Did it? Cool.
Seems
Alan
to be a very
Partridge
good
was
cover.
born from that.
Yeah.
And I will say, when it comes to American Pie, I actually enjoyed it because I think today
You couldn't
I
get
think
away
them
with it.
cheesy.
No.
Before they were released, they would probably have been too edgy. But by
Yeah.
the time they came out, they were spot on for what they wanted to do. and I think it's Hi, I'm Jim. Obviously, the main hero of American Pie is Jim, but I think his dad is spot on.
I know.
He is good.
He's spot on all the time, and it's like, there's a messed up apple pie here on the kitchen table. Right? I'm a father. I don't know what to do. You can literally see that desperation. He's trying to make the best of it.
But he's just funny in his own right. The movies he's been in out with the American Pie series has just been fun as well.
Yeah.
I never knew really about Eugene Levy, but when I watched American Pie for the first time, I found him absolutely funny. And then I looked back at his career and went, blimey, I've seen him in a few of those movies from the past, but I never know it was him.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know, he's basically some great stuff. I've got one other thing I picked up. It's season 3, but I've not got seasons 1 and 2. But I'm so looking forward to finding them.
Oh, you
Jim
jammy. Oh,
The whole set,
brilliant.
all the discs I picked up cost me a whole £1.
Holy cow.
And that was including this box set, 3 discs. Basically,
That's one of
the
my
full
all-time
season
favorite
3.
shows. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun. So I picked up, even though I don't have seasons 1 and 2, it's not as if they were an ongoing story that you needed to know what 1 and 2 was about, because they were all story of the week type thing. So the box is perfect, and I cannot wait to get my hands on the other one.
That is still good looking.
And the last thing I got was a wee gift my wife bought me. She saw it and she thought of me. Batman. Hip flask.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that is cool.
So, a wee Batman. She basically saw it in one of the shops and she thought, I'll like it. So, it's got up my shelf.
Oh, very nice.
With my other 3
Love
or
it.
4 hip flasks I've got. I do like my hip flask. So, that's it. I've got soda cans as well, but there's a box opening tomorrow on this channel, so have a look at that. So that was my pick of the week. So it was. I did pick this up, but I'd already got a copy of it, so it's going to go back or given to somebody who likes it. But that's what I've picked up this week.
Excellent.
Mainly just the DVDs because of all the toys and stuff like that I bought.
Yeah, we did.
Only one other thing turned up is more of these. Finally, they got round to sending me brand new ones because these are all falling apart. So I got new ones of these, but I didn't do a box opening for that.
No, maybe you should.
It's difficult because I need to take that off to put it on, so that means I need to do an arm opening. But that's what I've got this week. Obviously, it's the Rockford Files is the pick. That was my favourite thing.
Oh,
of
that's a
all of them.
stunner, yeah.
Even though the day-to-day is
Absolutely.
fun, the Rockford Files is definitely was the ooh. Can't wait to show that tonight. The rest of the stuff, okay. So, who's next? Who's up next?
I haven't got anything this week, sorry.
Yeah, you just did your box opening earlier on. See,
Yeah,
you
that
left
was
it till this point.
Stingray. That was Stingray.
I know, but if you left it to this point, you would have done
Yeah,
that.
you did. You
I
did,
can't
yeah.
have it till Christmas, I'm afraid.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Okay, clearly we know who among the 4 of us is longing the most for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Animal House is great.
Animal House is just
Such a
superb.
classic film.
Belushi was just amazing in it.
I just still love the scene on the staircase where the guy is there with the guitar serenading the girls. He's like, and Belushi just walks upstairs and looks at him.
And the thing is, it was so iconic. The young ones did it. The young ones did it, and it was literally a rip-off of Animal House because he's on the stairs doing it, and they lifts it up him and belts it. He actually hits him over the head with it. That was the only difference. He hits him over the head with it. He hits Rick with the silent P over the head with the guitar because he was sitting. But yeah, that is just, I love Animal House. Those type of movies were just fun. They were just it's
Yeah.
like Revenge of the Nerds. Those type were just
Yep.
they were
Yeah,
just
they were great fun.
nothing. They were nothing to take serious. They were just hilariously
Yeah.
silly movies.
Mm.
Yeah, people actually have an issue with nowadays for some
I know.
reason.
And you had the genius that was John
Yeah.
Lucas as well. You know, he was just great.
And you think about how funny it is and how true to life as well. Remember at the end, so and so governor ended up in prison for doing this, this, and this, and that's the type of things that are happening to people now.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all these politicians are found to be this corrupt, and the
Senator,
thing
and then he
that
gets
James Belushi and all that did at the end of their movie is actually coming true
he
because
goes,
it was so ridiculous that they're actually true.
which makes sense. It all makes sense.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
We haven't got anything this week.
ooh,
We were in town. I did have a very quick shifty in one charity shop the other day when I was in town, and just nothing really grabbed my eye on that particular trip. But
that's the worst part when you
it's been an
see.
expensive month because we had a couple of vet bills that we didn't plan to have.
How is she? How's the wee one?
Thankfully, she's absolutely fine. She's back to normal now.
You're all cleared up.
Her ears all cleared up. She seems fine there. She had another little scare this past week that threw us a little bit, but she's fine now. She's doing kitten things.
Good.
I was crying laughing the other night because our one cat, our other tortoiseshell cat, and her were tear-assing around the flat, up the drapes, across your head. You know, they were just like flying all over the flat, and so it was just so nice to see her having fun and feeling better.
See, when you can tell your Americanisms coming out, curtains, no drapes.
Yes, I know. And I still flip flop and go back and forth. Like sometimes I've got my UK head on, and sometimes I have my US head on. It all depends on who I'm talking to or what I'm talking about. It's like weird. It's like it flips back and forth.
Yeah, but that's the fun thing is you think about it. Say even go back, say 20 years, people are going drapes, but because American TV is so prevalent in the UK,
You know what it is now, yeah.
it's a word that when somebody says they don't go, what's that? Oh, is that what that means? It's a case of it's just incorporated because we grew up watching all the American stuff. So anything all the way up, and it's basically it's just part and parcel. We understand the colloquialisms backwards and forwards. Because I remember one of the
I detest it a little bit. I don't mind the American English or the English or the Australian English, but the fact when something I did this week, I was literally, I think it was 23 reports that I had to write, and Microsoft Word was always going, oh, this is how you type it in American. I was like,
No.
It's got a Z.
That's
It's got a Z,
nightmare.
not Disney.
Yeah.
It's a U. It's like words like color.
Yes. It's got a U in it. It's not an O. L.
Yeah, and so a lot of these
authorization is got an S, not a Z.
Yes, the spell checkers will drive you absolutely around the bend because I now spell things in the UK way just automatically because I've been a typist ever since I've been here as well, and so you know it's just I don't think about it now. But if I went back for any reason and I had to sort of type stuff up, I would still be typing in the UK style of spelling because that's what's set in my brain now.
Yeah.
But I can remember, both ways. Yeah. So it's fun to sort of pick out the little differences.
You see, if I consume a report or information, I don't care if it's UK or US or anything. I still understand that okay, it should be color OUISING, but that's the UK. But the other word still makes exactly the same sense. But it is when I type it out, my muscle memory will add the OU just automatically, like on autopilot. When I type, and I just go and say, that's the report.
And then you get the wee red line
and
underneath.
it's like I'm going.
See, the best one I heard with an Americanism using an American program using British words was the same word in two different programs. Miami Vice. It had Phil Collins on it, right? And he was using a word that if you used in Britain, people would get you into trouble. But he was using it in America because the Americans didn't see it as a bad word. It was okay. It could come over on an American TV show. Because Phil Collins was saying, they're just a bunch of wankers.
Oh,
and we were going,
we know that word. Yeah.
Whereas at the time, when the Miami Vice it was an American word because, remember, you had Married with Children, Peggy Wanker from Wanker County. You know what I mean? And it was a case of we're hearing that and we're going, it's like they're saying your ass instead of your butt, and we're going a bum bag and they're calling it a fanny pack. We're going, that means something different out here. And it's that
I didn't know what that meant until I came here. Yeah, I was saying that. I was saying a fanny pack a couple of times, and it was probably
it's the same difference between
don't say
what was it called? Trousers and
pants.
Trousers and pants.
Yeah.
We wear underpants. So if you're in your pants, you're not wearing a pair of trousers.
It's literally the polar opposite between the countries.
Yes, and that's what it is. When they used it, like when I love Married with Children. I want to grow up to be Al.
Oh, that was funny. That was such a funny show.
You miss me now with every shot, Peg, with every shot. Yeah, I mean, I love Married with Children, and it was the fact is, it was Peggy Wanker. I'm sitting there going, because it came across, it was on the TV, and we're sitting watching it, and it's not as if it's after 9 because of the bad language, because it was brought in from America, so they automatically assumed it's a show, it's on at any time of the day. So I think somebody's not checked that they use Americanisms. And I used to find it hilarious that it was Peggy Wanker and you're just for Wanker County. And then when Miami Vice came on and Phil Collins in it, and he knows what that word's saying, but he's using it properly because they're actually using it as a silly slagging word because it sounds rude. But in the UK, it is worse than you think. Especially at the time when that was coming over in the 80s. He's just a bunch of wankers. And you're sitting there thinking,
did he just say that?
Did he just say that? Did my mum hear what I'm watching? It's that type of thing. And it's just a case of it's hilarious because nowadays people are aware in the States that you can't use certain words because in a different country that means something else. So you get it's not as prevalent as it used to be. But it used to be fun because you knew. It's like I think it's in Australia. Matt, you'll be able to tell us if down there it's true. I heard this. I don't know. It was a comedian that said it. Sellotape. So if you come off the plane over here and you want to go and get some sellotape, you would ask for a roll of Durex because Durex was the brand of sellotape.
In the States, Scotch tape was the brand. So that's how I knew it. I would say, do you have any Scotch tape? And when I came here, I didn't know what the heck sellotape was. Somebody said, can you get me some sellotape or something? And I was just like, what's that?
Right. But I heard that in Australia, the Australian, basically, the brand was Durex. So they're saying when you come off the plane, don't ask for a roll of Durex because you'll get something different. And I don't know if that's true because I've never been to Australia to find out, and it's just not something I'm aware. It was one of these comedy routines about language around the world. Certain things mean different things to people, and the things like a fanny pack in the UK is funny for other reasons because your fanny ain't your ass, and it's in the UK. As my brother would say,
I learned that one quickly.
That's your flower garden. That's that's how my brother used to. That's a flower garden because his daughter had basically. No, we use the proper word. None of that rubbish. But it's that type of thing. So I don't know if that was
Language is
pure,
so
but
funny.
it's across the globe now. They won't do that because they are aware of certain languages
Much
because they
more
know
now,
it's going
yeah.
to different countries.
Yeah.
So they are very
Yeah.
conscious of it. So you won't have them go in a kid's show saying, he's a wanker, and his sister's a wanker, and his mother's a wanker, but his mother's not taking the married name, that's why they're all wankers. You're sitting there thinking,
Do
but
you
it's
say that? Yeah.
whereas we're
That's
reading
funny.
something else completely into that you're actually meaning. You're just meaning that
It's just
the
a
mother's
silly
maiden
word,
name
yeah.
is wanker and the father's is different, but they've not taken the father's name, so they're all wankers, and that means completely different over here. When they're all wankers, that means they're all troublemakers. But it's just silly like that, and I love it for that.
Uh,
Brits use the C word a lot more, yes.
yes.
But
Yes. Funny of you, yeah.
there's certain words like the F word and the C word. You don't actually need to use those words for people who know what you mean. Because if I say the M word, could mean anything. It could mean anything because there's no word that everybody associates as the M word. But if you say the F word or the C word, you know exactly what you're saying. And it's crazy because that is just all you need to say to somebody is, you're a C. You're swearing at them without actually swearing at them because as soon as you say that, they hear in their head.
I just love that it is used. It is used here, and it always cracks me up.
The best one I've heard was it's on. I think it's called. Was it the F word? And it's about using the F word is such a powerful word that you can use it for every word in a sentence, and the sentence makes sense. Fuck the fucking fucker. You know exactly what that means. Yeah, it's only one word, just used multiple times. And it's that type of thing. There is a thing online about how to use it. Like it's an adverb, it's an adjective, it's a pronoun. It's literally they use it and they use it within as all that, and then it's the only word that you can use in every word in a sentence, and people still understand the sentence. And it is a fun one. So the F word, have a look for that one if you get a chance.
I'm laughing so
And the
hard.
C word also means the same as a fanny pack.
Sorry, I was late back. I just get it up.
No, I'm just saying, Carol basically says the
British
British use the C word, and I says the C word and the F word, people know what you say. So even if you're no swearing at somebody and say you're a C, they know exactly what you mean. So in effect, you're effectively saying it. And I was saying that there's a video out there called the F word, and it's all about using the F word. It's a pronoun, it's a verb, it's an adverb, and it's stuff like that. And it's the only word. It's a word that you can use in every word in a sentence, and you'll still understand what the sentence means.
It comes from a George Carlin sketch.
Yes.
When it came around where the FCC, they came out with the 7 words you can't
The 7 words you
7
can't
dirty
say. I
words.
know, I've heard that one, but this one was just called the F word.
I know
And
him.
it was
I
all
know him.
about the F word.
I know that. I
He
love George
literally
Carlin.
lists like 25 other words that perfectly describes all of these 7.
Yeah.
He's such
I
a
know those by
genius.
heart. Yep. Yep.
It's the same as Kevin Bloody Wilson. He wrote the word. It was about Canada because when he was there, everybody knew what he did, and he was told he wasn't allowed to say the C word. So he wrote a song saying you can't say cunt in Canada, and that was the whole song. And he basically sang it in Canada. That's one of Kevin Bloody Wilson's songs. You can say you can't say cunt in Canada, and he basically sang it in Canada because he was told he can't say that word. He can say all these other words, but he can't say that one. And it's hilarious that he actually wrote a song about it and played it while he was on stage. But yes, those words are certainly terrible.
There's
I
another wonderful.
never use them.
There's another wonderful Scotsman that we both know, who I adore, and he
Billy
often.
Conley.
No. This is a very dear friend of ours who's a Scotsman as well, and he always makes me laugh. I cry laughing when I read his tweets, and he says he calls somebody a fanny, and I just completely lose it.
Have you seen the Iron Brew ad? Have
No.
you seen the Iron Brew ad? You must have seen the Iron Brew. Come on, tell me you've seen the Iron Brew ad.
I
If
might
not, I'm
have,
going to
but I
dig it
can't
out.
really. Oh, take care, Dad. Thanks for hanging with us for a while.
So long, Dead Man.
Yes,
Have a good-
definitely. Thank you. Right, there it's there.
Diane.
This is the one I thought you were talking about, and it's because it's very Scottish, right? Okay, you ready?
So, what are we going to call her?
Fanny. I want to call her Fanny.
We can't call her Fanny. Fanny, I like it. It's unusual, unique.
My mum's a Fanny. Granny was a Fanny. I'm joining a long line of Fannies.
Aye, it's good to keep up tradition.
Oh, Fanny, you're just like your daddy.
So that's
I've
the
never
Scottish
seen that.
advert. And basically, so when he's obviously going on a bit, it's because it's such a fun colloquialism in Scotland. The
Yeah.
Iron Brew made the advert because it's a name.
Oh, I just love it. It just cracks me up every time I hear it.
But there you go, the Iron Brew advert. Iron Brew, your other national drink.
Yeah.
But
Bars Iron Brew, made in Scotland
this-
from girders. These adverts we grew up with.
These are also part of the social conversation that
Yes.
we're missing out on.
Hmm.
Yeah, Fanny is an actual name.
Yep.
Yes, it
It
is.
just also happened to have a connotation,
Rather an unfortunate
and
one.
it's playing you, the audience. It's not just going, how we're pandering to you. We're not going to say anything bad. It's like, no,
It was
she's
a
going to
name.
be named
Yeah.
Fanny. That sounds like a good name for our daughter. But you,
There
as
is
the
a
audience,
character in
because you engage
what was
that.
it's like a period drama with Hugh Grant, Emma Thompson, Alan Rickman. Oh my God,
That's
my brain.
the Pride and
actually?
Prejudice.
No, it's not Pride and Prejudice. It's Sense and Sensibility.
Oh, sense.
There's a character called Fanny in that.
Aye.
Yeah.
It's basically, it is an
Because
old, it's an old name.
that's the time it was. It
It's
was
one
a
of those
name
things.
then.
This is
Yeah.
it is a George Carling one, by the way. Right, I found it. Remember I was saying about the F word? It is a George Carling one. Hear it here, and I'll share the sound as well.
It's a bit loud.
Sorry?
It was
Bit
a bit loud.
Right.
Perhaps one of the most interesting words in the English language today is the word fuck. Out of all of the English words that begin with the letter F, fuck is the only word that is referred to as the F word. It's the one magical word. Just by its sound can describe
That's not George.
fear, hate,
I know,
and love.
but it's hit from a sketch from him. It's based on his.
Oh, right. Okay.
Fuck, as most words in the English language, is derived from German, the word frichen, which means to strike. In English, fuck falls into many grammatical categories. As a transitive verb, for instance, John fucked Shirley. As an intransitive verb, Shirley fucks. Its meaning's not always sexual. It's used as an adjective, such as John's doing all the fucking work. As part of an adverb, Shirley talks too fucking much. As a verb enhancing an adjective, Shirley is fucking beautiful. I don't give a fuck. As part of a word, abso-fucking-lutely, or in-fucking-credible. And as almost every word in a sentence, fuck the fucking fuckers. As you must realize, there aren't too many words with the versatility of fuck, as in these examples describing situations such as fraud. I got fucked at the used car lot. Oh, fuck it. Trouble. I guess I'm really fucked now. Aggression. Don't fuck with me, buddy. Difficulty. I don't understand this fucking question. Who the fuck was that? Dissatisfaction. I don't like what the fuck is going on here. Incompetent. He's a fuck off. Dismissal. Why don't you go outside and play hide and go fuck yourself? I'm sure you can think of many more examples. With all of these multi-purpose applications, how can anyone be offended when you...
I'm in pain.
We say use a unique, flexible word more often in your daily speech. It will identify the quality of your character immediately. Say it loudly and proudly. Fuck you.
I love George, even though that wasn't his voice.
It wasn't his voice, but it's based on the usage of the F word.
His thing, yeah.
And that's the one I was talking about. Basically, that whole sketch is absolutely fucking incredible.
But it is actually. I'm not sure if it's an homage by the writer of the film Boondock Saints. But there is a scene in Boondock Saints where the writer, he is actually playing the character, and there is an accident happening. And he's going, effity, fuckity, bleepity, bleepity, blah, blah, blah. And one of the heroes is just going, stating to his brother, well, that certainly proves the diversity of the word.
Mm-hmm. This is why I love... Go ahead.
No, it is because, yes, it's a fucked up scenario. And the only way the guy that caused it happening, he only had the F word to describe all of it. And he's literally using it 25 times or something in like 30 seconds. And he's just going out and it's like, well, that certainly proves the diversity of the word.
Yep. One of the funniest things I have ever heard in my life is I haven't watched South Park in ages, but I used to love watching South Park. And the first film they did, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, honest to God, was the Terrence and Phillip song. I was wetting myself laughing. I was laughing so hard.
Yes.
Oh my God, I don't even want to say it because that is one of the funniest movies I have ever seen. If you just wanna completely cry laughing, that was so funny. What was I gonna say? Oh, it's gone out of my head now. Oh, that's why I like The Thick of It.
Yes.
Oh,
because
that's what Kelly said. Most Americans know the Malcolm Tucker, The Thick of It.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I've still got the box set and I've not watched it.
Oh, it's just so funny and so well observed. And again, Peter Capaldi is legendary. Yeah, he's a legend in it. They're all good. The whole ensemble cast. Roger Allam is in it. I'm
looking back at the Thick of It from memory. I have it new, and it is literally on my big home cinema screen. I can see the current government that we have here in UK. Okay, sorry to you Americans, but there's been so much going on. It's like, really, it's literally like they took the script from that and put it into the government. Or it's like, well, we don't know. It's like, what? The Thick of It is a effing great show to watch.
Oh, it's so.
That's why somebody's channel FFFFI. It's got a
For fuck's sake.
Sign in. For sign in. Omar Sharif would say most things very nicely, no matter what. Very eloquent man is Omar. We were actually shown how where he stayed in his later life when we were in Lanzarote. He had a big mansion in the house, and Omar Sharif used to stay up there as we were passing it. Yes, SFA, Sweet Fanny Adams.
Can I just mention one thing about George Carlin?
Yep.
Did you know that Thomas the Tank Engine was very famous over here with Ringo Starr voicing?
Starr did it, yep.
Yeah. But
Never heard of it.
Well, George Carlin done the American version. And out on YouTube at the moment, someone's taken George Carlin's stand-up routines and mixed them in with what he voiced on Thomas the Tank Engine, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Oh,
so instead of the fat controller, it'll be the fat bastard.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Really, absolutely hilarious.
that sounds great.
Yeah. He did some great stuff. So there was something someone had said earlier on I meant to actually pick up on. Yeah, it basically Fanny is short for Francis.
Yeah.
Yes, but it wasn't that one. It was. It's something to do. Oh God, where is it? I think it was something to do with the F word still, and I can't even remember what it was. I can't even find the bit that actually triggered it. A 4-letter word. Oh, it's really annoying me. I can't even remember what I was going to say. It was something to do with the F word. See, that happens. I should have actually said it at the time, but I was being a good boy and trying not to swear.
I scare myself some days, I tell you what.
Right. Okay, let's see if I can find this, what I was saying. It's something to do with the F word, so it was round about here. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. It was to do with, have you ever heard why the word fuck came about?
No.
I know this is not true, but it's hilarious that people actually think it came through. So anybody know where the word fuck came from? Not the frickin', as in, I think that's that was the proper one that George Carlin did, that's where it came from. It's from the German word to strike, right? But have you heard where they say it comes from in England?
No.
It's because, accordingly, which is hilariously funny, is during the Middle Ages, where, remember you used in Braveheart, they used the prima nocta as a thing, as in the laird could have the first night for any married woman, and it was the English being bad, and that's how they're going to get rid of the Scots by making sure they don't marry, because they can claim prima nocta the first night of the wedding, and it's meant to stop that, which was a load of bull in the first place. It was to do with the fact is people couldn't have sex unless they were given special permission. So you used to get a certificate which allowed you to fornicate under command of the king.
Oh
so you were allowed to fuck because you had a license to fornicate under command of the king.
God.
And I thought, people actually believe that. Who's going to actually make a law saying you're not allowed to? How could they actually check? Excuse me, we need this guy to sleep in here just to make sure we use law every night, every day. It's a ridiculous thing that people actually believe that's where the word came from. You had to get a license to fornicate under the command of the king. That's how silly things happen and people start believing.
I'm not a parent, but clearly you are, PJ. How much did your instructions of your daughters remaining virgins until we're 50 years old stay in place?
I would even say longer. because I used to, anytime I had a boyfriend, I would introduce myself and say, "Come and see my gun and knife collection," and I would show them my knife collection and say, "And remember, I'm always willing to go to jail for my children."
That's the way to do it.
See that is from Blue Collar Comedy Tour that I picked it up the best. I keep forgetting his name.
Yeah, he really
But
is.
he had this one. He's leading into the kid. He's describing him perfectly. It's like pimple face, there's whiskers standing out because he can't really grow a beard properly yet and everything. Clothes are mismatching, but he's trying his best and he's nervous and shaking. He's just leaning in and going, "Hey, son, as my daughter, as my most precious person on the planet, and just so you know, I have no problem going back to prison again."
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just going,
also going back to prison means you don't want to mess
you already done something.
something really bad.
But it's the same idea. They always say the difference between males and females is when if you phoned up your friend, "I think I've just killed someone," they'll say, "Have you phoned the police?" Whereas if I phoned up one of my friends and says, "I think I've just killed someone," where will we bury the body? So the females will be more logical. Phone the police, get them as soon as possible so you can clear it. Whereas the guy's saying, "Yep, I'll be your alibi. Where will we bury him?" And it's wee things like that. But it's the same idea. I'd said to my daughter that the only way they're allowed to have kids if either A, they were 35, or B, I was 5 years dead. And my wife kept saying, "Imagine you telling your kids that growing up." I says, "I don't see anything wrong with that." So when my daughter came in, I says, "Hi, what's this about you pregnant?" She says, "I know, Dad, I'm a year and a bit early." Oh. Right, hold on.
That's a great laugh.
These things are still light-hearted jokes, and I understand there's so many people don't understand them. It's like you don't want to know that your precious daughter is suddenly an adult.
No.
Again, I'm not a parent, but I see this so much in my friends now, starting to have teenage daughters, and their moms, they're perfectly fine with everything because they've been through it, but the dads, it's like this.
Well, it's in different stages too. You know, it's different stages for each type. You know, for each parent, it's like they each have different things that impact them at different times.
Yeah.
You know?
My brother-in-law always used to say he had 3 boys and I had 3 girls. He says he doesn't envy me because he's only got 3 pricks to worry about. I've got thousands. And
again, that is not inaccurate.
But it is. It's just case even grown up. You know what I mean? Until they're 16, boys are a problem. After 16, no, sorry. Until they're 16, boys are no problem. After 16, they're a problem. Whereas girls, up until they're 16, they're a problem. After they're 16, less of a problem. It's because the boys, when they're growing up, they basically, you can go, "Shiny stuff," there you go, and they're fine. They'll go, "Here's a game, go and play it." I'll be in their room for hours and end and stuff like that. Whereas girls are obviously more intuitive. They basically, as they're growing up, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. But as they grow older, they mature better. So once they're adults, they are less of a problem because they know their minds and they know what they want to do. Whereas boys, it's a case of wake up. What am I going to do, Mum? And it's a case of I need this, I need that, and I'm at this, and it's things that they didn't need to bother about when they were younger. And it's been fun that girls are no problem and are problems until they grow up. Boys are no problems until they grow up because that's when they get into trouble.
In terms of a film, and surprise, surprise, spoiler alert, in a film I love really highly in terms of America, fuck yeah, there is Owen Wilson having to defend when a dad is getting a little bit overprotective about his daughter. And it goes like, I worked my butt off being a roughneck my entire life. I want my daughter to have a better and higher life and everything. And Owen Wilson's character is coming in and just goes like, hormones, everything is like pushing her left, right, and center. She's trying to find herself, everything. And that is what a parent is missing, because they keep forgetting, yes, 20 years ago, you were doing exactly the same thing. And it is something I see amongst my friends that do have kids now that are coming into the 16, 17, 18, 20. It's like, no, you're still my 4-year-old daughter. You're still my 5-year-old kid. You're still my... There's still is like, that's where you're supposed to be. And they don't see that it's like, hey, life actually goes on. And it's like, hey, she actually grew up to be a smoking hot babe.
So did I.
Yeah. Well, I would say it sounds bad, but if I ever become a dad of a daughter, I would not want her to be pretty. I would like her to be pretty enough, but not that
See, I
pretty.
always found that my children, their descriptions were oxymoronic, if that's the correct word, oxymorons.
Right.
Because people would say, oh my God, your daughter's gorgeous, but she looks dead like you. So is it one or the other? You can't have both. You can't have both. So yes, my daughters looked like me growing up, but accordingly they were gorgeous. So how does that work? That does not work. Yes.
Well, I wish my future daughters had my beard.
Oh dear.
No, see, the way my kids grew up, my kids had my attitude, and that was more than enough.
Yeah, that's probably the best I could hope for. They had my attitude.
I'm getting. I'm starting to flag.
Yes.
So let's see what Jim's got.
Yes,
and,
Jim.
Oh, you guys ready then?
Okay.
Yeah.
If you bring up another Flash with a different outfit on, you're out.
I'm okay with that because you didn't say Ming.
No. The ones you've already got. If you brought the Red Flash or Ming up, that's no issues because he could appear every stream. You're okay with that?
No, you said Flash. Ming is clearly off topic.
Alec is done.
Yes, so basically what I'm saying is no Flash on screen.
We've broken Alec.
Oh my God.
Flash!
Oh God.
Right, we'll begin with this one because people don't believe us when you and me, PJ, we say we're raiding the charity shops. So the entire haul I will show you this evening, here's the receipt.
£1.
£1.
£1 in total. And yes, all of you that tried to dox me and everything, I folded away all the happy numbers. So let's begin with, I'm an old school rock and roll. You give me John Bon Jovi, you give me Def Leppard, all of these boys.
Oh, I love that film. I love it.
I hate that actor.
I'm not the greatest fan of Jack Black. But in this one...
Because I could have picked up Gulliver, I could have picked up School of Rock, and I could have picked up Journey to... It was the new Kong one.
No.
Jack Black in them, and I could not lift it.
Yeah, no, they just don't work. But I think this is one of the films he was made to make.
Yes,
So
I agree.
if you never seen anything else with him in it,
Do you know who he
he's
reminds
the
me of?
perfect one for this.
He
Go ahead.
reminds me of Meatloaf.
Yes,
Do you know who he
he
reminds me of?
very much
You
has
remember that scene in Jurassic Park where he goes up and goes, "That's a big pile of shite."
Yeah.
That's
That is one big pile of shit. Yeah.
It's just because I don't know. I think it's maybe because his personality out with the movies just rattled me, and yeah.
His personality doesn't ever change. He's
I know,
basically
and I
the
think
same
that's where
across.
it goes. And I'm not a big one for music, so the music part of the School of Rock
Well,
doesn't get me.
that makes sense
So,
then.
but
Yeah.
because he did it was these other two movies, the Kong one, where they had those stupid dinosaurs running, they're all running in the middle of all
And
the light.
it's the
Oh.
1935s kind where they're running with the heavy double wheel cassettes and everything on top of the
Yes,
cameras.
and they're running as fast, and they're running through all these dinosaurs which are banging into each other, but none of them get actually bumped. They're running through dead fast. That annoyed me, the movie, but his personality in it really got to me. But the other one was the Gulliver's Travels one. I thought that could have been really good, and I think if he had it was more of a comic play on it, not his comedy, it would have worked a lot better.
I will say, Colin, you have way greater humor in the chat than Jack Black ever has had. Because he's saying that, but I'm sure you'll find it and put it on the screen. That's a good one, Colin.
You're going to break us again.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's true.
Sorry, Carol, I'm not available on Amazon. Oh, hey, look, we got the Russian bot visiting.
Oh, so we have.
Oh my God, I'm crying.
I hate when they pop up.
It's like my first pick. It's like my first pick. I haven't even begun yet.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to report them. So there you go. Hopefully that'll bounce them away.
Oh my God, I'm in pain.
The next one will be a little bit more serious, and this is more like the sci-fi I like when it comes to creating a scientific environment, but you don't necessarily have to go to space.
Right. She's still crying at that Ming the Merciless joke. That's how well you got her.
Oh, she just should be happy it wasn't about her Nosferatu.
Oh my God. I feel like I got punched in the gut. I'm so sore from laughing.
See, that's a good thing. And basically, a joke it can keep you laughing for that long is just so perfect.
And
it's just see Wen's reaction this evening. It's like I have even less regrets about how much money I spent on getting them. It's definitely return on investment.
Oh my God. I can't see.
Nice one, Colin.
Oh God, that was funny.
I think I should have a word with Colin and say we should do a whole stream about him coming out with innuendos.
Yep.
Oh
and your angles.
Oh, that would definitely be a charity 24-hour stream non-stop.
Yeah.
Sorry, darling, I may have broken your missus.
Oh no! Oh,
That was great.
I'm gonna have a word with you, Laura.
Oh my god.
See, there's 3 good
I don't know if I
seasons
can
of
take
Doctor
much
Who.
more.
There's 3 perfect seasons of Doctor Who. Tom Baker, Sylvester McCoy, Colin Baker. Can't go wrong with that. Anders Asteroid takes the lead. Out on front. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Oh god!
My glasses are actually steaming up.
I might change it. We have the best chatters, like we have the worst enemies in the chat.
Definitely.
Oh god, I'm having makeup left by this at this rate.
PJ, I've got to say, you've got to get him into the window and put him on this channel.
Oh, it's superb.
Oh, that was great.
I now realize I
need a
should have
laugh.
saved my first presentation to the last. Really.
I don't know if I can take much more.
I've got to have a drink.
Right. Let's pretend we're professionals. So next one I
Everyone
got.
back down to earth, come on.
Just be very careful what you're actually getting to your next movie.
Well, I can think of several naughty jokes about this one, but I'm gonna try and keep them out. I like suspense. I like sci-fi. I like the mysterious stuff. You wake up in the world, you try to discover where you are, where you go, and everything. It's
The Island.
Oh, yes.
for those that haven't seen it, essentially these guys are clones, but they're basically just clones for rich people, so that if rich people get an injury to liver or spleen or a kidney, yada yada, these guys goes.
The island is effectively they tell them effectively that the rest of the place is
The rest of the world is
colony.
dead.
Yeah, the rest of the world is dead near a colony, and they find out. Yes, I think I've seen that one.
I actually like it, and I can't fault any of the characters in it. They do an amazing job overall, portraying who they are, what they are, their weaknesses and stuff. And yeah, similar to Logan's gun. Logan's
Gun. Aye.
Logan's gun. Yeah.
Any more of those jokes, you'll get fired.
But
Next one is actually a film that I have never ever watched, but I've seen all the memes, and because I now have it in my hand, it's definitely one I will watch.
Oh,
The Wolf of Wall Street.
of course, yeah.
You've seen the memes, you've seen all of the stuff and everything. I haven't seen it, and it was in the literally. But we're talking still. This is number 3 out of 10. I paid £1 for all of these, and I should have kept the stickers on this one, because this film I really like. And it has Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio.
I know what you mean.
It was
Charlie Wilson.
£9.99, but I peeled off the stickers, of course. But I paid 10p for this.
Catch me if you can. Yeah.
Right,
Good
okay.
film, based on a true story.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
but it's
amazing
on
one.
typically it is based on a true story, which means they've taken a very, very basic premise and screwed everything else up.
They're taking a very basic premise, but there is a lot of the stuff that they show in this film that actually works in real life. They're showing you so many tricks. Because we were talking about this earlier this evening, and it's the Clark Kent versus Superman. How a hero is, you don't recognize one from the other because the steps, the difference, the gates, and everything.
Yeah.
And
It's the same as
one scene in this one is Leonardo DiCaprio is playing the criminal, and Tom Hanks has an entire FBI squad at an airport, and Leonardo DiCaprio just walks right past them. They don't recognize him because he's playing a flush captain. He has tons of very beautiful babes around him. So all the FBI agents is just looking at the hot babes, not the man they're hunting. So he's invisible in the crowd of a lot of hot flight attendants just walking past the FBI agent.
And that's based, remember that last week we were talking and I told the joke. It sounded as if I was dead serious. It was a joke my dad used to tell. However, I've always said that if you say something with conviction, no matter how much bullshit it is, people go, "Oh, really?" If you say it with enough conviction, you don't need to prove yourself because people will believe you. It's when you say things like, "Well, I think the hood. I think the hood blew up because of the bomb getting into the side, and there was a couple of people." People go, "That sounds about right." But if you say, "Well, see, the hood, it got bombed by aircraft when it was actually hunting the Bismarck, and what the bomb did is this, and it completely wiped out the bridge, but all the crew survived." People go, "I see, that sounds better." Second one's a total bullshit, but if you say it with enough conviction, and I've always said that, because it's amazing how when somebody asks me something, I'll tell them, I've got no fucking idea, but I'll make something up of it. And I've got a habit of doing that. It's just when if somebody's annoying me, I'll literally tell them, "Why is the computer keyboard not working?" "Well, you see, it's what you've done is you've pulled the cable out. When you've pulled that cable out, it's blew that motherboard." "Oh, sorry, I'll try and not do that again. How do I pull the cable out?" And you're sitting there thinking, really? The two of them are not even in the fucking same part of the computer. But if you say it with enough conviction, people believe you, because why would you lie about something like that? Because you pissed me off and I don't know what's wrong. So, and it's that type of thing. But I've always been like that. And that's why I quite agree with things like that in that movie. Yes, you can understand it, because if somebody just walks through, I think there was a part in that as well, was, it was a case of he was being hunted and he literally just walked past him on his own. But because they were standing there and they were thinking, well, whoever's coming towards us can see us, so keep an eye out for somebody that's running or quite furtive. And he basically just walks straight up to them, asks them a question, and then walks past them. And it's a case of, why wouldn't they have jumped? Because they're looking for somebody who's going to draw attention to themselves. If he had that much confidence, it was obviously early on, that he could walk up to them, ask them a question, and just continue on as if he was meant to be there. And that's what it was. It's all to do with how you present yourself, which is fun. So, but yes, I can understand why that would work, because I sometimes do that. Talk a load of bull and just do it with so much conviction that people believe me. It's like when somebody they spelt my name wrong when I got them last week with that one. Because how many actually people thought I was actually talking about a thing that my dad actually happened to. It was my dad's joke. He used to do that because he was a monumental mason. So people automatically assumed that because he walked through the graveyard, he had that experience, because he used to say it with so much conviction. It was funny as hell when you could see them go, "Oh, what? I'll get you for that." Obviously, they used the carling word. Right. Anyway, Jim. Sorry. Go ahead. The next one.
Right. Would you like some chocolate or a Wilson?
Is that a trick question? I think
That's
I already know what the movie is.
He's going to FedEx it. Put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I already know what this one is.
But which would you like?
Okay, choose your ball.
Right, we'll begin with the ball then.
Castaway, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just to speed it up a little bit, because I know people might get tired.
Oh,
life's
excellent.
like a
Run, Forrest, run!
You've had a Tom Hanks run there.
Yep.
Yep, I did.
Excellent.
And because I had to choose 10, I didn't pick up You Got Mail when he's playing against Meg Ryan. I think they play amazingly across each other in that film. Even though it's like the cheesy, this is what I would expect late 1990s New York
Hi, Kelly.
film and everything.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen that film once, and it was quite a many years ago.
But yeah, I like Castaway, especially the way the film ends. I haven't seen it in a lot of years, but it's essentially, yes, he becomes a castaway. He has to learn to live on his own. He has to learn how to survive on his own and everything. And then he gets rescued and brought back straight smack into New York City or whatever it is, like major metropolitan city. And he's just going, this is not my life anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
See, the one thing about Castaway I never understood, and I don't know if it's because it's a US thing, but I always thought that without a body, a person can't legally be declared dead for 7 years.
But he's stuck for 10 years or something. I don't remember the exact stuff, but he's legally declared dead.
See, I think it was because he was only missing for a number of years, but not an exasperated amount of years. I can't remember. I thought it was maybe 2 or 3 years he'd been missing, or that type of thing. And I always thought it seems quite thingy because the story just didn't give it the impression it was like over a decade. But that's the only part of it I thought was a wee bit weird because they know the plane had crashed and they couldn't find the bodies, so they just declared them dead without having the bodies there. And I thought it was a legal term. They couldn't, without a body, declare someone legally dead. And I thought it was
I seem
only
to
over
remember something like that as well. So that was probably definitely a thing, but I don't know what the actual law was.
The thing is, they couldn't really do it because they couldn't have had them sit there for 10 years because it wouldn't have worked with him still being in love with his wife 10 years and expecting her to still be there if he'd been there for 10 years. So that's why they condensed it maybe down to a year or so he was missing and everything had changed because remember she still had his car, so it's a couple of years good to me.
Such
It was
a
just
poignant
such a short
film
term
that
thing.
was really sad.
It's a good movie, and you could understand why they did it because they wanted that aspect of it. But it was just the fact that he was declared dead, and as far as I understand, legally they couldn't even unless they've got a body or they've got reasonable suspicion, as in they find a body, a finger, and they assume that that's all it's left, that kind of thing. So I just thought it was a legal thing, and it's obviously it's Hollywood just messing with the legalese for their movie, which they do all the time anyway.
I mean, I will be rewatching it soon enough, but I thought he was stuck on the island for like a decade. Like it was a significant amount of years.
Yeah, I remember the canoe.
That's true. My wife was watching the. My wife was watching the. There was one on the UK TV a drama about that, and she was watching it, and she says it's amazing. He actually moved next door. He shaved his beard off and moved in next door, and people had been reporting it to the police for years, but the police just no issues. So basically, everybody knew, but before it became to light that yes, he was declared dead, and I never understood that either. But accordingly, everybody knew because they'd been reporting him to the police for years. that guy who you said is dead, he's living next door to where he actually stayed. Because there was a drama about it, and she had watched the documentary about it just prior to watching the drama about it. So she did. That's fun.
Right. Moving along, because I know I have a few more still to show. This is. Oh, crap. I love James Bond, but this is my kind of James Bond without going John Wick.
Oh, the Jason Bourne things. Yeah, they're really good.
I've seen them, but it's not something that I've watched multiple times. They're a good action, but I prefer the John Wick stuff, I must admit.
What John Wick? So if you put James Bond, that's 40 years before this happened. If you put John Wick is 20 years later than when this happened. This is the bridge between those kind of stories. This is a smart, intelligent intelligence operative. He understands how the planet works. What people are doing, what governments are doing, what they're looking for, how they hunt people. He has all this insight. Also, he's armed with basically the MI6 training that James Bond is trained with. Basically, that's why he's a 007. He's a 00 because he has a license to kill. He just happened to be number 7.
Charles Austray, he's a 000. He's 000. Oh. That's Carry On Spy. What's you? I'm 00. Oh. But do you know what is a better, the ones that I thought were better than that? Transporter, Jason Statham.
Oh, yeah, I'll actually highlight something I watched this week. Transporter is an extension of a French film by Luc Besson called Taxi.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
I don't think I've seen that one.
So Taxi is basically just a guy that's really good at driving a car. Jason Statham, he can drive a car. He's very meticulous about this car. Yes, so is the taxi guy. But Jason can also punch a 700-pound gorilla with like his pinky and knock him out. That's the difference. In Taxi, the guy can drive a car and no one can catch him because he's basically grew up in Paris learning how to drive. So in Paris, traffic is wild. Jason Statham is like, I have a really, really nice car. It's like a 70 to 100,000 pound car. I'm driving it perfectly, precisely. I'm on time. I'm always there when needed to be. And it will be meticulous. It's clean. It's all that. But if someone wants to fight me for the car, he's basically a Navy SEAL, a US Navy SEAL. He can do martial art, combat, and everything. In Taxi, the guy isn't that. He's just cheeky, smart, fun. And if you want to try and hit him, sorry, he's already in his taxi, driving 100 miles an hour down the road. And you're just standing there. It's like, hang on, I was supposed to punch you. So it has more of the humor. It has more of the great element that uplifts it. And it is
subtitled. I'm assuming it's subtitled.
Yeah, it's subtitled.
Might actually try and get hold of that next chance I get.
Yeah, I would highly recommend you watching it because it's fun. it brings a lot of fun into, shall we say, an Italian job. You remember
Good.
how
As long as
they
it's not like
used
that crappy Baby Driver.
No, not the Baby Driver. We're bringing it all the way back to the good Italian job, where you have literally like 25 minutes of 3 minutes driving around
The
Italy.
Italian Job, the Kane one,
Yeah.
no, the
Uh,
Pantsy remake.
Yeah, you have that, and you have classic car driving. You have good explanation. It is visually gorgeous. It brings all of those motions in there. It's gorgeous. But I would definitely say, yep, go for that.
Yep.
But my surprise of the week, despite I still have 2 more to show, I got a Blu-ray for the same Bourne collection.
Oh, nice.
Very good.
Nice.
And again, I don't know where my receipt went, but
No, I
I
haven't seen
paid
that one,
10
Carol.
pence for this. 10p.
Well, see, normally the Blu-rays
Amazing.
in most of the charity shops are double the price of the DVDs.
Well,
So-
I actually looked this up. I can go into the CX, or seeing that we're
The
past
sex shop,
Watershed.
let's call it
The
what it is.
sec- If it's after 10 o'clock, I just have to double check. We're after the Watershed. The sex shop, I paid 10 pence for this. I can walk into the sex shop tomorrow and I will get 9 quid for this.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't
I am
believe they're...
not giving this to them because this entire box, there is no blemish, there's nothing.
Yeah.
It's just flawless.
Good job.
And yes, I checked. It has.
It had the disc in it.
disc.
Nothing worse than
Yeah.
going click. Nothing.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I did check, but I have a feeling there is something that should have been here. So there might have been a folder or something.
There would have been a
Yeah.
leaflet about it. More than likely, there would have been a leaflet about other movies in the series or stuff like that. I've not seen Diva. I must admit, I've not seen it.
No, I've not
at
seen
all.
that either.
Right. Now we have to get very, very serious. When
Good
it
luck with
comes
that.
to America
I
going
can see it.
absolutely, fuck yeah, we're the best, we're the strongest, we get shit done, we can do this.
Is this a?
No, there is no better film that I've ever seen. And now I built America up, I'm gonna say this film is one of the first that going, oh yeah,
Jim.
we're Americans, we can do everything. Hey, look how strong we are.
Jim,
See, I thought it was Team America who was going to show us.
Jim, can I say it's got a fantastic song by Aerosmith? Because I've seen it.
Oh, no, someone's already clued in here. Because they are actually clocked on to the fact that even though everybody perceives it, America is like, yeah, we're the strongest and everything. In this film, you have everything from, oh, you almost hit him. Ah, that's perfect, all right. I'm temporarily insane. It's like Russian component, American components. It's all made in Taiwan. It has all of these components that's like, yes, America gets be put in front like Coca-Cola.
See, I would have said Red Heat rather than Bruce Willis movie.
All right. When you're the last one, do you have a hint of what this could be?
I don't know. I've just been like, I think I'm starting to sort of approach the Weekend at Bernie stage, you know, where I'm just going to be like, you're going to have to operate the strings because I'm starting to fade.
Yeah, I thought it was an Arnold Schwarzenegger one. That's why I was thinking Red Heat, that type of thing.
I can't think anymore.
Right, here we go.
Oh,
Broke
we've got
my
another
brain earlier.
porno.
Oh, Armageddon. Yes. Nice.
Russian components, American components.
You mention that.
Yes.
You mention that, and suddenly we get the Russian components.
But yeah, it is. When this came out, there was so many people just go, it's like, oh, it's just American propaganda, how great it is. It's like, have you seen the film? They're literally bashing the Americans as far as they can get to. Even Magic Pounder got it.
Yeah, Archer, basically he
Armageddon
starts
outta
talking
here.
about Russian components and stuff like that, and look what a component popped into our stream.
Oh yeah, I see we got another one. Hey, they like
Yeah, I
us.
managed to actually, I think I got them hidden for mostly, but bloody typical. I need to actually work out how to actually block it. So, but do I want to actually block it so somebody who's not a subscriber can't chat? And that's what I don't want to do.
Well, you have the drawback if a subscriber, non-subscriber can't chat. How can they become a subscriber?
No, they could subscribe to chat, but I don't want it so anybody isn't a subscriber can't chat. That's what I was meaning. They can subscribe at any point, but it's don't want to force somebody to subscribe just to chat when we want them to come in and subscribe because they're having fun. Unlike the pornos, that's a different type of fun.
That's the big type of fun. So I do have the final pick.
Right. Okay.
And everything I've shown you so far has cost me 90 pence.
That's mad.
But
That's an amazing haul for that.
And this is another 10p, so it comes up to a total of £1. And this is what started me in on a track that got me down the route of Kingsman. Because it's from the same origin. I don't know if it's the same author, the same writer or anything, because I've kind of stayed away because it's been hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss.
Austin Powers.
No, Austin Powers.
I didn't think it was, but just for some reason, when you said along the Kingsman line, I thought Austin Powers.
This is where it all started. At least as I understand it in terms of films. It is
Kick-Ass.
Hey.
Oh, I've never seen that.
And this is a fancy 3D printed. It's got embossing.
Cool.
Yeah, you can see the embossing part of it, the shiny part.
That does look cool.
But what I love most about this film is, as much as I have been a geek, reading the Hulk, Thor, Wolverine, or X-Men, even Spider-Man. Okay, all of these guys got mutated senses of abilities. They accident, whatever it was. How come not the normal person just went out there and it's like, hey, this is wrong. I'll try and make it right.
They did.
And they got.
He was a wee bit rich, but he was a normal person. Two normal people just so happened to be very rich.
Yes.
No special abilities, no mutations.
I'm sorry, if your bank account has 9 zeros before it starts with a number, you're not a normal person.
Yeah, all I said was the only difference was they were rich. However, so you got Batman and Green Arrow. And there's no, apart from training, there's nothing special about them apart from if somebody had the cash, they could do it. But obviously no in real life.
No, but that is what the Kick-Ass actually brings into it. It's like just a normal kid. And I love that the film literally spends 45 minutes in. He's literally in an alley just trying to like bounce off a tire wheel and like trying to get up against the wall or like trying to bounce or jump or something, and he's trying to like do the amazing leap across like rooftop to rooftop, and it's like Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
It's got that, but it is he does have that critical impact moment when he steps in and trying to do something, he gets injured so severe.
Yep. Severely is the correct word.
Yeah, I'll trust you on that one. So the injuries are really bad, and he wakes up on the other end. He comes out on the other end, can't feel pain. But the film actually goes, his best buddies are smacking him over the head with lunch tray, like bricks. It's like, oh, you can't feel this. It's like, whack. Oh, I can't feel it. They're basically real bosses to him. So he literally has to start from completely ground up. And then suddenly it's becoming greater and greater. But, and in terms of diversity, strong female characters, Hit Girl. Hit Girl is my absolute favorite. It's like, oh, I lost my mom and dad. It was just like suddenly she got like a magnum. She's a 9-year-old kid holding a magnum. A magnum in my hand. I got big hands. A magnum in my hand is oversized. I look like a kid in a toy aisle holding a magnum gun in my hand.
Mm.
And they put that level in, and they just go, this kid has been brought up to be a psycho by none other than Nicolas Cage. Because the first time you get introduced to Nicolas Cage in this film, he's going, how you doing, honey girl? Are you ready for this? Oh, yes, Dad. Yes, Dad, I am. And then he just pulls the gun out and just shoots her right in the chest. A 9-year-old kid, and she's just like flying 10 feet back. It's like, what the?
Holy cow! Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell did I just watch? The film is so full of surprises and everything, but something throughout. And I know it's been Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass 2 is Kingsman, and Kingsman 2. Something whoever it is that is behind this, epic music, when epic music has been required, is something they've always managed to time perfectly. And I'm trying to not spoil it for anyone. If you've not seen it, when you come to those finales and you hear that epic music, it's like, wow, this is cartoon, comic books, 10 years of collecting something I like to read, come together in one single piece. Flawless. But Kick-Ass is where it starts. And that is my pick of the week.
Lovely.
Excellent.
Well, nice haul.
Really
Jim.
good selection.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah. I think the DVDs this week have been actually quite good, I must admit. Still, that's my favourite.
Oh my God, I know. So
I can't reach my Ming to go.
Don't start that again.
Well, I kind of, because of what they were talking about, I can't show my Ming this stream. I have to reach
You can't flash your Ming in this stream. Because if you flash your Ming, you'll be good.
Oh, I'm sure my Ming can take your what's that?
Oh, God. Right. That's cool.
I solemnly.
That's my wee dread.
I solemnly vow that
He's got
I
a
will
Mark
never
II
flash
log
my Ming
rather
on
than a
the
Mark
stream.
Oh, don't get me started off again now. That was great. That was really fun. Really
Yeah.
fun stream. everybody that was leaving alone.
I'm sorry, Disaster
Yep.
Area. I
Jim,
cannot
you
give any
you just
promises
have
on
to
that.
keep your hands off your Ming.
No, it's just, sorry, my hands do not stay above the quilt.
Oh dear. On that mad note,
Yes.
I think we're gonna have to. I don't
I
know about
think
you guys, but I'm done.
I could actually. I'm starting to go myself. So we're not going to go much
Yeah.
longer anyway. But thank you anyway for joining us.
Yeah.
As always, to put some class in the stream.
Thanks very much.
I feel I ruined this stream completely.
No, you didn't. That was great. That was so much fun.
Yes.
Honestly, I needed a laugh. That was great. But
Yeah.
but yeah, thanks very much as always for a great fun stream.
Yeah.
And thanks to all the awesome people in the chat as well. That was
Yeah.
brilliant.
So remember, there's no streaming Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
They're back here next Saturday for this, and then this Wednesday after that, we are going to do the Hal Needham. I keep getting his surname wrong, but that's the Cannonball Run, Smokey and the Bandit,
Oh
Cactus
my
Jack.
god.
Oh,
Cooper.
yes.
We'll
I
do that.
love
That gives
Smokey
us
and
a
the
week
Bandit.
and a half to actually work up to all those movies.
Yeah,
So we can talk
cool.
about them
Oh, I need to
then.
watch
But that's
Smokey
a
and the
week
Bandit.
in Monday. That's a week in Wednesday, not Wednesday coming. It's a week in Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
I need to find a good copy of Cannibal Run again. The last one I
I'll need to
had,
get
believe
that.
it or not, was very flickery VHS.
Thanks,
Go
man.
ahead,
Jim.
Alec.
Jim, I'll send you a copy.
Thanks,
Okay?
Disaster.
Please tell me it's not the flickery one with the
No,
like
no,
the
no,
top
no,
third
no,
is-
no. I've got a digital file of it, so you can have a copy of it.
Right, ping me that one, please.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cam. Good night, Carol.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks, Disaster.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, good night, and I will see you on Saturday.
Definitely. Sure. Hopefully, I'll know and I'll message you as soon as I find out if I'm an old granda.
Please do. Oh yes, please do.
We're all waiting.
If it ever happens, I think he's going to come out just in time for school.
Yes, yeah. He's taking his time for sure.
Yep, he's
As long as he
definitely
comes
waiting.
out, as long as he comes out healthy and your daughter's healthy, that's all
the
we
main
care
thing.
about.
Yes.
Yeah. All right then. Good night, everybody.
Right, then. Thank you. Right, what we'll do is we'll go for a wee while longer. Shall we do this again? We'll finish off with a few things.
If you give me a few seconds, because
Right,
I see
well-
we're 4:30 at the moment.
We're at 4:26, yes. So what I'll do is I will fire up this, give you a few seconds. Okay. So, well, Jim's away. Alec, you can go first.
Oh, here we go. On the
There
spot.
we go. Right, I need to actually get this set up just so I can actually hit the keys. So let's see, what's the keys that I would need to hit? There is that one. I need to actually make sure I get the right keys. No, not that one. That's if you get it wrong, and that's if you get it right. So basically, I've not used this for a wee while, so I forgot how it worked.
Do you know what you should do? You should get the Mastermind theme tune and try that out.
The what one?
The Mastermind theme tune.
I could get that. I could find that, but it's just because I've got the wee box here with everything on it. So I've not used it for such a thing. I forget. Okay, let's start with the first question. In the cult hit, The Big Lebowski,
Yes.
what did the dude want replacing after it was urinated on?
It's carpet.
Yeah, his rug. Yep,
Yep.
just making sure. Right, so, 1. So,
Nice one. I hope you
yep.
guys can hear me because my camera died.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you loud and clear.
Right, Jim, this is for you. In Stanley Kubrick's 1980 psychological horror The Shining, what was the name of the hotel resort?
Oh, come on. I've actually played 3 separate horror games in the location of that.
Uh-huh. And
I can see the sign visually in my mind, but I can't read the letters.
I'm with you. I'm with you there, Jim.
so what you're telling me is you overlooked the hotel sign.
Yes. Oh,
The,
don't
the,
make me bring up the Impossible Viking 100 questionnaires
yeah.
challenge.
The hotel resort was called the Overlook Hotel.
Oh, and you were
So you
cheeky enough to
overlooked
poke
that
me
one.
with it.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Carol's got that one.
Yeah, there you go. Carol got it. Well done, Carol. So, the next one. Alex. In the classic biker movie Easy Rider, where did Wyatt and Billy hide their drugs?
It wasn't in the fuel tank, was it? No.
As I said last week, don't halfway through this question. You did that last week with an answer. You basically goes, is it in there? And then you stopped halfway through the answer. This time you got it right.
Well guessed. That was well
That
guessed.
was well guessed. Okay, Jim. In the 1986 science fiction horror film Aliens, how many years was Ripley adrift in space? 57, 67, or 81 years?
67.
Anybody want to take a guess?
57.
57, yep.
Yeah, I know it was long enough to.
So, Jim, so far, Alex got both of his right and you've got both of yours wrong.
Oh, he got the easy ones.
They're only easy if you know the answer.
This is like ask a 5-year-old kid these questions.
Oh,
and they
thank
forget
you.
them.
Right. But you got a multiple choice and you still got it wrong. See, Colin got it wrong. He said 81. So, Alec, this is a multiple choice one as well. Seems you got all the hard ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a hard one to go
right.
forward
In
either.
the 1967 movie Cool Hand Luke, how many hard-boiled eggs does Luke eat in 1 hour? 40, 50, or 60?
I'll go with 50.
Well, why is he getting the easy ones?
I haven't seen Cool Hand Luke in ages.
You got a multiple choice. I'll tell you what, I'll give you another multiple choice.
No, I don't believe you.
Okay.
I haven't seen Cool Hand Luke in ages. I had to take a wild guess.
Yeah. In the Back to the Future, what speed does the DeLorean have to reach to activate the flux capacitor? Is it 77 miles per hour, 88 miles per hour or 99 miles per hour?
'88.
Yay! There you go. So 3-1. 3-1. So we'll do heroes and villains. So one picks a hero, one picks one picks the other. So Alec, I'll let you choose first, hero or villain. Jim's going to get the other question in the same card.
Villain.
Villain, right. In the film Chopper, what is the name of the club that Chopper frequents?
Pass.
Whoops, something just fell.
Structural integrity, it will be fixed. Don't worry, we will reboot the system and reinitialize the call
He's going to
system.
reboot the room. He's going to reboot the room. Right, Jim, do you guess that one? In the film Chopper, what is the nightclub that Chopper frequents?
Chopper, that is one of the helicopter films.
No, it's not. It's about a psycho guy. It's an Australian psycho.
No, then I'm on the wrong one because I'm thinking of the Schneider guy that did the deep sea dive.
No, that's Blue Thunder.
Yeah,
Blue Thunder. I'm thinking of that. So
the nightclub was called the Bojangles nightclub. Okay, so no, you didn't get that one right. You get the hero question, Jim. Okay. Zorro often carves. We've done this one.
Yeah,
we've done that one.
Yeah, I'm happy to replace it because I think I actually answered that.
So we'll do that because that Bojangles must have been last week's as well. So Alec, you get this one again. In which film would you find the words "Wicked Witch of the West"?
Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz. Yay! Right, Jim. Which hat wearing superhero is also an alcoholic who has amnesia?
Hat wearing alcoholic that has amnesia.
I know the film you're talking about.
Yeah. I could give you a dead easy clue.
I'm thinking Mad Hatter.
No.
This is the hero question. It's not a villain. It's a hero question you're getting. Which hat-wearing superhero is also an alcoholic who has amnesia?
Can I give
Jim a clue? That's a hard pass. I don't think.
Can I give Jim a clue?
Yes.
Oscar slapping incident.
His wife bitch slapped him.
So that would be Hancock, but he never wears
John
a hat.
Hancock. He basically
Hancock never wore a hat.
He did at the very beginning. He always wore his woolly hat. That's how
he wears a beanie.
It's a hat. It's a beanie as a hat. It basically
a beanie is not a hat.
It's a beanie hat. It still covers anything cover the head. They class it as a hat. You can go and put a beanie on, but you'll still be wearing a hat.
I'm having to object.
A beanie is also a beanie. It's a beanie, but it's a hat. It's like a baseball cap is a hat as well, even though it's a cap.
That's a beanie, not a hat.
Beanie is a hat. Anything covering the head is classed as a hat. We can also agree that yes, a beanie and a hat are different. Like a cap and a hat is different, but they're still classed as hats, unfortunately, for these questions.
So
you got it right. You got Hancock.
I showed you my Australian squishy and I showed you my American beanie. They're not the same.
they cover your head, so technically they are.
So does my hair.
Yes, but look, see this? Although this is called a beard, it's still here. See up here? I've got none, but it's still here. So I can still say I've got hair. I still say I've got hair on my head, because this is technically my head.
But for me, that was an extreme, and I think it was more luck than anything that hit
Yeah.
John Hancock.
Okay, you get to choose hero or villain this time.
I'll go for hero.
There you go. Beanie is a type of hat, like a fedora or a trilby.
I will never tip my fedora to you, Carol, just so you know. I'll tip my beanie.
Right, sorry, did you say hero or villain?
Hero, please.
The hero question for you is, what is the name of Aladdin's love interest?
Jasmine.
Correct. Yeah. Right, Alec.
But in what version? Disney or the 1,000 retelling from the 1001 Nights?
Well, you got Jasmine, so you got the right version. Could have been Apple, for all we know.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Right, Alec, which 2010 horror film features a monstrous, sadistic surgeon named Dr. Elter?
Human centipede? I've never seen the film.
I've never seen the film, thankfully. The idea of the film.
Yeah.
All right. Last question. Jim, you're getting your ass kicked in this as well.
Sorry, Jim.
Okay. Hero or villain, Alec?
Okay, I will pick hero this time.
Hero, right. What colour pill? There you go. What colour pill does Neo take in the Matrix?
The red pill.
Right, Jim, last question. Which serial killer is subject to a subject of the film A Study in Terror, Murdered by Decree, and From Hell? So 3 movies about the same serial killer. A Study in Terror, Murdered by Decree, and From Hell.
Hannibal Lecter?
No.
From Hell should have been the big clue.
Should I say it?
Yes.
I've not seen any of those films, so we'll just have
Jack the Ripper.
Correct. It's Gentleman Jack the Ripper. So, Jim, that was fucking terrible.
I know.
See, look,
but you gave me questions about things I haven't seen. I'm sorry. I have 24 hours in a day. I have to work, pay my bills, sleep, and clean.
There you go. Here's another one that's came through. A trilby is different from a woolly hat, but both are hats. So a beanie is still a beanie hat, it's still a woolly hat, it's still a hat.
A beanie is literally just something you chuck on to cover the
Yeah, it's something you chuck on your head because it is a hat.
No, a hat is a ceremonial piece, or more, hey, I want to look posh, and hey, look, you peasants, go away. I can actually afford a
does that mean
hat.
I look very unpeasant-like?
Yeah, you don't look like a peasant now.
I know I don't, but with the hat on, what's the difference?
No, you don't look like a
So
peasant.
what type of hat is it?
That's a hat.
But what type? See, that's but it's still a hat.
See, so what Alec has is a cap, not a hat.
It's a cap. It's a bonnet. It's a hat. That's like saying a jumper has to be wool to be a jumper. At Disney, a jumper's a jumper's a jumper. A hat's a hat's a hat. It's a woolly hat. It's called a beanie, but it's a woolly hat. A hat. A cap is a hat. Anything that was on your head is
No.
technically a hat.
No. So
Coat
if you have a jumper on, you
Yes.
have solid fabric
Right.
No.
that is warm and comfortable in everything.
I've got a very thin
we
jumper.
were talking earlier on about crochet and knitting.
Okay.
And everything.
Right.
You can actually have one that is literally like chainmail.
Guys.
That is not a jumper.
Guys, can I just say something? If you want to debate about this, I'm willing to do unplugged number 5 of discussing hats with you two just going at it all night.
Oh, we're perfectly happy. It is just.
We're perfectly happy. Look,
I know.
the thing you need to actually understand is both Jim and I understand that I'm right.
Yeah.
No. I would have to. If I agree with you, PJ, we both be wrong.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, it's semantics. We could be a semantic. And Mr. Archer Collin, who always keeps us correct, says they're different, but they're hats. They're just different versions of a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst case thing about Colin is that he's a bloody archer, so he actually keeps shooting at us up front with his arrows. It's like, no, that's what it is.
Cheers, Cam. Glad you joined us. So, guys, right, we're going to finish up in the next 5-10 minutes. Okay, so what's your plans for the week ahead? Because mine's is dead. I'm basically working, so my plans are.
No, your plans for the week ahead is to become a granddad.
I've got plans to become a granddad. I've got all my stuff. So I've got season 5. I've got the final season of Warehouse 13 on my iPad. I've got SQL programming to brush up on, so I'm going to be teaching myself that this week. So in effect, the grandfather, movies, and programming. That is it. So what about yourselves?
Stuff along this line, because I
Movies,
like this.
that's it.
Yeah.
Well, it is not only movies-ish. It is where the criminal is clever, and ultimately, and I think PJ, you will like this. It is, yes, they do get caught, but you get to follow their journey where they manage to run circles around where they are. Covering. I missed that one. Covering for the head that is not part of a piece of clothing.
There it's there, yeah. A covering for the head that is not part of a piece of clothing is a hat. Cambridge Dictionary. See, told you the guys. There's even Carol.
I'm
sorry, for a special religious head covering, which have their own names. A beanie is a woolen hat without a cuff around the bottom.
Oh, we're getting schooled by the chat again, but
the chat always keeps us thinking because believe it or not, the chat is smart. Believe it or not, the chat is smart.
Not a hat. Although if you translate it from French, I'm pretty sure someone is just going to go, nope, it's a hat.
Yeah, it covering the head, and by definitions, it's a hat.
Well, an umbrella covers your head, and it's not a hat.
That's because it's not sitting on your head.
No, but it covers
your head. We're talking
about
things that are actually on your head. It covers your head. It's a hat. If it's part of something else, it's a hood, or a snood, or a snack, or a frack, or a flute, a flash, a flute, Cheers, Cam. Sorry.
So sorry, I'm bringing on the Viking uniform here. It covers my head, but it's not a hat.
Because it's part of another piece of clothing. Go back to this part. A covering for the head that is not a part of a piece of clothing, Cambridge Dictionary, is a hat.
Well, I could actually take this off and just have it separately.
Well, if it's not attached to anything, you don't call it a hood.
No, it would just be a cloth that I put on top of my head.
which would come under the dictionary definition of a hat.
Wait,
Look,
I know I'm facetious here. I'm trying to
That's
find
a hoodie.
little that niggle.
See, there you go. Look,
It's
see
not
this.
a hoodie.
See this. This is not a hat because it's got another piece of cloth as part of the neck. So it's not just, even though that just goes over my head and shoulders, because it goes over my shoulders as well, it's not a hat, it's a hood. So if I cut it, so it's only the bit that goes over my head, then that becomes a hat. It's a wee cloth cap, it's still a hat. That's the definition.
You see, my Australian squishy is a hat.
Yes.
My hoodie is not a hat.
Because it's attached to a piece of cloth.
I don't care. My beanie is not a hat. No, it's not a hat. No, it's not a hat.
I'll show you another two hats, which, going by the definition of not a hat, is not a hat. Hold on.
I'm tempted to find something as well.
Right. Okay. You have got the Glengarry.
Nice.
Right? That is a hat. That is a cap, but it's still a hat. It's a military headgear.
Yep.
So that is a cap. It's a hat because no matter what, it's a hat. Even though it's a cap, it's a Glengarry. It's actually got an actual name, so it's a Glengarry. Then you've got the Russian military one, which is another type of cap, but it's still classed as a hat.
It's not a hat.
It is classed as
it's
a hat.
It's a Glengarry.
That's a Glengarry, but it's a hat. It's a military headgear, which is still, even though it's got a name, it's still a hat. It's the same as saying I've got a cowboy hat. It's called a Stetson, but it's still a hat.
All right, I'll give you this then. And I know I'm going over the top. And people will go, okay, so you're true. This is not a hat.
If we're not going to take this seriously, when she's out.
I'm sorry, Carol, but if you're running away now, you're missing out on it.
That's a coif, but in effect, it isn't classed as a hat.
A coif is not a hat.
Yes, but
in my mind, I will say that before people think we're Elon Musk versus Twitter and whatever is going on. But what I will show you now is not connected to the rest of everything going on. It's only on your head. Yes. You say that's a hat. It's not connected to the rest of anything. You say this is a hat. Well, what is this?
That is a helmet.
Yes, it's a helmet.
It's not a hat.
That's
this
correct.
Is where I'm going. It's not a hat.
Yes, but it's not. It doesn't just cover your head; it covers your face. It's a helmet.
But I can actually, if I can
take
find
the face covering off. It's still. Yes, so it'd be an old face helmet.
So what's this then?
That's a decapitated body.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a decapitated body.
But you still have to wear
it. That's a decapitated, but I still have this.
Oh, we've got
it's
another
just
one
the
of the
face
corners.
guard I'm not wearing. Am I wearing a hat or not?
I would say not.
Uh-oh, he's back again.
I know. I'm just hiding
Oh,
the porno. He keeps, the thing is, that's 3 new views. The thing is, what he's doing is giving us views. Right. Okay.
But no, I will never accept a beanie as a hat. Just deal with it. A beanie is not a hat. It's just a head covering.
Unfortunately, a beanie is a woolen hat. And I
beanie is a head
quite
covering.
agree what Colin says, but because Carol says a shower cap is not classed as a hat. And Colin says it's an interesting point. So a hat would refer to something intended for outdoor wear. So beanie is a hat for outdoor wear. A shower cap.
Hang on, someone is starting to lose his hair, and just try to like let's cover it up and look like I'm like.
What do you mean starting to lose my hair? There's nothing starting. I'm at the end.
How you doing, kids? I'm not wearing it for outdoor wears. So I'm wearing it in the office. So clearly my beanie is not for just outdoor wears. So sorry, you're failing that one.
Did someone you care about get murdered with a hat by any chance? Yeah, there was a guy called Oddjob, and he threw his hat.
Oddjob, yes, and he actually killed a statue. He killed the statues like before he proved it to like an adult called James. He just went, hi-yo. The head of the statue just flew off.
Yeah, but how many times has he used it before he decapitated
Yes.
the statue?
He has the practice. There you go. That's a helm.
This is a helm, but if I split it in part, I can still wear it. It's just the face guard that is off. So is it a hat or a helm or something else?
It is named a helm, same as a beanie is a woolly.
But I could wear it without ever having the face front.
No, that basically, yes, you could if you had it with. It's not half the helmet, so if you could just take the visor off, you're taking off half, so you could only have to take off the visor. So you're taking that's half a helmet.
Yeah.
You've taken off the full half, so it's half.
But am I wearing a hat or a helmet?
Neither. You're wearing a piece of hat on your head.
Well, Colin's just brought up something interesting down the bottom.
He's too smart. He's basically.
I know.
No, I mean, I completely understand in the sense of the whole discussion we have.
There you go.
Moment.
It's a helm with a visor, and the helm is a hat.
But this is not even a helm. A helm has to cover the top of your head.
Yeah, you go. If a gentleman would remove it in a church, it's a hat.
Mm-hmm. So here's a tip for you. Every time I see like a funeral going past, I always remove my cap as a mark of respect.
Mm-hmm.
As formerly trained military sergeant, if I'm indoors, regardless of what I'm wearing on top of my head, if I'm indoors, it comes off and it goes in.
Unless it's a religious piece of headgear. That's when it's not a hat.
No.
So
we do not distinct that when you come in to a safe harbor, you do not come in there as one that has a unique perspective. You come in there as someone that knows you have safe harbor.
Yes, but what I'm saying is,
so
if you had, is it a yarmulke, the religious
yarmulke,
part?
you have the quilt, the cap,
so basically that is not a hat because that's a religious one. So you would keep that on in a church or coming inside. Whereas if you would remove it when you come inside or in a church, then it would be classed as a hat.
So yarmulke is not a hat.
That's correct, because you would keep it on inside a church because it's a religious head covering.
Well, okay, I'm playing very facetiously now because we just had the what's it called, the consensus, the head count of the United Kingdom. I put down what is my religion, and I put down Jedi. So wearing this is therefore not a hat or helmet.
In your church, is there a Church of the Jedi you could wear it in?
No,
Or
I'm just putting it
no, but what I'm saying is, if you had a church that required it to be worn or accepted it to be worn in the church, then it's no longer a hat. Based on the fact that if a hat gets removed when you enter a church, whereas like a yarmulke, which is the skull cap, it doesn't get removed, or a bishop's, what's the bishop one called? I can't remember.
Oh, they had a papal. No, not.
I can't remember what it's called. I know the guys over there, but basically, so a bishop can wear that, and because it's not a hat, it's religious headgear, so it doesn't class as a hat. So you do not need to remove it in a church or a
Again,
synagogue or a mosque.
it was just a cheeky exploration because I realized this is like the third time I've done the UK census. And
A mitre, there you go. A mitre is basically the bishop wears a mitre. It's not a hat, so it remains on, and that's the difference. It's so.
But it was because you.
By the way, people, we actually do like each other. We're just actually having this argument as we normally do. A stupid thing.
Yeah.
just in case people think we're actually getting annoyed with each other.
It's just good fun, and it is
exactly
because
it gave us a chance to bring out all our gear.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't for the life of me tell the name of what PD was wearing. I could tell what's it called, the
Glengarry.
Glengarry. I have heard of it. I kind of know what it is. But if you ask me on the street,
it's a wee bit small for me, this one, obviously, as you can see.
If you ask me on the street, I would just go, that's the Scottish head cap, and they usually wear it with the rest of the tradition.
Did Nicholas Courtney wear that in a Doctor Who episode? I'm trying.
Could have.
I think he would wear his first appearance with Patrick Troughton.
Who?
His first appearance with Patrick Troughton.
Who? First appearance?
Nicholas Courtney as Brigadier. Yeah.
No, I don't think he was wearing a Glengarry. I don't think. I think his first appearance, it was. I can't even remember. I think it was a Glengarry.
Yeah. Hang on. Web of Fear.
Because Lethbridge Stewart would be a Scottish regiment. He would be in if he's wearing a Glengarry.
He wore one in, I think, Terror of the Zygons.
Web of Fear, yeah.
Oh, you found it?
No, it's just that the guys are basically.
Yeah.
Disaster Area, Web of Fear.
Yeah. Yeah, his first appearance he wore a Glengarry, but I think he wore one in Terror of the Zygons as well. I'm trying to remember.
Let's see. Web of Fear. Let's see if I've got any images from it. Yes, he's wearing a Glengarry.
Yeah.
He's wearing a Glengarry, and it obviously fits him better than mine does.
Yeah.
And obviously the regiment is completely different. This is an HLI. That's got the Highland Light Infantry. Don't know what the regiment his is. So, but
unit came about.
as you can see, his fits him a hell of a lot better than mine does. I got this because of that was my grandfather's regiment. I've got his medals and I needed a Glengarry.
Nice.
So,
shall I promote myself? Jim's
yes,
gone.
go ahead because we're going to be finishing shortly. So,
Yes, right.
anything
Okay, I've left the link in the private chat for you to share at PJ.
I did share it earlier on.
Okay, tomorrow evening we've got a special announcement at 8 o'clock. PJ and Jim are welcome to join us. We're not going to be on for long. I can't really say what it is yet, but everyone tune in if you can and be prepared because it is like a major surprise. That's all I can say.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put it back in the chat again. Just to come on, buggery. Okay, so I'll put it back in the chat. There you go. So that's the link there. It is in the chat. I will put it in the description as well after we're finished. But it just goes to show we'll talk about anything. Hats as well.
Mm-hmm. You tip
I've just put mine away now.
Top of the morning to you. This is me doing my Gary.
Can I just say something? I'm surprised you can't do the Ministry of Silly Walks with it.
No, I was thinking, when he's doing that, I'm thinking more of Lauren Hardy, but I'm also thinking when he has it properly on, I think this is a fucker you would not mess with because he would be a constable patrolling like the streets of London in 1880.
Just hope I'm not actually wearing white when I come by. The white jumper shirt with the white braces and the white trousers.
Oh, well, you need the white hat and you need to drink a lot of milk as well.
Yeah.
Also, have you got either Kathy Gale or Emma Peel with you?
They're hiding off screen.
Ah.
What says?
Oh, I think I converted one, although I'm not certain.
See, anytime I think
I think there are
Benny
plenty of head coverings that you can wear.
Yeah. When I think of a beanie,
not all
I think
are
of a Benny hat. Can anybody remember Coronations at Crossroads? You had Benny with his beanie. That's what I remember. Beanies. Benny, the big guy. Mr. Ben. Yes, I could be Mr. Ben. The cloth. And so, yes, but so tomorrow, Alec, you've got an announcement tomorrow, 8 o'clock.
Yep. Yes, we're not
So
going to be on
8 o'clock UK time. I will put a link in the description for that. So next week we'll be back for Saturdays. No Wednesday stream on Wednesday. That will not be until a week on Wednesday, and it will be Hal Neiman. Hal. What's his surname?
Needham.
I got his name in there. It's just Needham. Ooh, Miss Diane. Yes. The Benny character. We'll get Jim to do the Benny character next time. There will be somewhere on Coronation Street, Crossroads on YouTube that you'll see Benny. It was the UK's version of Lenny from Of Mice and Men. That's what the Benny character was. Tall, not very smart, and was a farmhand. That's why he wore the donkey jacket and the beanie. So there you go. So guys, thank you for joining us for a 5 hour plus stream. Thanks to one and all for making it fun, keeping us right, and mixing it, and some fun jokes that kept going for a good 10-15 minutes. Benny made a record. I didn't know that. I'll need to dig that out. Benny from Crossroads made a record. I remember that because my mum used to watch it. Hugh McPhee was the chef. Meg Mortimer and the guy who played David. David. Oh, what was his character name? Was it David Hamilton? He was also in the Five Go to Dorset. He was in a couple of them. He always played the creepy uncle.
Because he was a screaming homosexual.
Yes.
And his wife was a nymphomaniac.
Yes, but that was basically David.
Yeah.
He played David Hunter, I think it was, in Crossroads. Yeah. So yes, Disaster Area had actually got it, and that's where I got the thing with. But I thought it was Hamilton. But yes, David Hunter he got, and my mum used to watch it all the time. Hugh McPhee was the guy who played in the what was the escape movie? Was it the Great Escape? He played the guy that actually went over the wire. He played the wee Scotsman that actually was normally the tunnel rat. He was normally the tunnel rat, and he couldn't get under the tunnel, and he actually went over the wire, and they shot him. And that's where Charles Bronson was. Charles Bronson his partner in it. And
No. He was more associated with Steve McQueen's character.
Was it Steve McQueen?
Yeah, it was Steve McQueen.
Aye. Because Charles Bronson was the tunnel rat. That's why I was getting the two of them mixed up. I thought he was his friend, and that's why although he hated tunnels, he did it because of that. But that was the guy who played Hugh McPhee in Crossroads, was the wee Scots guy. So it was. So there you go. Another wee trivia thing. Anyway, ladies and gents, as I said, we're going to finish. So remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. And the guys are classic as well. They're certainly not as old.
We're not as old, but we may be more classic.
Remember we were talking about Ready Player One? I'm rereading it or re-listening to it. And Halliday is 7 years younger than me, and this is set in 1945. So 23 years in the future. That is the Ready Player One is set. So it is. So he was born in 72. So he was. So by the 80s, he was 8 in 1980. So that's where it's all set. So he's 7 years younger than me.
He's a wee baby.
Yes. So by the time he died in it, so it would have been 1940, which would be 18 years from now. So he would be 7 years younger. So it'd be 21 on top of the 56, 70. I think it was 71 or 72 when he died. Or I think they said 67. So maybe there was a 5 years difference. So 67. But as in effect, it's 1945 they've set it. So they couldn't have set it further, and they couldn't have set it nearer. So they still had to do the 45 based on the 80s genre.
But this is the worst part when you come across us geeks. You give numbers, we'll hear the numbers, and we go, it doesn't make sense, or hang on, this is wrong, or this doesn't work.
And who else was also in The Great Escape?
Yes.
The
Scrounger.
The Scrounger, yes.
Yes.
And he was partnered with Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance, as the forger and the blind man. Anyway, so ladies and gents, we are definitely going to finish there. So thank you again for sticking with us. I'm not old, I'm classic. PJ maybe, and the gang